Peace, peace, peace. You're now rocking with the best. Your brother Ahanu L, aka 81, aka a Thompsonist one. And got my brother with me, Turn the Medicine Man. He haven't been on the channel in a couple of months, probably about 6-7 months. So we just gonna get a bill. Also, we got the brother AP Power. Just gonna be doing some random bills just about America, a little bit about Tenochtitlan land, and just some of the technology that was found in South America, Central America, and Americas period. So with that being said, brother Medicine Man, you with us?
Yes, sir. I'm here.
Peace, my brother AP, you with us?
AP, he got his mic muted.
No doubt, man.
There he is.
You're AP, you with us? So we might be having a little technical difficulties right now, but for the most part, brother Medicine Man is live with us. How you been, brother? How
Oh
you
man, I've been lovely, brother. I've been lovely. I've been blessed.
been blessed?
Yeah, blessed.
No doubt,
We
no
don't
doubt.
want to say the blessed. We know what that means when we do the etymology of it.
Yeah,
We
yeah,
don't we don't want to be basically on the altar, whipped to blood. Basically, that's what that is. Blessed. When you look
yeah.
at the etymology of it, so we're blessed. Bliss.
Blessed,
Yes.
blessed. Okay, no doubt, definitely. So how everything been going, man? As far as you and your just your travels, your journeys, you know.
Oh man. Well, actually, I've been taking a break from my last production, Claim of Thrones Part Two, and that's basically been kind of giving some new information to a lot of people as far as the religion of the origins and some of the things, should I say, that were more ancient that this faith or this religion, Christianity, arise from. So I went pretty deep into some of the historical elements that we don't usually get that information, and we're not privileged to it, should I say? So and when I'm doing research, I try to dig and dig and dig deep because I like to know stuff that we don't know. I want to find out things that that hasn't been put out or
That's right.
hasn't been basically to the mainstream anyway.
That's right.
I mean, we know that there are those that deem themselves elite that do know this information, that have knowledge of this information. We just don't have knowledge of it. So now that we get this information and the histories behind it, it helps us to put the pieces together. So get a better understanding of what's happening, how things came to be, how things are what they are now. So yeah, I've been basically doing some of that, and also with my new gig, doing a lot of traveling. So that's giving me a whole nother you know outlook on things. It's like I'm actually able to go, some of these places, like especially here in the southern states. Like I'm here doing a lot of traveling through Tennessee. I'm touching the Carolinas, the Virginia, Georgia. So these are the different states that I'm going through, and I'm actually seeing, some of the highway signs as I'm passing through some of these areas. Some of the Indian artifacts or Indian monuments, mounds, Pinson Mound, here coming down, uh, towards Memphis and Tennessee. So these are some of the sites that hopefully in the near future I want to go ahead and start, basically doing some studies on them, as far as the history, because a lot of this stuff is recent. A lot of these mounds and these Indian artifacts, they've just been basically by the states that they're in. Basically they've become like monuments or whatever. Or should we say state property within the last 100 years. So it's like once you understand that, say for instance Memphis. Once I did some research on it and found out that it was 1818 when the Chickasaw that was in the area, when they ceded, or should I say, when the government took that land and now it became Memphis. So 1818, that's not that's not like ancient. That's a couple of 100 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
So when you're looking at the scope and the timeline of a lot of these uh, things that now have materialized, you find out like, man, this happened in 17, 87, or this has happened in 1832. So you can see how recent some of this stuff has been. And then if you count your generations, you're like, wait a minute, that was with my great great grandfather, great great grandmother. So it gives you a better grasp of timeline and what was going on and who were people. And here's another fact. In AP, we both vibed on it. Once I realized, because my ancestors are from the areas or the territories that has become Tennessee, Mississippi, Illinois. So all of my people, basically, the majority of my relatives live in these areas. And now, once I realized, according to the book A Natural and Aboriginal History of Tennessee, before the settlements therein were settled by white folks in 1768. So I'm like 1768. My brother was born in 1968. That's like 200 years, before he was born. So
Hmm.
that gives you how recent this stuff has happened, meaning that there wasn't any white people settling in the state of Tennessee until the late 1700s, early 1800s. So that gives you really. So then the question becomes, well, when they talk about, it's still one of those things that they try to go to, all the naysayers. These are the so-called Native Americans and those who support that cause. They always, oh, you guys come from Africa. Well, my question is, if my ancestors are already in these territories before white folks settled there, how am I from Africa? And they can't answer that. Because it's basically, I'm like, we were the growing fact that a lot of people are starting to become more and more aware of is our ancestors were already here. For the majority, especially in the should we say the eastern, southeastern woodland areas, our ancestors were here and doing more so what we do today in a lot of our rituals and customs. When they say, "Oh, y'all don't have no traditions," no, yes, we do. We have history, we got culture, we got traditions. We still do them. We just call them different things now. But what we're doing now is like there's nothing new under the sun. So it's just interesting, and I would like to, hopefully in the near future, try to go ahead and expound, especially on the territories that I'm, that I have privilege, and access to. So I can do a few pieces on it, as I'm out and about. I might just stop over, for a couple of hours and do some, research on a certain area and go ahead and get out there, take some pictures, maybe even film live or whatever. So these are the things that I'm thinking of in the near future. To go ahead and because there's a lot of history we don't know of, and it's recent history. So
Let me ask you a question real quick, right?
yeah.
So, what do you think, like one of the biggest problems why so-called Black Americans can't like, they can't understand that they got like, I'm gonna say Aborigine history in this land, and like even among like me just doing this documentary and everything,
Hmm.
and just like inhabiting people will tell you quick they got Indian in them, but
Right.
they also say they're African, and I'll be having that like for those that is interested in hearing, I try to break it down to them, you know what I'm saying, and give them an understanding because a lot of people they don't get it, and it's like, I mean, I don't know if is it meant for some people to get it, but just like interacting with people, like what I'm saying, because if a person could tell you that they got some kind of Indian in them, then they know, but then they don't reject the African part neither. So I say, well, which part? Because and that's what I'm trying to say. That's the thing that I always found that was crazy because a lot of people will tell me that they had a white ancestor that was an Indian. And I'm like, whoa. So I said, that's how you think that you're an Indian? I
Right.
mean, you know what I'm saying? And it spins me because it's like so in like it's a very mixed up thing when you look at the people who's claiming to be that. Now, if my theory is right, you know what I'm saying, the majority of the Indians will be classified as colored now.
Exactly.
the majority, we say 99 up there in the 90 percentiles, you know what I'm saying, of the people, they will be considered so-called, you know what I'm saying, colored. And it's just really, it's you know, to a point. Maybe it's not for everybody. You know what I'm saying? And you know, you gotta accept that. Like it's not meant for you to really like kind of enforce it upon nobody, but the people who know, at least they acknowledge it at the end of the day. But it's just kind of like, it's because it, like I said, most people, they don't know where to look, and when they look, they don't feel comfortable with accepting that they come from these people. You know what I'm saying? And that's one of the biggest, I'm telling you, that's one of the biggest problems I see with so-called black Americans trying to accept that they got some type of Indian ancestor, because the first people they look at is the Native Americans, and they know damn well nobody look like them. Like,
Mhm.
you know what I'm saying? I mean, I live in black neighborhoods all my life. All my life. I know someone who will be looking kind of like, you know, Asian or whatever, like, and I don't see none of that. You know what I'm saying? Like, never did. Nowhere I've been to in all of the hoods and ghettos, and not even just hoods and ghettos, but just black cities and black towns and
Right.
everything. I have never seen this, like, you know what I'm saying? Never, ever, 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 like, you know what I'm saying? Unless it was like somebody that was half Chinese and half black. I've seen that before, but I've never seen no mongoloids who in the hood or in none of these so-called southern states that don't know that they're Indians. You understand what I'm saying? Like that, that's
Right.
classified as colors, that's running around call themselves niggas or Negroes.
Right.
Never seen it before. Never seen it. That's why I say, like, wait a minute. Is we this or is we that?
Right.
Like it can't be both. It just can't. You might say, all right, well, some people, but and then that's another thing, what we do too, because you might have one person in your family, right? And I'm not saying like you gotta isolate. I'm not saying to do nothing. I'm just
Right. Right.
this is just my personal opinion. This is not meant for anybody um get any you know what I'm saying, ideas from. This is just my personal theory, my personal statements, and you know, for entertainment purposes only, or whatever, and educational purposes as well. um you know, we got one person in our family that might be of another race, and we're cape for the whole race of people. Like you know what I'm saying, they'd be like, well, you know, they're cape for the whole race of people. You know what I'm saying? And you know, that's the confusion, because a lot of black people, they look and say, man, I never seen a black Indian before. Never. And if I did see a black Indian, he had to be you know what I'm saying, mixed. It was African and something else. An
Right.
African and an Indian. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So also I want to get into the Christianity thing, because I've been doing some bills on that as well. But what you think about that? Like, is that one of the biggest? Like I'm just saying, just think about it. With the count where you inhabit in Il Noir, you from Chicago, right?
Yeah. Born and
Okay,
raised.
born and raised. See, um, in Chicago, they say Chicago is Memphis, Egypt, right? Have you ever heard that before?
I've heard that. The Mecca. Yeah, I've heard that.
I mean, what truth can you put through that? Can you have you?
Well, I mean, again, a lot of that is based on research by people who mainstream necessarily don't consider, should we say, someone to be considered, knowledgeable or credible. So a lot of this is, they push off in speculation, but then there are older writings and you know basically some history of these different places here in Americas being named the places that we see abroad originally. So in other words, the history is basically from a lot of research that I've been doing, and I go to prehistory, and I like to look at stuff that that basically they can't even really date or really they just estimate, because when you really look at the histories of the Americas, you can see the so-called Negro history goes. It spans as far back as human or any a type of human uh, artifacts or any creations that's been done. That they can basically see that's ancient or what they call prehistoric. Say like some of the stuff you see up in Peru when you're looking on the Nazca lines and you look at some of the Inca stones and whatnot. You see some inscribed where they have depictions of them with dinosaurs, or them, and flying, machines, or have accurate depictions of maps, of the world or whatnot. So how would they know all of this technology then? So that just goes to show you that there are histories that are in the Americas that are so ancient, and like the saying goes, history repeats itself, and it does to an extent. Just like I said, in what I've been researching and some of the older writers, and I tell people, look at some of the older writings that have been formulated and put out, pertaining to this information. A lot of it may be speculation, but you got to sift through the dirt to get the gems. And there's going to be some truth in a lot of this, the speculation or some of these hypotheses, theories that have been put out. And I'm talking about as early as they have been coming over here from the 1600s. A lot of them were coming over here already knowing that this was the Holy Land. They already knew this. And some of them even wrote in their writings of the guilt that they felt of how the Europeans were coming over here and how they were treating these people that were here in the Holy Lands, or what they were calling the Hebrews, the Israelites. This is what they were saying in the 15 and the 1600s, and this is in their writings. This is their words. So in one book in general, a popular history, a popular history of the United States of America from the Aboriginal times to the present day, by John Clark Redpath. If you look at Redpath, rather, if you look in that book, it basically is a lot of you know his basically speculating, or his opinion, should I say, where he's like, surely these people couldn't be the Hebrew or the Israelites. These people here, as when they came over here, he's basically coming across like like being sarcastic about it, like this really couldn't be them, but everything shows that it is. Everything points to the evidence of it. So that just basically feeds into those histories. But then you got to understand that there's histories before those histories, and there are artifacts and relics of those histories that that are still that are being discovered by scientists to this day. They're still discovering pyramids in South America to this day. So it's like the saga continues. That's why, like I say, when they say history repeats itself, it's been doing it. It's just that we, in our day and age, we don't have the technology that were, basically, in ages or eons ago that they had. I mean, the scientists are trying to duplicate some of these feats, but we basically, when you look at how technically advanced that we're supposed to be, we're far from what it used to be in antiquity and prehistoric times. Or as they say in American and the civilization in the Negro, this book states that before history began, the Negro race was. So that lets you know basically the histories of the Americas, how far it goes back and how far the so-called Negro race in the Americas go far back. More so, for, as far as history is concerned, over across in Africa in some respects. So when you ask the question about why, do a lot of us, kind of not really accept or really grasp the truth that, our ancestors were called these people, is because it's kind of like a generation divide. I was blessed, should I say, to be born in the late 60s. Actually, right around time MLK was assassinated. And so that the whole this is before the Black Power movement. You know what I'm saying? So I was born, really in the end of the '60s when all of that was going on, and so it was a different mindset. You know, I grew up with people who knew who they were in some respects, and understood the statuses that we were called. Like my grandmother, she knew, like on my birth certificate, I got Negro. All my people, for the most part, have Negro or colored or mulatto on their birth certificates or their historical records. As far as I went and did my family's genealogy and ancestry, there's no recorded documents or anything that says the word Africa or African on any of my ancestors' information. So for me to say that I got an African in me, somebody got to prove it because none of my ancestors claim to be that. So I'm not going to make them something that they definitely didn't say they weren't. Now if in the event that in me doing more genealogy and more research, I do come across an African ancestor, just like you said, that doesn't change the bulk of my ancestry here in the Americas. That just says that okay, well, I had a strain of African ancestry, and in 2 or 3 generations, that was bred out with my American ancestry, because that's just how genetics work. So a lot of people don't grasp it because they were raised in the Black Power movement era in the '70s, in the '80s, when that was the norm. When they were basically transitioning us from the civil rights, which I was born in the end of that era, to Black Power. So I'm black and I'm proud. When James Brown came out with that, and everybody started grasping that and the Africa thing, and then you got to look at how everything was set up back in those days. We didn't think about it then, but now looking back, just reflecting on it, okay, the Rumble in the Jungle, that was all set up because it was a connection with us to Africa. So they was Africanizing us back then, preparing us for the African American status back then. We just didn't see it. You see, we just didn't understand what was going on. But when you really look back and see how the steps they were taking, back in, during the '70s, the '80s, until now, as we're 30 years in, we've been under the status of African American, and this is a government status that was mandated. We had no say in this, so you got to understand what was going on. So when you look back and you understand that, well, a lot of our people, for the most part, they're 80, 70, late 70s, 80 babies, and they're coming into this knowledge, or people are trying to bring them this knowledge, and they're set on like, wait a minute, I was raised in the era of roots. We Africans. You know what I'm saying? That's what TV told me. That's how I was raised, and that's what the compulsory education system taught me in school. February, every day, Black History Month, they reminded me that I was African. But what your grandmama tell you? What did your grandmama say? What did your great aunts and uncles tell you? That's what I tell people to go look, into, and basically pick their brains for all information you can. I mean, like I said, I was one of those that was fortunate enough to know early on when my grandmother told me who we were. When I was around 12, she told me that her mother was full-blooded Cherokee, from the Chickamauga tribe. So I knew, basically that the history behind, that side of should I say, my maternal side, I knew that history, so a lot of us, have, we got Indian us. Yeah, well, that's the glowing joke. We are what the people that they call Indians first. See, when we understand this, then it all makes more sense. When you understand that the ones that the Mongoloid type, okay, let's look at it from science. Let's lose some science, put some science into this. So when you look at it from a scientific point of view, and we're looking at the anthropology, okay, so we have Indo-European Caucasian anthropologists from the 1800s who went all over the Americas, excavating all of the oldest skeletal remains that they can come across. And the majority, the bulk of the skeletal remains that they come across, that they dated, and the ones that dated the oldest of all the ones that they came across, was the so-called Negroid. Secondary was the Australoid. Third, what they say came centuries later was, or so we say millenniums later, should I say, was the Mongoloid. So now we got to understand the history of the anthropology, or the study of the cranias of the oldest ones that's found in America. That tells you who was here first. That gives you, basically. So now, when that's kind of how I try to come to people now. It's like, look, forget about the monikers and the labels that was attached to our ancestors, because they didn't call themselves that. They didn't call themselves Indians. They didn't call themselves, all of these labels. They didn't call themselves Negroes. You know what I'm saying? These were things that were given to them, that they were called, that basically they were labeled by people who were coming in on conquest, on some, we're gonna take over your stuff, and basically you're gonna do what we say do. You know what I'm saying? It's pretty much, accept our religion or die. Like we say, around the way, put up or lay down. That's pretty much what it was. So you gonna become whatever they say you're gonna be, because they got the guns and the dogs. And if you don't like it, they're gonna stick the dogs on you, and because they don't want to waste their bullets. You know what I'm saying? Or if you piss them off enough, they'll fill you with bullets and then still stick the dog. This is all what they wrote. This is what they recorded, the deeds that they did. And it's very easy. Anybody who's interested in knowing it, American being the latest and the most accurate description of the New World, saying that book has it all in there. Has quotes, actual accounts from themselves, saying what they did, how they did it, why they did it. Sometimes we didn't feel like wasting our bullets. We just sick the dogs of the whole village. This is what they said. You see what I'm saying? So once we understand what our ancestors went through and who they were, based on the science. So if the science say that you understand, they ain't going around finding 1 or 2 or 3 or 4 skulls. They got thousands, tens of thousands probably that they done found. And when they on it, and they do all of their measurements and whatnot to, in the process of determining the age of these skulls, they said the majority of them were Negroes.
Yep.
So if that's the case, then who was the oldest people in the Americas?
Yeah, the only place they found the Mongoloids, skeletons, was like in Siberia, like in where they at now. And not even really there. They ain't even really see the ones in America. What happens is they claim them. They got like some type of law that any artifacts or any human remains found here, the Native Americans claim it. So nobody ever get a chance. And they even claim the mounds in the South, and they wasn't even in the South.
Exactly.
That's the thing. What you know what I'm saying? What people don't get, like they wasn't in the South, because you don't see no remnants of them.
Now here's the funny part about it. Like, even AP, he can vouch for this. Even in the book, the Natural and Aboriginal History of Tennessee, before the first settlements there by white folks in the year 1768, it's in there because he makes a difference. As you're reading it, you understand he's referring to our ancestors as the Aborigines of Tennessee, and he's referring to these Indians as these Mongoloids that have came into the area. Keep in mind, this is written like in the late early 1800s. So we understand the swap that was going on around that time. We understand that the Trail of Tears shuffled out a lot of the ancestors, to the west of the Mississippi as well. They were bringing some in to replace them because they were trying to find the proxy. See, what we not understanding in history is during this time, you got to look at, you got all of these depictions in the British Museum. You got them in Spain, Italy, Rome, all over the Vatican. All these places all over the world has historical depictions of the American Indians, and the depictions of the American Indians that they have are what we call so-called Negroes. They were dark skinned with the feather kilts or the tobacco kilts and the feather or the tobacco crowns on. So these were the images that they had in all of these museums across the world. So around the late 1700s, 1800s, the question has started becoming, what happened to all of the Indians, the American Indians? Because now what's going around, this is the buzz around the world that these Europeans went over there and they just wiped out all of those American Indians and took their lands. Then they start putting up, oh no, when we came over here, it was vacant. It was empty. We just took over empty land. But then, truth started coming out from the writings from some of these explorers that came over here, and they knew that wasn't the truth. So then they have to check. Oh well, we killed 100 million of them by smallpox. We brought diseases over. Okay, well then when that didn't factor out because it didn't make sense either. So now they're like, well, you know what? We got to find a proxy. We got to find somebody to feel. Hey, this is right around, and keep in mind, timeline, I tell people, pay attention to the timeline. This is right around the time that photography was commercially used. It was introduced commercially, meaning that people, the average Joe, could start getting a camera and start taking pictures with. You know what I'm saying? So around the 1830s or so, photography was commercially, in use. So now you got the image of the Native American was born. And I can show you, and I might have to do a documentary because I did some research on this some years ago. They had actually, I forget the guy's name, but they actually had this one guy in particular. They had several, but this one guy in particular, he became famous for it because he used to go around and get mongoloids and dress them up in a tribal attire and take pictures of them and push it out, basically to promote that this is the Native American, and they would send it around, worldwide. So, oh, here's the Indian right here. You know what I'm saying? And so now we got to understand that these people, who they call the Native Americans today, are the proxies for the Aborigines. That's the truth of the matter. They have been basically governmentally placed by the government to be the proxy for the Aborigines, or the original inhabitants of this land, who a lot of their ancestors know from the stories that their ancestors told them who we were, who our ancestors were. They know. A lot of them know. And
But you
some,
know what they did to them, real quick. What
yeah.
they really did to us was make us classify ourselves as colored. Like we accepted the colored brand, and
Mhm.
then later on, they really started to they later on they just deboed us and just
Right.
threw colored on it, like dealing with Walter Plecker. But it started well before.
Oh yeah.
It started in the 1860s when they started classifying us as colored,
No,
and then
it started in 1682.
yeah, exactly, yeah, because
Mhm.
yeah. But
Virginia law.
as far as on the census, it's like, well,
Oh yeah.
the first census too had colored people on. I mean, the 1790 census had it. But what I'm saying is, like, they really started to really apply it to like all of us, like the ones that stayed in the South. Like, remember you said the Trail of Tears,
Right.
that was a couple of thousand, if not maybe 5 to 10,000 at the most.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? The majority of the people stayed in the South or went up north.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? You know,
Mm-hmm.
that's like, you know what I'm saying, from what my understanding. But
And
um no, go ahead.
and not only that, but I also read in some of my research too that a lot that remain, that was one of the premises of them. Like a lot of the ancestors that left during the Trail of Tears, they left because they wanted to remain autonomous. That they wanted to remain with their Indian status, and so they wanted to have their sovereignty. So a lot of them left because they were promised that if they went to Oklahoma, that they would have that. So that's why a lot left. Those who stayed, they were told that they were going to be reclassified, that you were not going to be under the status of Indian no more, that you was going to have to be applied Negro color. And so that was the understanding from my research, that
Jurisdiction.
a lot of the people who stayed behind, that's why you like, well, Trinity, what happened to the rest of the Indians? Well, they were reclassified.
Right.
They ain't going nowhere. They was the same people doing the same stuff. They just was reclassified. And then, that's when they start putting out that kill at will laws for people claiming to be Indians. You can kill them on sight. So that's why our ancestors didn't tell us a lot. That's why, because this is what I asked my grandmama. I said, why y'all didn't tell us? And she said, we were scared because they were killing folks that was claiming to be Indians.
Now
So,
you absolutely right, medicine man, and they been trying to forge their way in it. You know what I mean? And it ain't no different than what they doing now, what they did in other countries, man. They
yeah,
always assimilate themselves. Just like when these people, the Greeks, they wasn't always the Greeks. They was Macedonians at first. They conquered those people and then assimilated into their culture and then turned it into whatever it was. Just
Exactly.
like the Italians. And it goes back to whatever else that was around. You see what I'm saying?
Yep. Yeah, it's deep. I mean, that's why I urge people just the new research. Talk to your ancestors. Talk to the oldest people that's living in your family. Pick their brain. Ask them questions. Because they got the information. They got the knowledge, and a lot of that has been lost. It hasn't been basically carried on or transferred. To the generations that's coming up now. And that disconnect that I was talking about. So like you got those who have basically uh, been from the era of the civil rights, and that's where I'm from. I'm from the civil rights era, the end of the civil rights era. So my people were still on that on some of that kind of thing, coming up, and so I seen the black power movement, and say black and I'm proud. I seen all this happening. My grandmother used to hate the word hate for us to be called black. She preferred to be called colored, and I never really understood. I'm like, why you prefer to be called colored? She said, we ain't Negro, we ain't black, we colored. And so I'm like, but now I guess and my research and just now coming to more understanding of it, well, that's in the definition of what American is: copper colored people. You know what I'm saying? So I'm like, well, maybe I don't know if that's what she meant, but that's what it means. And as far as color, and that's what they were calling the people. Before they basically gave us the current classification. Like you were saying, yeah, they were calling us colored. So when you look back and you're doing your genealogy, and you see that some of your ancestors were classified as not just Negro, but some were classified as colored, some were classified as mulatto. Well, those were code words for what they were classified, reclassified people from Indian. Keep in mind, when they first come over here, they were called a set of people that were predominantly on the eastern and the southeastern woodland areas. They were calling these people American Indians, not Native Americans, American Indians. There's a difference. So those people that they were dealing with when they first arrived in the 1500s, from the 1500s, the 1600s to the 1700s, these were the people they were dealing with. Those people that was in the eastern seaboard regions and the southeastern regions of the Americas, that was on the west I mean, that's on the east of the, should I say, the east of the Mississippi. They weren't even knowing nothing about really what's going on in West Mississippi because they hadn't even did no expansion yet. So that was after the Civil War. That's what's brought on that. That's when the pageants and everything was thrown to hell and everybody was a free fall. That's when, basically manifest destiny, everything kicked in. So we got to keep in mind that timeline, that time frame. So we understanding that from 1500, 1600, 1700, for like almost 400 years, they dealing with these people on this side of the Mississippi. And these were the people that was in the eastern seaboard, the eastern and southeastern woodland areas from all the way from so we say as far up as Maine, New Hampshire, all the way to Minnesota, coming all the way down to Mississippi, all the way to Florida, on back up, all that whole section. So that's what we got to understand. Those were the people that they were primarily dealing with when they first came here, the first few centuries. It wasn't until they started going to basically the Western movement, which started after the Civil War, and they started expanding west, then you understand that, oh, wait a minute. They encountered the Navajo and Apache tribes in 1860. What? So just what I'm trying to get people to understand that, I mean, 1846, should I say. 1846 was when the U.S. military encountered the Navajo Indians out west. So why is there no records of the Navajos nowhere in the eastern or southeastern woodland areas? Because these people wasn't here. They wasn't on this side of the Mississippi until after the Trail of Tears and some were brought over to replace those that left. The proxies. So we got to understand what happened in history so we can understand why a lot of us don't really grasp the fact that we come from the ancestral people of this land. That's how I want to put it. Because all of these different labels, oh, Indian Yeah, well, you indigenous if you born in the land anyway. You know what I'm saying? The people that have moved over here and done had 200-300 years over here, now they claiming to be indigenous because they rightfully was born on this land and for a few generations. You know what I'm saying? But their history doesn't surpass the history of our ancestors, and that's what we got to keep in mind. It's just all these labels are just that labels. You know what I'm saying? The fact remains that who was first? What does the science say? What does the anthropology say? What does all the cranial studies? What does the DNA say? Not even get on that. 340,000-year-old DNA, Y chromosome DNA here in the Americas. The oldest Y chromosome or the father gene of all men, the Adam gene, found here in America. So those are glaring facts. So when you understand that not only is the oldest skulls, but the oldest DNA that they ever found on Earth was found in America. So that lets you know who the original people were. Now, what they done called them, how many labels and classifications they done had over the course of time, that's man-made, manufactured, basically a lot due to colonialism. You know what I'm saying? But trust and believe, our ancestors didn't call themselves what we calling ourselves. Oh, I'm an Indian. Well, they didn't call themselves that up until basically it started becoming into the laws. When they start putting them in the books. Then yeah, okay, well, now I'm gonna go by the status that you guys have passed this law for. You know what I'm saying? This is before now, we speaking of before the 1682 when they basically classified all Indians and mulattoes as Negroes. So now we got everybody bunched up under one classification. So these are things that we want to basically keep in mind and have people understand that these are things that we have to be mindful of and cognizant of and look more into and keep in mind these timelines, these time frames when things occur. But I'll go ahead and yield the mic for a minute.
No doubt. So as far as like the documentary you was talking about with Christianity, right?
Yeah,
Like can you just like so all right, as far as history, what do you understand like as far as Christianity? Because that's the missing component to what a lot of people, you know what I'm saying, misunderstanding to what took place here. You know what I'm saying? And that Bible, like even the Bible itself, you know what I'm saying? I mean, I'm coming to understanding that the New Testament was just written within the last 600-700 years.
yeah, it was.
You know what I'm saying? Probably
Yeah.
later than that, earlier
I
than
would
that.
say within the last 1,000 years, sometime within the last 1,000 is when
But
it was.
remember, they
Less
added
than that, really.
500 years. They added 500 years onto the calendar.
Mm-hmm.
Like I'm telling you, like really now it's starting to make sense because even like when I was telling you yesterday about Montezuma,
Yeah,
right? The second Montezuma, which is supposed to be Charles V, which is Carlos Quinto, which I showed pictures of. He was a Negro.
yeah,
Nigga had a beard, like you know what I'm saying, like
yeah.
niggas be rocking today. But
Mm-hmm.
he was one of the people who was converted into Christianity, and I think his brother was Ferdinand. Ferdinand was the one that married Isabella. Isabella was the one. She was actually. I don't want to say she was a mulatto. She looked like she was a pale skin, you know what I'm saying, Slavic. Fuck it.
Mm-hmm.
Let's go forward. Let's go all the way in with Slavic. Because all of the people you see that was pale skins over there was Slavics. They if they was mulattoes, then the other person who was the mixture was a Slavic. You know what I'm
Mm-hmm.
saying? That's when you see these people in these different like the harems in some
Yeah.
cases, but in most cases it was more like, you know what I'm saying, with the Christianity, they was pretty much doing the same in Christianity because they was like the fornicators. They was really fornicating, like as far as, dealing with Christianity. But like I tell people, there was two different entities in that land in the Iberian Peninsula. It was the so-called, starting from the Roman Empire, which never stopped existing, which still is existing to this day. You know what I'm saying? A lot of people, they don't fully understand that.
Mm-hmm.
So can you elaborate a little bit on that? I just follow through with you.
As far as the Christianity aspect of it,
Yes.
well, when you look at okay, here's the thing that I tell people as far as religion. Now we all know that all religions are man-made, so we just stop with that. So every religion, some man or a group of men sat around and they created it, and so they all man-made religions, and they all have pretty much starting dates. So it gives you a time frame as to when these came about, and when you do the history of Christianity, you can see that there have been historical accounts of Christianity as far back as 79 AD in Pompeii. So when you understand that this religion or this belief system, basically uh, stemmed from say a Pompeii or from that region, and it basically was more so mainstream uh, through Constantine in the Council of Nicaea in 325 AD. Now, keep in mind, this is 325 AD, meaning 325 years basically after the birth of Christ, or when they started the calendar BC. So we got to understand what's going on. So if they in 325 AD, 300 years or more, over 300 years after, say, this Christ was walking the earth, this religion basically became, something that was more so uh, a government type at this time when we're talking about the Byzantine Empire. So this was more of a mandated government thing to basically unite the people. So when you look at the political aspects of it, why it was done, who did it, and what was the reasons behind it, and how you had those that were basically opposing it, like Arius. Arius, he was a Libyan priest, and he basically stood on the ground that this Christ was basically, he was birthed, so he was created, so he wasn't one and the same with the Most High. Where then you had Anatasius, who basically was like, no, he's, not only is he on the same level as the Most High, he is the Most High. Say he's the Son, the Father, everything. So this is all the dynamic that was going on during 325 AD, 300 years after this. Jesus is supposed to have walked the earth. They're making these decisions, and basically this is what's shaping the faith of or the religion of Christianity today. So this is when they basically at the time it was Iosus Christos, as was the name that basically they canonized as the Son of the Most High. Iosus Christos became Jesus Christ during 1700s after the letter J was put in the alphabet. So these are glaring facts that you got to understand that transpired in the history of this religion of Christianity. And now when you look at how Christianity wasn't in the United States,
Oh, your mic.
1600s. 1663, if I'm not mistaken, was the year that John Eliot introduced Christianity to the Algonquin Indians. And basically, the first 100 years,
That's your mic, AP.
Bible that was written in Algonquin, written in what they were calling the Indian language, the Algonquin language, for 100 years, that was the only Bible that was circulating throughout America. So for them to say that there wasn't, a full effort for them to Christianize the Indians is a lie, because for 100 years, the only Bible circulating around the Americas through the tribes, the Indian tribes, what they were calling them, was this John Eliot. It was written in the Algonquin language. So that was the first account of Christianity being basically, and ironically, those Indians were called the Christian Indians. Same Christian Indians that were slaughtered years later. So you got to look at how everything transpired and how things going to be. And so this, but then when you look at the historical aspects of some of the symbolism and some of the rituals and traditions of the faith of Christianity, you can see some that was traced in the Americas. You know, you can see crosses, you know, that's in Central America that are, you know, basically prehistoric. So they had crosses here, you know, and then you look on the other hemisphere and you can see, you know, the Byzantine Empire, they promoting the same symbols. And the same symbols was basically used by the Crusades, the cross.
Mm-hmm.
You know, so you gotta understand the symbolism and where stuff comes from. Like I tell a lot of people, you know, people don't want to believe it. You know, they think I'm out of my mind or whatever. But I'm like, well, in my research is more and more of a glaring fact that the out of Africa theory was basically a scapegoat or a mechanism that they used basically to throw us off. Because really, the Americas is basically, you know, the mother of all civilization. How could you say Africa is my mother when 600 of the 640 crops in Africa today come from America? How? You know what I'm saying? So we got to really look at things for what they really are. You know, so when you understand that, far as, and I done did my research, trust and believe, people might not believe this. 30 years ago, I was pro-black, Malcolm X, you know, just radical this, radical that. You know what I'm saying? Africa this. I used to wear an Africa emblem, leather African patch necklace every day. You know what I'm saying? Fight the power, PE, your public enemy. I was that. You know what I'm saying? So understand that I was like one of them that was like, you know, you see these Pan Africans today? I was worse than some of them. Trust and believe this. So coming into the understanding the knowledge, you know, saying for somebody like me, it took a minute because I was like, wait a minute, hold on. You know what I'm saying? We this and we that. You know, these my people over here. And so now, you know, understanding that a lot of that was taught and told to us. You know, you got then you how you can easily start scraping, you know, some of the dust off. It's basically what did your ancestors tell you? What did your great grandmama, your grandmama, your aunts or uncles, what they tell you? Did they tell y'all that? Okay, well, where did you learn that from? Because this is what my grandmama told me. We came home talking about that we've come from Africa, and my grandmama said, shit, the devil is a lie. She's like, shit, we ain't come from no Africa. I brought that. This is what she told me. You know what I'm saying? So I'm like, oh well, dang. Oh, that's what the teachers say. So now you is in a dilemma. You going to school, you learning. So you try to think like, do the teacher know more than my grandmama, or do my grandma know more than the teacher? You see what I'm saying? So that's the dilemma that you put in as a youngster, which is why a lot of people get disconnected because they go with the compulsory education because they feel that these people went to school and they've been trained, they know what they're talking about. So what they saying must be the truth. My grandma don't know what she's talking about. That's exactly why a lot of us fall into that mindset, and they look and view things that way. And when you do that, that's when you get this disconnect. That's why when you go to tell somebody, they say, "Yeah, well, yeah, I heard we got Indian in my family," but they can't associate or relate, and they cling into, "Oh, well, we Africans." Well, prove it. Prove that you're an African. That's what I tell people. Prove to me that you're an African. You just telling me that because I know Africans personally, been knowing them for years. You know, they are close constituents of mine. One from Nigeria, one from Ethiopia, and one from Sudan. And they tell me we are not Africans. So if somebody from Africa that was born and raised on that continent can tell me that I ain't one of them, then who do you believe? Do you believe the people who telling you this that don't know who you from, know you from Adam, don't know none of your family history or any of your genealogy or ancestry, but just an assumption based on you being a similar phenotype, similar complexion, a similar features. So they're gonna group you together with a group of people. So are you gonna go with that, or are you gonna go, with what your people tell you, or what history, or what science, or what these historians and these anthropologists and all these archaeologists here from the 16 to 17 to 1800, they were telling the truth back then. They were telling you what they was finding when they was excavating all this stuff. They was labeling it a Negroid, statue, a Negroid this, a Negroid that. So that lets you know basically, who was here. So if they have proven without a doubt that the so-called Negro presence was in Americas first and foremost before anybody else, then that should let you know right then, that you have histories here, because you can't prove that you got none over there. Okay, if you're from Africa, what country? There's over 50 of them over there. So which one are you from? By the way, all those countries, over the 50 countries over there, used to be European colonies. Every last one of them. So which European colony is your folks from? That's really what it comes down to. Because in the 1900s, Europe, they basically had a pie slicing party, and they slid up all of these different regions of Europe, of Africa, for these Europeans, and every one of them claimed they little areas. So today, these little areas that they cut up and sliced up amongst themselves are now African countries. So which one of these European colonies is your folks from? And how can you prove that your folks is from the European colony when they were shipping around from here and there? People in their colonies. So you got to really look at the history of it. I just did a post the other day on Facebook about Ghana, how they have this, come home, come back home, campaign going on, all this propaganda. And a few months ago, when I first started seeing them, putting the ads out, come home, or come to Africa, or come back to Ghana, and saying we got a millionaire saying he'll pay for X amount of African Americans to come back home and pay for the expenses or whatever. I'm like, well, damn, that's kind of desperate. You know what I'm saying? And so first thing popped in my mind was the fiasco that happened in the 1800s with Liberia, when the American colonial, society took some of our free American Negroes over there and called themselves people and started a colony over there, and they called it Liberia. What the capital was, city was Monrovia, after President Monroe. Do your history, research that. You will see what I'm talking about. So now they try to go ahead and invite people from the Americas over there. But keep in mind, when you look at what's going on in the last few years, it's thousands and thousands of people from Ghana that's leaving that country, fleeing to Europe. Why? What's going on? Why is all the people from Ghana leaving, but then they trying to get all our people from America to come over there and live? Come buy property, invest. Well, you see all of these celebrities, they ain't investing nothing over here in their own homeland, in their own hoods, but they go run over there to Africa and invest all day. You know what I'm saying? For paparazzi and for the picture ops. So they can be on Facebook so we can laugh at their ass. Like, y'all over there putting money on these folks ain't got nothing to do with you. You ain't doing shit for your people right here. Like, that makes a lot of sense. You know what I'm saying? But they are caught in the game. A lot of them are paid agents. They're paid to go over there and do this. They're paid to come over there. You know what I'm saying? So we, look at them as our celebrities. Oh, when we see Ludacris over there, oh, wait a minute. You mean tell me Jay-Z and Beyonce go over there next week too? Oh, wow. It must be to happen, So that's how a lot of us Negroes think, unfortunately. So they can throw a few of us over there, throw us out, and basically tell us that it's okay. And so because they said it's okay, we're going to believe it. And you see a lot of some of these Negroes that's ill-informed flocking over there. But when you do the history of this place, Ghana, you'll realize that it was called the Portuguese Gold Coast in the 1500s. The Portuguese Gold Coast. The British took it over in the 1700s, and it was the Gold Coast the British had. It had become called Ghana until its independence from British. And that was in 1957. 1957. 1957. That's what I said. 1957, that's when that place became Ghana. But hold on. Wait a minute now. Wait, hold on. The etymology of the word means great warrior. And that was given to all of the king of the Ghana Empire, which was far north of what it is today, in the region of Ghana, in the region of Guinea, I meant. So Ghana today isn't the original location that it was during the Great Ghana Empire, which was in Guinea. We're looking up. This is history, So they're telling people to come to a place that ain't even really the place that it's supposed to be. It's something that's been manufactured, an old European colony that they call Ghana now, when they got their independence in 1957. But it's not the location of the original Ghana Empire, which is farther north than what this is now. So what they tell you, how is that any of our home then? So what are we coming home to? See, people just got to start thinking. Once you look into it and research it, you see like, wait a minute, hold on. You got to see the agenda. It's a tourist trap. That's what they try to do. They try to generate a lot of income off of us. Using it, African American, y'all come on. They know we ain't none of their people. We don't even look like them. They know this. But we don't know it. Because a lot of us are so lost, so starving for some type of sense of identity that they're going to grab onto. Oh yeah, that's the motherland. That ain't the motherland. How's that the motherland when 600 of the 640 crops that's grown over there come from here? How's that the motherland? Who the mama? Because as far as I look at it, common sense tells me if 640 crops in Africa, if 600 of them came from America, that's the mama. Because that means Africa only had 40. So if 600 came from America, that's the mama. And the glory, like we was talking about a little while ago, well, actually last night, A1, when we talking about how not only is, the Old Testament histories of the Americas, this New Testament thing, you're right, it's been something that they basically put together in the last few hundred years, basically to justify them, write them into the histories. You know what I'm saying? But the Old Testament, those are histories of accounts that happened throughout the Americas. And the geography, the locations, some of these places still to this day have those names on the land here in America. So when you start looking at, say, I was looking at, I tell two video authors that I check out that, do a great job of locating specific locations here in America and correlating them to what is said in the scriptures. And that's UB News and Lil Monroe. I just checked out one of his the other day, Lil Monroe, and he broke it down as far as, some of the lands, basically some of the tribes were traveling through. And actually for some of this, information, that's how I kind of put together the tribe of Manassas and some of them when they broke down and how a lot of them was in the Yucatan. And how a lot of those people down there actually, from these tribes that was written in the scriptures. In the scripture, it has Anahuac, and that used to be the ancient name of Mexico before the Mexicans of the Chickamaugas, Mongols came over and usurped it. So before it was Mexico, it was called Anahuac, and that's in the scriptures. So see what I'm saying? So it's like when you can see something, a location that's written in the scriptures, and we know this is not something that was written yesterday. This is antiquity. These are old. So when you understand that these have certain locations still in them that you can trace and do research and find, and like, wait a minute, this is what they said in, oh, wait a minute, this is in the book of so-and-so. Oh, wow. Then, it gives a confirmation. And that's what I'm about. It's like I look at the Bible as a history book. Straight up. It's all about history with me. All the religion, you can miss me with that. I'm looking at all the historical aspects, and I'm trying to correlate those with tangible, real life occurrences or happenings that we can prove, that we can put together. And that's when you understand that what pretty much that these passages and these stories and these occurrences that's written up in the scriptures It gives you locations. It gives you areas. Gives you even a time frame in some instances. And you understand that all this stuff happened way before was a thought of a New Testament. Like where did this come? This kind of like don't even go with the Old Testament. That's how I used to always think when I was a little boy. I was like, why grandma when we read the New Testament? They ain't got nothing to do with New Testament. All this talking about is Jesus, dude. And they don't say nothing about him in the Old Testament. That's how I used to think. You know what I'm saying? So now I understand, oh yeah, that's what the New Testament was really for. It's to usher in that Jesus do. You know what I'm saying? Because there's nowhere mentioned in the Old Testament. So when we understand how these different things in this religion of Christianity has came about and how it's been shaped and how it's been put up on us. Now keep in mind, the people who the originators of this Christianity, they look like us. They were swarthy. They were brown, dark skinned, or what we would call today a so-called black person. They were black or dark skinned people over on that side of the hemisphere and doing Europe. So we talk about the Byzantine, and when we talking about the Roman Empire, we automatically think of Rome where it is today. Well, the Roman Empire, the Holy Roman Empire, that was in basically in Byzantium near up in where to modern Germany and those areas out of there. So we got to understand that it was a network, going on, and the people that was in, say, the area of Rome today, they didn't necessarily agree with a lot of what was going on with the Byzantine Holy Roman Empire, their version of Christianity. So you got these different facets going on, So once you really start doing the research and understanding, you see how that shaped and became, a package that they brought over here, and we showed us the stories of the ancestors that were here, in prehistory times, that recorded, their doings and their different, histories and traditions, some of the culture, some of the things that happened, and then when you kind of can weed through the romanticism and and all of the fluff that they put into it, then you can understand like, okay, I see, that goes with that. Oh well, this is all right. Like here's the one I'll throw out. There were giants in those days and after those days. Okay, so then when you're looking at the Olmec heads, who built them? How about those are replicas of giants? Has anybody thought about that? That those Olmec heads are actual replicas of other people that they look like. They were gigantic heads from gigantic people, and they were basically leaving their likenesses. Because you got to understand the so-called Indians, or what they call them in that area of Anahuac, those pyramids, the pyramid of the sun and the moon, they said the giants built those. The Quasimodos built those. So we got to understand that this is not just historical writing. This is not just scriptural writing. This is also cultural and passed down, from the people themselves. They said this. This is what they told the conquistadors when they came over there. They said there was giants that built those pyramids. And there's accounts of some of the conquistadors fighting giants when they came over here in South America that they don't tell you about. There's even an account where they came into a great temple and there was some giants sitting there sitting down that were dying, that had been injured. These are things that that they don't tell us. So then when you understand that, oh, they excavated these giant bones, you got the Patagonia man, what I'm saying, or whatever. When you see these remains, you're like, oh, well, there was giant people. Well, they ain't gonna put it out there because they know where they are. They know what this land is. You know what I'm saying? And deep down, they have a guilt because if they didn't, they wouldn't care. They wouldn't care. You can find whether I don't care. Now we gotta hide all this stuff because we don't want them to know. You know what I'm saying? Because it's like the more information that is found and confirmed, the more validation it is. And so, what better way is to keep the people blind and make them believe that they're from another land so they can focus on some place across the seas and don't care nothing about what they're standing on? the true land of their ancestors. We ain't gonna tell them that. We gonna keep letting them think that they from over across seas, someplace that they ain't never been, ain't none of their ancestors been. You know what I'm saying? And if they do got an ancestor that came from over there, all of the American blood that's been, from generation to generation, that's been bred out centuries ago. And that's what I tell people. I'm like, if you actually had a relative that came here doing slavery, and keep in mind, according to some of the records, they were keeping the people separated. So they had the Africans over here, they had the Negroes over here, or the Americans that they had enslaved, prisoners of war over here. And they kind of kept them segregated. So if you understand then that if that was the case, then there wasn't too much intermixing as they make you believe it was. And if there was, okay, say for instance, one was we're gonna get this African, he's gonna be our buck. And so now he's gonna go ahead and he's gonna procreate with some of these wenches, right? Okay. So now they get pregnant, they have baby by him. All right, so now that baby grows up and has a child by another American woman or American man, you know what I'm saying? That's an American so-called Negro. And then that child that they have gets with another American Negro. Now you see how that African blood has been bred out? That's what happens. So how could you say you're African now when 3 generations removed ain't nothing but American blood flowing in your veins? I mean, yeah, you could say it was an African in my ancestry, but how could you say you're African if you got one African relative that you can find or two, then you got 108, that was from America. You know what I'm saying? Because each generation we multiply ancestors, right? So if you understanding that, then how could that be? You know what I'm saying? So like you said earlier, what people they want to latch on to identify with a certain aspect of their genealogy to kind of validate or to kind of basically make sense of their belief. So if I think that I got a little Indian in me, and like you saying, well, this is my great grandmama. She was a Cherokee Indian, and you see a picture of an old pale skinned woman. You're like, wait a minute, how is that? So that's kind of how they validate that their belief system. They believe that they are that because of their relation to that. Never mind all the other ancestors you got. What about your grandfather? What about your other set of grandparents on your other parent side? You know what I'm saying? So we got to look at the whole picture. Lucky for me, my grandparents, both sets, my mom and my dad, grandparents and great grandparents were born in Tennessee, in Mississippi. So my folks were basically all from the same area. I got my grandmother. She was born in Covington, Tennessee. Grandfather was born in what became Memphis, Tennessee. You know what I'm saying? That's like 40 miles from each other. Now in Covington, my grandmother told me that her papa owned acres of land. So as I'm riding, through Tennessee and I'm passing through these different, and I pass by Covington, and I think like, man, this is some of my ancestors' land, and I don't even know it. I can't, say it just irks you to know this, to know the truth. That this once upon a time, hey, this could have been your birthright. This could have been left for you. This was your people's. You know what I'm saying? Somewhere over here, that was your people's place. So it's funny how they give you everybody. Oh, you come here, y'all. All black folks were slaves. Well, a lot of us, when we look at our ancestry and look at our genealogy, we look on our records, especially when you do the census. That gonna tell you right there. So if you go on the census and your people are listed as free people of color, then how are they slaves? If your people own the land, how are they from Africa? Where they do that at? How is Africans come over here able to buy land during these times? I'm speaking of the 17, 1800s, even up to the early 1900s. How's this happen? On a large scale. So as to say to these Pan Africans that, oh, yeah, those that they was in Congress and all these folks, they was Africans. They were former slaves, so they automatically was Africans. No, they were so-called American Negroes that were prisoners of war enslaved on their own land. And when they got their freedom, they already knew the layout. They already knew what was going on because they from here. I mean, duh. How you expect somebody from another country to come over here and just about same thing with Harriet Tubman? How is she African? And she knew the land like she knew it. How you gonna go over there and give me somebody from over Africa right now? And let's go ahead and let's go ahead and try to replicate that process. Let's throw them out in the woods and tell them, look, yeah, head north, take us north, and see how far she's gonna take us. See will she have a sense of direction? No, you just don't do that. You have to be from the land to know the land. And so when people say she was African, I just golf it. I'm like, okay, that's the most stupidest thing that I've heard. How? How somebody from Africa can come over here and know what they knew? And if you saw the movie, man, it was a poor portrayal of her. You know what I'm saying? So thumbs down on that. You know what I'm saying? Because they could have got a real sister, an American sister, to really pull that off and do justice to that historical figure, in my opinion. That's just me. You didn't have to go over to Africa and find an African woman to come over here and do that. You know what I'm saying? Because if that was the case, then you should just did a real rendition of how that would have been. Just let it on out and just tell her to find freedom. You know what I'm saying? And see how well that would have fared. No, if you're dealing with somebody that knew the land like she knew, of course, she had help, yes. But you got to understand, back then, these people, that's how they basically communicated and interacted with each other. They traveled. So they knew different spots or different, trails, different ways, along the creek or through the forest, through the woods. These are definitely, and how I know this is because here I'm in the South and I got cousins that live in the hills, that live in the sticks, that live in the country, is what we would call it. And they do the same thing. Oh, we know a shortcut. We can go up the hill, up yonder, or right across the creek, and then we can jump. I'm like, huh? So they know they land, is my point. You have to be from the land to know your land. So I say all that to say basically that, we just have to use a little bit more common sense and, ascertain things more so from a factual and something that can be confirmed than just what's been told to us. It sounds good. Yeah, it sounds good. But can you prove it? I mean, how does it weigh on when you put the all of the facts, and you try to vet it, how does it pan out? That's what you go with. I mean, a lot of it is common sense. Once you do it like that, it's just common sense. Even before I even researched Harriet Tubman or that whole history of her, something just told me she couldn't have been African if she was leading people to freedom. She knew where she was going. She knew what she was doing. You just can't. I'm like, that's just like saying, okay, take an American woman over there in Africa, just dump her off and let her go ahead and show people how to get somewhere. For real? How does it gonna happen when she don't know what she is? She don't know the land. So I mean, just common sense. But yeah, man, I mean, it's deep. And as you can see, I can keep going on and on. Let me let somebody else get in so we can go ahead and maybe, get them a little dialogue. Maybe see we can answer maybe some questions in the chat. I see peace out to the chat. I see y'all in there. One love. Love and light. A1, AP.
Hey, peace, peace.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, yeah, that's a fire bill, man. Heavyweight jam right there, man.
It is. Like I say, a lot of stuff is common sense. And a lot of us usually, that's something that I'm seeing a growing number of us starting to do. And that's a good thing. I see a lot of us starting to think for ourselves and starting to research and study for ourselves. And that's, I promote that. And that's what I urge and encourage everyone to do, because it's like at the end of the day, ain't nobody going to answer you. Can't nobody co-sign for you. You're asking for yourself. So I'd rather for me to find out what's this or that than somebody else to tell me to believe what they done told me. You know what I'm saying? So no, they ain't gonna co-sign for me once I be found wrong. You like, wait a minute, but so and so, I ain't tell you that. You know what I'm saying? Oh, that's what I thought. So now, instead of going with what someone thought, I'd rather know. And the only way
Right.
you're gonna know for
It's
yourself is for you
beneficial
to do
to
it yourself. Yeah, it's
yeah,
good to take, like I give sparks, I give information out, and I do that because I want people to look into it, find out for yourself, dig deeper. I'm just scraping the surface a lot of times. I want somebody to dig deeper because I can't just dwell on this because I got all this other stuff I'm trying to put out at the same time.
right.
So
You gotta be able to do
exactly.
and you gotta be able to dig deeper because like I said, a lot of these people don't even be paying attention to what really be going on. You gotta be a critical thinker and you can't not be a regurgitator. You see what I'm saying?
No,
That's what the system sets you up to be. Is a regurgitator, not a free thinker and a critical thinker.
exactly. Exactly. Happened to
Hey,
A1.
hey, one, you in here with us? He might be having some technical
Yeah.
difficulties.
Okay, well look, you can see is anybody in the chat they got any questions, anything, we can kind of like maybe see if we can ask something that they may have a question or a comment.
Any questions in the chat from anyone? If anyone has any questions, put them in the chat now.
Let me see. I'm kind of digging this new platform we got here. It seems a little bit more smooth, and the stream is a little bit better. Okay, let's see here. See what knowledge of the Caribbean islands. Let me mute this. Okay. I see you got a question. What's that? Tanisha, right? Shanti, what knowledge do you have of Caribbean islands history? Well, that's where Columbus, that's where he touched down at. So Christopher Colon. So the histories of that, basically, when you look at the Caribbean, you know, they were inhabited by the Caribs, which is why they call it the Caribbean islands. So the Caribs were a ferocious tribe, and they were, according to the descriptions given by uh, Christopher Columbus, aka Cristobal Colon, and some of the other crew members in their writings, that they were dark complected, or what we would call Negroes, and these were the Caribs, and or should we say the ancestors of a lot of people that's in the Caribbean regions today. And a lot of them were basically once the colonial powers came in, they were swapped out. Some of them were taken to the Carolinas and Virginia, and some of the Virginia and Carolinas were swapped out, to the Caribbeans and their stead. So there's a long history that's why you have people in the Eastern Seaboard regions, and you got people in the Caribbean regions that have similarities and a lot of culture, similarities because they're from the same stock, same people. Let's see. See anybody got anything else? But let me say this too. Just touching back on what we was talking about, A1 about the Christianity thing. Just keep in mind, uh, ladies and gentlemen, that when the Americas were attacked, when the conquest was upon us, these were people who were calling themselves Christians that were coming over here. And basically, it was either accept Christianity or die. That's basically was how they came about it. And if you can look at some of the early accounts, a lot of it was in the Caribbeans. How they were basically cutting people's hands off, and if they didn't basically yield enough of the gold that they were trying to get them to mine, and so they can take back to the royal crown. So it's a lot of history, and a lot of mutilation, a lot of atrocities that occurred, and this is all recorded, and a lot of this is recorded by them themselves. They wrote it. They said what they basically, like I said, they recorded their deeds. So it's like for someone to say, "Oh, that's a lie." Well, you telling me that this man that wrote this, 4,500 years, he's
He
lying.
lying.
So I mean,
So I mean, like I said,
a lot
a
comes
lot
back.
comes back.
But the
But
Christianity
the Christianity,
that was brought over here was basically a weapon that they were using. They were using, basically to come and conquer the lands in the name of Christ, in the name of Christianity or Christendom. This is the theme that they were coming over here on. And if you look at some of the histories of how the Crusades were being, gathered to come here, you know what I'm saying? And then you got to understand back what everyone has said earlier about Rome. How Rome, basically was in America, and how it's still basically prevalent to this day. It's just on the low, what I'm saying? It goes up under another moniker or name or identity. But yeah, these powers that be are still in place, and they still control. When the Jesuit priests came to the Americas, they came and seized control for the Catholic Church. So a lot of these relics and artifacts that's in the Vatican now was excavated by a lot of these Jesuit priests that came here and took them back. A lot of the codexes were destroyed, but a lot of them were taken back and put into their museums, into their archives, into their vaults to this day. So it's a lot of this history that we don't see, we don't know. They have it, and they won't show us. I just wish that somebody could just get a tour, into the basement of the Vatican, so that's to see what all they got just hoarded down there. All of the treasures of antiquity that they done took and basically done stockpiled. So when we understand that that this is is bigger than us, we just have to basically understand what our role is in this.
Right. That's a fact. It's
Let's
really
see,
cool.
what state are Caribbeans oppressed in here in America?
Mic check, mic check. Can y'all
What
hear me?
state?
Mic check.
I'm not sure I'm understanding what do you mean. What state as far as the state of the United States, or a state as a state of being? Because isn't Haiti and these areas part of the Caribbeans? And you asking about how they're oppressed? I mean, you can see that. It's in the news. What's going on? Now, I ain't saying all people in the Caribbean are oppressed. You got some the tourist attractions down in Jamaica, Virgin Islands. These people they're doing better. But then you got other people, in other areas in these regions that aren't. Okay, let's see what else.
Going on with my
Don't see
microphone.
anything else. But what up, Aboriginal Dre? I give some shout outs. I see you. What up, New to Street 29? Dion Williams, appreciate you. Love and light. I see you, Laney. 5813. That's what's up.
I'm right here with you.
That's what's up. But I wanted to actually, come together, put this panel together, especially as we approach the end of another decade and the beginning of a new. And, basically, to kind of, just kind of, bring up to date anybody that needed any information or the any direction or guidance or whatever, and just basically let you know that going into this new decade or this new era, this new year, that we should be more so, it's like the awareness is upon us, and we got to understand that everybody ain't gonna wake up. And so my thing, going forward is I'm not going to waste my time on people that don't want to. They're just, I'm just coming to understanding that there's some among us that they care less about the histories, and they rather not know. So you can't force, somebody, to see the truth if they don't want to see it. So that's my thing is like, okay, I'm gonna give what I can, but once basically, I just had a conversation with a young lady a couple of days ago, and she asked me why did I want to be called black. Like I'm whitewashing myself by not want to be called black. And I'm like, why would you say that I'm whitewashing myself because I don't want to be called a color? I don't want to be called an identity that is a colonial term that is synonymous to property. I'm not understanding that. I'm brown. So why would I want to identify with what I really am? Only thing black on me is my hair. So I'm like, I can say I'm black haired. That's accurate, but I'm brown skinned. So it's like I was just trying to explain to her that it's like this is a self inflicted you know a travesty among us as a people because we indulge and we accept it and you basically embrace it. I'm black this, I'm black this, I'm black that. And I can remember when it first started in the early 70s. And I can remember my grandmama, getting upset about it. We not black. We not black. We colored. And I couldn't understand, why you upset? And I knew physically looking at my arm and my hand, looking at my face in the mirror that I'm on black. I'm like, I'm brown. I'm like a mahogany or some type of, caramel, mocha or something. I'm like, I'm not black, so she just couldn't grasp, me saying how it was basically, the colonial, aspect of it. When I was telling her how it would come from, why they did it, how it was that's a status, how they were classifying people that they were enslaving as such, and how it was synonymous to property. It's like then she's like, oh, you just don't know what you're talking about. I'm like, okay, well, when I'm told that, it's time to move on. Maybe she might, one day come across something that might change, and then maybe this conversation might come back in her mind, like, whoa, wait a minute, that guy was trying to tell me this, and maybe she'll wake up then. But right now, she's not ready, so it's like I gotta keep on keeping on, because there's other, souls out here that wants to be, fed some truth and some knowledge, and given some direction. So that's my direction, I guess, for going into the 2020s is that we, need to basically focus more on those, among us who get it, because we got to big amongst ourselves. We build amongst what we have, what I'm saying, and then those, hopefully that are, seeing things, for what they are, will eventually, start having eyes to see. But everybody don't have it, and like I tell people all the time, the truth ain't for everybody. Everybody ain't gonna have it. Everybody ain't gonna get it. Everybody is not gonna accept it. That's just the way it is. So understand that when you try to, I get, messages from comments from people. I tried to explain this to my family, and they calling me this, or they calling me that. And when I told them that Jesus was a manufactured thing, and they said I was an antichrist, and I'm like, well, because they are so indoctrinated into religion, and that's one of the biggest, battles internally that we as a people have to fight is this religion. Because keep in mind, up until the 1600s, 1663, this form of religion wasn't actually put upon our ancestors. So this Christianity thing, say 14, 13, 1200s, on down, it wasn't even in existence here in Americas. There was no such thing as a Jesus Christ in Americas until it was introduced in the 1600s. So now we got to understand how all that come about. Now they come in here in the name of Christ, so they introduced that concept in when they came here in the conquest, but they weren't trying to actually they supposed to came over here and calling themselves trying to convert the people, but they weren't trying to convert nobody. They're trying to take. Conversion came later, centuries later, after they was already positioned themselves, after they then took and got control and position. Then they tried, okay, what's left? We'll go ahead and Christianize them. So there can be some good Negroes, some Christian Negroes. And that's the truth of the matter. Let's see here.
Yeah, that's heavy right there though. Um, as far as like, I mean, you covered pretty much everything we talked
My
about.
cover
Like,
color resignation. All right, so A1, AP,
can you hear me?
y'all still there?
Yeah, I'm right here. Can you hear me?
Her too, but my mic is tore up. My mic sucks.
Yeah, I
Let's
don't know
see
what the
here.
hell going on with my mic, yo. Can you hear me? Mic check. Can y'all hear me in the chat?
Yeah, there we go.
Yeah, you can hear me?
Yeah, I hear you. I hear you.
Yeah. I said, nah, you covered a little bit of everything. But like I said, I wanted to just touch a little bit, like far as the Byzantine Empire, like what we was going over yesterday.
Yeah,
And even when I was talking about Montec Zoom in a second, like all of this is new to me. Like, I just
right,
really just kind of like pieced a little bit of this together, and you know what I'm saying, for the most part.
right.
I found that to be interesting that the Roman Empire was still thriving in shit. They well, according to them, the 1500s.
Yeah.
You know what I'm
Mm-hmm.
saying? The Roman Empire. When we told that the Roman Empire fell, shit, what 1,000? You know what I'm saying? They make it
Right.
seem like it
Make
was,
it seem like that.
yeah, and they just play with the different names. They play with
Exactly.
their different names. They go from Greeks to Romans.
Mm-hmm.
Then they go to Constantinople, Byzantine empires, the Ottoman Empire, um, a lot of these different ones, and then it ended up as the what, well, Catholicism is Christianity,
Mm-hmm.
but they thrive under different entities because I like all of these religions at one point in time, with the exception to whatever Christianity thrived from. Um, was basically cultures, man, belief systems that
Right.
they watched. And I believe that once they conquered the people, they made these religions mainstream because, like, just think about it. Like, they tell you, like, if you watch conspiracy stuff and you watch real deep conspiracy stuff, they'll tell you that the Catholic Church is the one that basically run the damn Judaism, they run Islam, and they run well, Christianity and
Yeah.
Catholicism, of course, whatever. But like I said, and that's the reason why they worship the Black Madonna, because whoever that the Black Madonna really was, there had to be some type of royalty in that land. And then, like I said, we find oblivious, but they was black people. And the same
Yes.
thing, like Carlos Quinto. You seen pictures of
Yeah,
Carlos Quinto,
yeah,
right?
yes. Well, see, A1, just let me let you know this now. Okay, when we're looking at, and here's this is European history. So when we're looking at European history, understand that before the Renaissance era, all of the depictions of the monarchs, the kings and queens, the nobles of Europe, they all were swarthy, dark skinned, what we would call black Negro people. All of them. Now, this is before the Renaissance, and this is before the barbarian Indo-European invasions of Europe. So now we got to look at say from the third to the from the third to the fifth centuries A.D. After or during this common era, should I say, they basically started invading different parts of Europe. From the north, say northwest to the central, and then into Asia. So these were the barbarian Indo-European tribes, or the Germanic tribes, is what they call, because a lot of them settled and usurped the Roman province of Germania, and they took the name for themselves and called themselves the Germans. You understand the hijack? So when you're looking at the history, we understand that these people arrived in Europe and started basically setting foot and taking a position and claiming, say, should we say, the thrones of some of these nobles and monarchs of Europe between the third and the fifth centuries. And it's recorded in the Claim of Thrones Part Two. I basically breaks it down and give some histories on some of the more significant Indo-European or Germanic tribes, when they came, where they come from, what parts of Europe that they basically usurped, the conquest that they came about, and how these people today in these different areas of Europe, how they came to be, because they are the spawn of these Germanic Indo-European barbarian tribes that came and settled in these different areas. So now we got this timeline. So before all this happened, it was all melanated, swarthy people throughout Europe. Hell, they even say the Chatham man, as far as to go back, they tell you that all the people, look like that. They were dark skinned. So there's no dispute that Europe used to be a melanated landmass. And like I try to tell people, to kind of connect Europe and Africa, because they are actually really in the same landmass. So when you're looking at the European history, and you're looking at say the African history, and they're saying, oh, Africans was in Europe, and well, there was a lot of that going on. It was Europeans in Africa. They were basically, because you got to understand that when they start doing say these studies and this research of the oldest remains of human remains in these different areas, even in Europe. They're coming across remains of what they call so-called black or Negro people dating, 30, 40,000 years ago. The whole skeletal remains of them intact still, which shows you who were the people in those regions in that area of Europe, back in these times. There are no skeletal remains of any Caucasian or Indo-European or Germanic people that come nowhere near, because they only been in the European regions a little over 600, well, less than 2,000 years, should I put. So they only been in Europe, less than 2,000 years. And according to them, their ancestors themselves, they say that they're the youngest tribe on earth, and so you put two and two together, you can see, how, basically the makeup of what is now today, how it came about, as far as its origins. And so when you look at the origins, you understand that these people that we're talking about in antiquity and history, a lot of them were melanated, swarthy, dark skinned, what we would call black or Negro people. And it wasn't until, say, especially in the fifth century, majority of the barbarian tribes occurred. And that we talking about Germany getting usurped, France, which used to be Gaul, getting usurped. We talking about uh, uh, Burgundia, which used to be right up under what it was Gaul. Both of these areas now is comprised of what we call France. And the people today call themselves the French. Well, these was the Merovingians, the Franks, who came. They were part of the Germanic Indo-European tribe. They came and conquered. They basically conquered the what is now France, and they call themselves the French. The people who originally usurped Burgundia, which was used to be the ancestral home of the indigenous Celts, the Adui people. They lived in these regions prior to it being usurped, by the Visigoths and the Merovingians, the Franks or whatever. These tribes come in and basically battled the people, ran them off, slaughtered them, or whatever, and took over these areas and basically assumed the identities of these people. So now you got the people that came into Burgundia. They call themselves the Burgundians. They got kicked out by the Visigoths years later, and they settled in Swiss. Now they're the Swiss. So we got to understand how this migrations and these invasions and these conquests occurred through Europe, and how it pans out, and who these people are today, and why it looks like it looks today, and how it looked, back in BC time, or should we say up until the first, the second to the third centuries before the Indo-European or barbarian invasions occurred. That gives you a whole different perspective. So now we understand who we're talking about when we talk about the Bible, and who was the Council of Nicaea, what they look like, what Constantine looked like. He was a brother, he was a Negro. He had a curly fro, full beard and everything. I mean, they got statues of him. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, it's not just me saying this, you can see it for yourself. These statues are still standing today over there, and these relics are still, in existence in some of these museums. So they actually show you who the people were and how they looked. And when you look at them, you're like, they and our way of thinking today, they black. So now you understand who basically formulated and who created this Iosis Christos, which became Jesus Christ. It was people that look like us. And it was hijacked by people that now are in power. So now we can understand really what went down and what's going on. Because when you look at antiquity and you look at all of the different groups that were in Europe prior to the barbarian invasions, it tells you who the people were. Saying who was in what lands. And then you look at some of the historical writings, that's left behind by some of the historians or the writers of these periods. They're writing about the people. They describe them. When they're talking about the Highlanders, those are the people in Scotland, the Highlanders, those kings up there, they call them swarthy. Well, when you look at what swarthy means, it means dark. So that tells you what the people was looking like before they were invaded by these barbarians that came from the Siberian Caucasus regions, and now basically have power and control over these areas today through conquest. So these are some things that we have to keep in mind and understand that that when because my grandma told me this a long time ago. She said, look, because I remember, I guess I was probably in my early 20s. Now, keep in mind, I grew up in church. My grandmother was an evangelist, so I was in somebody's church every Sunday on her, basically on her coattail. And so she kept me around with her. It was routine. So I just watched thousands of sermons, basically holy water, saying all this. And so, race, saved and sanctified and filled with the Holy Ghost. So I know all about that. You know what I'm saying? So after I got of age, I wasn't made to go to church because I was going to church 3-4 times a week sometimes. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, because not only was my grandmother an evangelist, my father was a minister as well. So we went for him going to his minister meetings, and then we had our Bible meetings, and then we had Sunday school, and then after services. I mean, so I grew up in that whole religion thing. So I know what it's all about. Trust and believe. I've been made to read the Bible several times in my lifetime, from front to back. So I understand. So the thing about it was, growing up when in this setting, you know, saying you're raised to believe and to conduct yourself in a certain manner, certain fashion, certain way, and you know it's tradition, you know. So it's like as I got older, in my early 20s, I think I went over my grandmother's house and she had said something, you know, because she always quoting scriptures. I always quoting something. Some always, if anything happened, it was a scripture for it. If my car had a flat, it was a scripture for that. If my car overheated, it was a scripture for that. You know what I'm saying? So that's how my grandmother was. You know what I'm saying? So it was like she had said something one time. I can't remember specifically what it was, but I told her, yeah, I was, that it, that didn't apply, to whatever the situation was, whatever. She kind of like, you loose here. The devil is a lie. She go into her little rant and rave and everything. And and I was like, well, grandmother, they saying that a white man wrote this Bible. What? You loose here. Ain't no white man wrote this Bible. That book is that's you see you get all excited. That book, that's a book of our people. That's about us. So I'm like, oh, see, don't you ever throw that book away. That's a book of our history. This is what she told me in my early 20s. Now I'm not, this is back now. Keep in mind, this is right around the time I'm in my Malcolm X fight the power mode. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? I just came back from seeing Malcolm X the movie. You know what I'm saying, by Spike Lee with Denzel. You know what I'm saying? So it's like I'm all in that mode. You know what I'm saying? White man, Bible, this, that, and other, And when I told her that, and she, basically rebuked me and told me that this is a book of our history, of our people. So that kind of, basically, it kind of, gave me, so a whole different perspective. Now, years later, and me doing my own research and honors and really, basically digging and dwelling and not just reading these scriptures, but really reading these scriptures and correlating them to the concordance and tracing back what the original terms and words were and putting them in a right perspective. Now you get a whole different understanding. Now you see how what these older folks, you say our old heads, when they used to say stuff like that, what they meant. So we understand that these histories were compiled by people that look like us, and they were just hijacked. Because keep in mind, see, this is what kills it all about the white man Bible and all this. When these barbarian Indo-European or the Germanic tribes of Gog and Magog, when they start usurping and invading Europe between the 3rd and the 5th centuries of the Common Era, they had no written language. They didn't read and write. They was illiterate. So how is this their Bible? Tell me that. Tell me that. Now the Bible's already written when they got here. So how is this their Bible? See, just lets you know that it was hijacked, repackaged, and given back to you. Because these folks, according to their histories, they tell you they had no written language, no alphabet. They didn't know how to read, totally illiterate. They were warlike people, nomads, wandering from place to place. This was their lifestyle. It wasn't until they came to Europe and started usurping some of these different provinces and different kingdoms that they start settling, moving in and just assuming these identities. Which is why when you look at some of these so-called monarchs today, when they show some of their royal crests, you see a Negro face on them. That shows you that these are the folks that we hijack. We them today. That's exactly the game they playing. That's exactly the game they playing. So we just got to be cognizant of it, understand, and really, look at things for what they really are, and apply our common sense daily in every aspect. You apply your common sense, because that kind of, we all got this internal voice, that speak to us and tell her like, you know better than that. You shouldn't have did that, or you need to do this, or you should have slowed down, let them come on out. You can let them by. That little voice in you that you that we all got that. That same voice controls your common sense. We just don't listen to it sometimes. Sometimes your common sense telling you, oh, that ain't the way it is. That ain't how it was. But you like, okay, sometimes you bypass common sense and like, well, that's what they said it is. Okay, well, that's the way it is. Let's roll with that. We got to stop being like that because that's what got us in the position we in now. That ideology, that thinking. So what I tell people is start thinking for yourselves. Start researching and studying for yourself. Start inquiring with people that you have seen some of their work and you know that they are in the right direction that you head. And inquire with them. You know what I'm saying? And build your community amongst us, believers and followers and seekers of truth. And minimize all the naysayers and all the, the days of me arguing, man, believe you me. I used to be on Facebook arguing up and down, slaying all of these, so-called Native Americans with the truth. They used to hate it. Kick me out so many groups because I was just hitting them back and back with the truth. You can't deny it. It's irrefutable. And they always put their laugh and do their little meme and, and all this stuff. And, so it's like those days are basically, behind me now. I don't even waste my time like that no more. Because it's like I don't have to prove what was already proven. You know what I'm saying? It's like basically now we got to come with the mentality. The burden of proof is on y'all. We here. Prove we ain't. Prove we wasn't here. That's what you do. Prove we wasn't here. Prove you was. Show me the anthropology. Show me the science that shows that you were here. Show me some Mongolo bones that's in Americans that's older than a few thousand years. And that tells you because that's what the scientists say. They say the oldest Mongoloid bones in Americas are millennium, several millennium, uh, basically younger or more recent than the oldest ones that they found. So that just shows you right there. I mean, this is science. This is damn sick. And this is information that was done in the 1800s. Stuff that they don't tell us now. That's why I tell you, you got to go back and look at the older writings when they was really telling it like it was, when they was really telling the truth. That's what you got to focus on. Focus on some of those writings. Get you somewhere like a peer group together as far as in your research. If you find this one saying this, then you look and you research, you find another one saying something similar to that, and they all in the same time frame. You saw, okay, well, these people were on study this, and this is what he has to say about it, and this is what he said. They saying the same thing, and we got somebody over here saying the same thing too. And all these people are not even related. We got somebody from over in England saying this. We got somebody from over here in America saying this. We got somebody from over here in the Middle East saying, you see what I'm saying? So that's how you can kind of, get some confirmation as far as some of the older material that's been written. Because there's a lot of people like, oh, how you gonna believe that? They wrote that 200, 300, 400. Yeah, because they were telling the truth back then. They ain't telling the truth now. The stuff that's written recently is for agendas. They serve a purpose. Back then, they weren't writing for no agenda. They were writing basically to report in earnest what they saw, because they were trying to give an accounts back to the people back in England and Europe, different parts of Europe, Spain, whatever. They were writing back to, they were reporting what they saw in the Americas, what they were doing in the Americas. If you read some of this stuff that Christopher Columbus, aka Cristobal Colon, was writing back to the Royal Crown in Spain, see what he was saying. See how he was describing the people. How he was saying he could bring, about 50 men over there and enslave the whole village, the whole land. See, these are things that they were saying in their records. This is in his journal, Christopher Columbus, aka Cristobal Colon. This is in his journal. He wrote this himself. So this is what I go with, because that's more damning, than somebody telling me what they think. No, I'm telling you what I know, because this man wrote this. This is what's on his mind. This is what he was thinking. You can't tell me nothing different. So basically it comes down to what you calling him a lie, because this is what he said. So now that kills it. Because what they gonna do? Oh yeah, I'm calling him a lie. Oh, so you was there, so you can prove it. So now it makes them look stupid. So that's how you kill all that. You just kill. And I was basically doing this. Some of these Native American sites or whatever, they'll come to my page after I put a post out and want to, barrage me with all this BS, and I just start hitting with facts, chopping, boom, boom, ask them questions that they couldn't answer. You know what I'm saying? Give me some of your genealogy. How long your people been in here? You know what I'm saying? Where were y'all at during the civil rights movement? When the Indian, the American Act, Civil Rights Act, which was really the Indian Act, right? And Indian acts, was signed. You know what I'm saying? Where were y'all at back then? Y'all wasn't protesting. I'm like, I ain't seen not one picture of none of y'all picking no cotton and doing the South. All of them were enslaved Indians, for what they were calling those folks. Where were y'all, in Tulsa, doing the Tulsa Wall Street, Black Wall Street? Where were y'all that did? I don't see none of y'all in none of these historical pictures. None. So where were y'all at? See what I'm saying? So it's like, just basically with their absence, they can't account for it. And that's nullifies all of their argument. So we have to be more basically prepared, because they're gonna try you, they're gonna kill you, try to kick the compulsory education version out of Africa theory. Oh, y'all from Africa, y'all. Okay, so they actually still with that. You from Africa. All black people originated in Africa. So I flipped the script. Well, where you originated from? What part of the Caucasus did you come from? What part of Siberia was your nomadic people from? What part of Hyperborea did y'all crawl out of? You tell me that, because you're not European, you're not native or indigenous to nowhere on earth. So where you from? And that sets them up. So you just got to be straightforward with them sometimes, because you ain't gonna tell me what you want, what you think I am, or what you want to make me be, and don't know nothing about me, when I know more about you than you do. That's where that what I'm saying, where the truth, basically, where they say the truth hurts. That's where it comes into play at. The truth hurts, because I know about you. I know more about you and your people than you do. I can tell you where y'all come from, and you can't even tell me. What part? Where y'all come from? Oh, well, we come from Sweden, or we come from England, or we come from Wales, or we come from Scotland. No. Where before your folks came to those areas did y'all come from? Because y'all ain't originally from there. Y'all migrated there. So where before that were y'all from? They don't know. See what I'm saying? That's where they go blank at. They like, because they have no knowledge of their own histories before they invaded Europe. A lot of them. So when I tell them, no, these are product of the Indo-European Germanic tribes, the barbarian invasions. The Huns, the Scadians, that's y'all folks. They became the Slavic people. Those y'all folks. That term Slav, that's the root word for slave. That's where they all started from. When you look at the etymology of the word slave, it comes from the Slavs, who were enslaved, or basically they were taken into subjugated and taken to servitude by the Moors in the 9th century. So that's where the term slave comes from. The Slavic people who were basically in servitude or enslaved is where the word comes from. So the action of the Moors going in and taking this group of people and putting them into subjugation became the term slave. So it's not nothing to do with us. It has everything to do with the Slavic people. So we got to understand that. So, because all of these facts you throw right back at them. Like, well, you calling me an African, I come from slavery. No, wait a minute. Your people was the slave. You Slavic. Those are your origins. That's where the word comes from, the Slavic race. And they shut up because they don't know nothing. So it's like, that's how you just kill it with the truth. And that's what I try to do. Every chance I get, so I, cut down on all of the BS. Cut to the chase, here's the truth. And like I tell them again, and I just had a conversation with a gentleman the other day. And he was talking about his grandmother was a Cherokee. Yeah, my grandma was a Cherokee. Now, this is a Caucasian guy, Indo-European. I think he said it was German and what was it, German and Irish. And so he said that his mom, his great grandmother was Cherokee Indian. And I was like, that's funny. That's what my grandmother told me, that my great grandmother was full blooded Cherokee. And he just looked at me. And I'm like, and then as I'm looking through history, a lot of the Cherokees look more like me than you. And he was like, I'm like, come to think about it, have you ever researched the Dawes laws? He's like, don't think I've ever heard of those. I said, well, you might want to look into the Dawes law, because when they were doing, the Dawes rules, rather, when they were doing the Dawes rules, that a lot of the Indo-Europeans or the people that were coming over here were paying $5 to be classified as Indians. Perhaps your great grandmother was one of those people, and he just walked off. So that's basically how we have to be. Basically, as we are researching this truth, we got to be bringers of the truth. We got to speak the truth, speak it into existence, because that's what it is. It's the truth. Speak it into existence. Let's see. DNA is a hoax and cash cow for these enemies. The oldest remains found in America is Lucia out of Brazil. Test your DNA against her. They'll never do that. See, that's the thing about it. And I put out a challenge, I think about 3 years ago. I challenged all geneticists worldwide to do a study on the Americans that you call the African Americans. I would like for you to test our DNA against the oldest remains found in America. You know why they won't do that? Because it'll kill the out of Africa theory. It'll totally obliterate it. And they know it. They know it because the majority of us have common ancestry or common DNA to the remains here in America. And keep in mind, when y'all doing these DNA tests, understand that these are sample, basically markers that they have already prearranged,
Yup.
put in pre-locations.
That's
It's already, because keep in mind, man, why is America not one of the locations? Why is it this Europe, Africa, and Asia? How come America doesn't have, a marker?
Mm-hmm.
You see what I'm saying? So it's all a conspiracy. Why is the so-called black man or the Negro only allocated to Africa?
And you know what? Hey, real quick,
Yeah.
bro. You know something else too, right? Like I said, most people, when they look at Louisiana, they just look at Louisiana. They don't know that it was 81 skulls found all together when in the sample to go to whatever. And they said that now, look, I got a few articles, man. I'm talking about a couple articles, and most of them is surrounding Dr. Neves or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
But
I got a lot of stuff for him too.
Yeah, because they kind of use him but they already tell you. See, they say in South America, none of the bones in South America are mongoloids. None of them. They said
none of
them resemble Africans or Melanesians. That's what
they said.
They don't even say Australians at that point in time.
No.
They say Africans and Melanesians.
Yep.
Right. So we already know what the Melanesians and look like Africans. So it's not even close. But like I said, there's so I got a lot of articles on it, and then I also got other archaeologists. I also got archaeologists from the 1900s talking about what they find in intrusive Negro skulls, all in the Caribbean, Virgin Island, Cuba, everywhere. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. And it's like, listen, for the most part, the gig is up. Like,
it is.
But what people still trying to get a grasp of is like, all right, we think we was in the wilderness. We think we was people who was just we was primitive hunter gatherers.
No.
So
see, A1, when they talking about that aspect, the hunter gatherer, they really actually talking about the Mongoloids because they are hunter gatherers. That's their background. They're nomadic tribes. So they're really talking about them. But they basically bypass the history of the Aborigines who lived in buildings, who lived in cabins and homes. So that's the part that they don't tell you, because even in the book of the Natural Aboriginal Histories of Tennessee, before the first settlements they in by white folks in 1768, it states that when he was asking these Mongoloid tribes that had came into the area about these different dwellings, they said they was there when they got there. So who built them then? You see what I'm saying? Same thing they said about the mounds. The mounds was here when we got here too. Oh, this structure was here when we got here too. So even the author says that it was left. You said with all of this, information that he got from these tribes that was in the area. He said he wasn't left with anything to believe that these were the works of the Aborigines. So then, who is he talking about? And we understand that term, like Malcolm X will say, that term has always been used for people of dark hue, dark complexion, swarthy, dark skinned people. Those are the Aborigines. There's always been that way. Actually, it's got white folks now saying that they Aboriginals to certain areas. I'm like, where? Where on earth are you Aboriginal to? You see what I'm saying? So we have to also put our foot down on that as well, because we got some of them testing it. Oh, well, white folks are Aboriginal to Europe. I was like, how? How is they Aboriginal with Europe when we have remains of so-called Negro people found in Europe from 30 to 40,000 years ago that predate the white folks, by that time frame, who only been in the European areas or the areas of Europe and Asia for around 2,000, less than 2,000 years. I'm like, so we have to understand, how all this plays out. You know what I'm saying? So when we talking about that term Aborigine, and we understand who they're talking about and make that difference. Because when I'm reading this book, they are referring, keep in mind, like I said, this book is written like in the late 1700s. So they are referencing the Mongols as the Indians, because during this time, this is when they basically start, having contact with them. And like you were saying, they weren't nowhere in these areas. Here's the funny part about it. I'm traveling all over the South. I don't see none of them. The only folks that I see that call themselves Indians is white folks. I don't see no Mongols nowhere in the South as I'm traveling claiming to be an Indian. When I come across a Mongol, they either Chinese, Japanese, Korean, Taiwanese, or something from Asia.
Now look,
Because I asked them.
you
I
see,
said, what's your name? I said, oh, I'm Korean. I'm Chinese. Because I'm expecting them to say, oh, I'm from, Cherokee, or I'm from, they don't say none of that. So that's lets you know that, this whole, I guess propaganda is a better way of putting it. It was a lot of propaganda for us to believe, and part of the indoctrination and part of the reason why a lot of us came identified, with us being the offspring or the descendants of these people that they would call the Aboriginals on this land when they got here. And then all the relics, all the artifacts, all of the murals, the drawings, the pictures, all show them as what we call black folks today. So once we understand, that this basically the Mongoloid aspect is something that's basically has been proxy. And keep in mind, I even got records showing that in the 1850s, the California Supreme Court, they classified all of the Asians, the Chinese people that was coming in, doing the gold rush over there. They classified them as Indians.
that's right. 1860.
Yeah,
In 1860 something. I'm trying to think of it. Shout out
they
to sister.
classified them all as Indians.
Yeah. My people. Sister. Akumak. She sent me some information on that.
Mhm.
Yeah, they classify real quick. Can you see the screen?
Yeah, I see it.
All right. So this is Tenochtitlan. This is the market of Tenochtitlan.
Hmm.
Right now, that these people is styling heavy. They stunting like their fathers and shit. Of course.
Right.
But this is just a depiction of what we was doing. These people is imitating us, right? But this
Exactly.
is supposed to be Tenochtitlan land. And if you
Right.
see, you know what I'm saying,
Hmm.
everything you see people over here, like if you look over here, you see they strapped up, they got their
Hmm.
stuff ready to move out. These people got carpets and all types of stuff right here. If you see the back of it,
Right.
it's a huge peninsula. Now this is an advanced fucking city now.
Oh
This is
yeah.
like because I mean like if you really get technical, it was on like it was like what they call it, a peninsula, like
Yeah, it
something
is.
like
Yeah,
what
it is. Yeah.
Dubai is now. How
Hmm.
Dubai is built today. If you look, I watched them build Dubai from just putting sand, but nonetheless though, this is similar to what they did in Dubai, right?
Right.
But if you see, people is conducting, they trading, people is trading. It's numerous different things going on. Over here, you see like a dentist. You see dentistry going on over here. You see, it's a lot of different things going on if you look in this picture.
Yeah, it is.
Just an image of what was going on in Tenochtitlan. And like I said, Tenochtitlan thrived until Hernan Cortez came here in the 1500s.
Hmm.
This shit was still bumping like this up until the 1500s, until they
Hmm.
came here and found Tenochtitlan. You know what I'm saying? But like you said, how they hijack, and even the Mongoloids, you don't find no image, nothing. Like I said, even in Central America, South America, them people bones don't go back no further than probably 800 years.
Yeah, yeah. They just
Right.
recently. A lot of them got here in the 13th century.
You
That was the late 1200s. A lot of them got here.
But
This,
remember, just remember this too, right? When we talking about these times, we got to put in account that a lot of these times are incorrect.
yeah, they
Like
corrupted.
just to say that, for example, we use it times just to give people
A perspective.
a
Yeah.
perspective. But
Hmm.
understand this, like, you know what I'm saying. I heard a lot of people say that the time is 1439. This is the
Right.
real exact date, 1439. So if you go back 500 years from 1439, we damn near in the 11th century. We damn near in the, you know what I'm saying? We damn near in the 11th century, like the 9th century. Like, you know what I'm saying? If you go back 500 years from now, think about this shit. If it's really 1439 and they added 500 years to the calendar, if we go back 500 years, that's in the 9th century, or according to their time.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Hmm.
So, like, we gotta really like when it comes to understanding it, because we know that they just created the calendar that they all operating off of. Like right now,
Yeah.
I can't even really get into the different calendars. I have to pull up because I want to be correct about them.
Yeah. The
But
Gregorian calendar. That's what we on now.
you know, but the one before the Gregorian calendar was what?
Exactly. Exactly. They basically. Well, when you look at the Mayan calendar,
Hmm.
you can see how it was a big thing about, oh, in 1999 they ain't writing them. Well, I've come across writings and actually studies that show that the Mayans actually, they even have writings from like 6,000 to 7,000 years out from here. You see what I'm saying? So yeah, our calendars are corrupt. I mean, case in point, the Sabbath day is Saturday, but we celebrate or we worship or observe it on a Sunday. And that was changed, and that was done a few hundred years ago itself. So like you said, a lot of this stuff basically, has been altered and changed, and we have just basically become like today byproducts of how it has, basically been passed down. So now we participating or basically operating on their system that's been put in place. But this, like you said, there's been um, centuries added, some taken. And I believe I forget the professor, the Russian professor, but he had a study on it. He was showing, the gaps in the timelines and how they repeated different events in history, and how something happened like 500 years later, and they named it something else, but it was the exact same thing that happened 500 years prior. You see what I'm saying?
Real quick too, real
Yeah,
quick. When you was mentioning something about, remember you were saying when the so-called Europeans came into that region, you
yeah,
put a date on it, right?
yeah.
When I was telling you that, let me go real quick. I wanted to see something real quick. All right, when I was telling you that the word Slavic, it say first appears in the Byzantine records. This is
Hmm.
what it says: first appears in the Byzantine records in the 6th century.
Hmm.
Okay, all right. So now the Slavics are pretty much. Let me go. just so we can get an understanding, because people don't really understand who the Slavics are. Like, y'all,
Right.
you don't get it. You just don't get it. Look, they say the Slavics are Europeans, right? According to them, these are their
Mm-hmm.
names, but we know who they are, Slavics. All
Right.
right, and people
Slav.
who
Mm-hmm.
speak Slavic language, right? Now,
Mm-hmm.
it goes to tell you right here. It said they are native to Eurasia. It's saying stretching from Central, Eastern, and Southern Eastern Europe. So
Right.
all the way eastward, Northeast Europe, Northern Asia, Siberia, Central Asia, Kazakhstan, whatever, etc. Right now, it's saying they
Mm-hmm.
are the second largest, eh, no, linguistic group in Europe. Right, it's saying
Right.
followed by the Germanic people. Right,
Right.
but if you research the Germanic people far further enough, it will tell you that they're Slavics too.
They are.
Right.
Exactly. They are the same people.
Yes. Now it's saying, now look, it tells you right here, it tells you all who the Slavics are: the Russians, Ukrainians, the Czechs, the look, the Slovaks, um, I mean the Colts, all of the Europeans basically are Slavics, right?
Yep.
Now it kind of go back, right? Because like what I was saying about the Byzantine Empire, which is some interesting, which ain't nothing but the fucking Roman Empire. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Um, but when you understand what's going on, right? Pretty much, because they, like I said, they're under the Roman Catholicism too.
Yeah.
Now, remember what I was saying, that all of the Roman Empire 500 years ago was niggas. So where did these Europeans come from? And when you look up the term Slavic and the word slave, it tells you the entrailment of the entire people,
Yep.
saying throughout Eastern Europe. No, I'm sorry, but throughout Asia, Europe, and they say Africa.
Africa.
Right?
Exactly. Because
So
that's Barbarian. That's
that's
what they
right.
were saying on a lot of them at.
So yeah, you said Barbarian, which we refer to as Africa, right? And
Mm-hmm.
this is the reason why they can get that name too, Barbarians.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't Barbarians. You understand what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Like it's a barbarian will be a derivative or someone trying to be a Barbary or to that something to that
Right.
effect or whatever. In speech. But however it go, like I said, it's very interesting because now what do we know about the Slavics? The Slavics had to be these people. Because look, I'm gonna tell you some funny shit too. Check this out. When you go down right here, right? Look, something real funny I see right here, right? It says it said people who understand each other, in contrast to the Slavic word denote German people. It said namely meaning silent, mute people. It said from Slavic, nim, mute, mumbling. Okay, now what did they say that the cavemen was doing when they found? They was grunting and making all types of noise. They didn't have a language. They was talking in like in caveman type shit. That would be like a mumbling or like you understand what I'm saying? Like
Mm-hmm.
they're telling you like don't get it wrong. I know this is I don't really fuck with Wikipedia. Like, but you can at least take some of the shit and then source it, because some of the stuff is source. Like if you go down, it will come from a source.
Right.
Um, but for the most part, when we deal with the Slavics, these are the people I think that was so-called sliced or genetically created, which is the people who we see today. That's the reason why it would make sense that they just pretty much got listen, because we gotta wipe this out our brain. Prior to the 1800s, all of the image of white people you see enrolling and controlling or doing any of this shit that they said they was doing is a motherfucking lie, yo. They were slaves. They were Slavics. They were slaves the whole fucking time, yo. They just came off the porch. Like
Mm-hmm.
really, they just came off the reports.
Literally, in the last few centuries,
Yes.
in the last, she should say in the last millennium.
And then look. So real quick, I just want to see something real quick. I want to see something real quick, just for my own personal. Cause look, I want to look at the word "safe." I want to see. I want to see what date they got that this word was created.
Right.
Now, like I said, if because sometimes you can catch the truth within what they tell you. They tell on themselves a lot. Because remember, we just said that they might have added time to the so-called what's the name, right?
Right.
So this is say late 13th century, right?
Mm-hmm.
Let's say late 13th century, right? And then look, it say the oldest written history of the Slavs can be shortly summarized. The myriad of slave hunts and the entrailment of the entire people, right? It says
Right.
Slav was the most prized of human goods, with increased strength outside the marshy lands of origin. It said hardened the utmost against all privations, industrious content with little good humor. That's all irrelevant. But what is relevant is to say he filled the slave markets of Europe, Asia, and Africa. Okay, now this is kind of interesting too, right here. It say it must be remembered that for every Slavic slave to reach his destination, at least 10 succumbed to inhuman treatment during the transportation and to the heat of the climate. Now it's telling you wherever these people came from, they had to travel across the heat. Now, what does it tell you? It's stories mentioned like this in the Bible that's similar, telling you about people who was treated or people who was grafted in this. If you understand it, like I mean, if I can't tell you right now exactly what verse it is, but I have read similar. I've read stuff that will make me, you know what I'm saying, think about what I just read that I read in the Bible. But nonetheless, though, right? It tells you right here, it's still telling you the Byzantine Empire. You see, the Byzantines came to meet, whatever, but it's going to pretty much allude to them pretty much dealing with them. I just read in the Wikipedia link. You know what I'm saying? But that's the interesting thing. Like, look, now they tell you right here in Wikipedia. Now we know Wikipedia be off, but Wikipedia said right here the origins. You go down to origins. You go down to origins. Let me see. I want to be correct. It said first appeared or whatever right here in 1527 to 1565. Right now, look. Now, what would be the chances is that's the 1500s? I mean, well, it don't say 15. It say 527 and 565. I'm sorry. But what would be the chances that if that's the 15th century? Y'all still with me?
Yeah, I'm still here. I'm still here.
I think Medicine Man dropped out. Let's see if he come in.
He might be waiting on you in the back.
Nah, I don't see him he ain't in the back yet. He must have dropped. I don't see something happen. He must have dropped out. Um, Hold up. What you saying? Saying in the membrane, the oldest remains is not. Yeah, man. We know the oldest remains is not losing. We know that, man. If you read Forbidden Archaeologist by Michael Creedmoor, he tell you, man. I'm talking about. He says it, and he's an archaeologist, not me. So you got a lot of people don't really want to get into him because they believe you're crack or whatever. But nonetheless, though, he tells you that they found skulls and they found human remains in America that's supposed to be up to 300 million years old. Now this is what he's saying. This is not what I'm saying. I'm just reading it, and I'm you know what I'm saying. I'm looking at his accommodations, and other archaeologists look up to him. So he has to have some truth to what he's saying. So yeah, we got that. We know Lucy ain't the oldest. but that's the oldest one that's recognized. All the other ones wasn't. They didn't do a bust of, and then have the archaeologist why they doing the bust, or the person, or whatever the person name of the person who reconstructs. You know what I'm saying? I forgot what title it is, but they got him as he doing it, saying that she's a Negro. So that's the reason why we use her, because of that. Who you arguing with, Chief Holiday? Yeah, but for the most part, yeah, man. I mean, damn, hope Medicine Man can AP. Can you give Medicine Man a call to see if he gonna come back in?
About to give him a call right now. He's texting me right now. Hold on.
All right.
He said he in the back. Let him back in.
Nah, he ain't in the back. I don't see him in the back. Yeah, well, while we waiting for the brother Medicine Man to come through,
He said he in the back now.
I don't see him. Let me see. Oh, matter of fact, you know what? I'm sorry. I do see him. My bad. My bad. I'm sorry about that, fellas. I ain't know, like, if it's double like that. You back in right now. Sorry about that.
Y'all hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you now. My bad.
Okay, cool. Cool. I'm back. Oh no, I was trying to. I was actually about to share some. If I was doing the screen share, I
All
had
right,
a.
let me stop my shit. Let me stop mine first.
No, I ain't gonna try it because it basically it took me to a whole nother screen. I mean, I don't know.
Nah. What you do is look. Can you see? Look on my screen. Can you look on my screen now while I got it open? It's sharing.
Yeah.
I'm sharing the screen right now, so you can see me move it. Right. So look,
Okay.
you see right here the blue screen. Stop screen.
Yeah.
Okay. While my screen is running, it's going to say stop screen, but before my screen is running, it's going to say share screen. So you click on that. It's going to take you to a little like box, and then it's going to have application for entire screen. It's going to say application. It's going to say something else. Click on entire screen,
Yeah.
and then then click on share. And then once you see StreamYard.com is sharing your screen, at the bottom, you're sharing. So I'm about to click it off right now, and then you try to go into it if you want to share your screen.
Okay. Let me see.
All right. So let me stop it real quick.
Salute, man. I'm gonna
Peace.
keep my mic off. I'm gonna let Medicine Man go ahead, and then I got something I really want to share, man.
No doubt.
Go ahead. Hey, go ahead and share that while I
Major
try to go ahead
things.
and do the screen share. It might take me a minute, so you can go ahead and share that.
Yeah.
Did he mute his mic?
No. I don't know. He and left every voices in. I think he can hear us. You can hear us, right?
Yeah, I can hear you, A1, but I can't hear the brother Medicine Man.
You can't hear medicine, man.
Oh,
Um,
okay.
yeah, salute to Aboriginal power, man, and everybody in the chat.
Oh man.
Oh, go ahead. You want to share that while he was trying to get himself together? You could do that.
Yeah,
Riff.
go ahead. Yeah, tell him go ahead.
All right, okay, so all right, so basically, I'm gonna keep it real short, but I wanted to share this with the family because the big bro here, A1, you already touched on it. I touched on it, but it basically stems from the question of the census, right? And what we're supposed to do, right, in terms of Indians not taxed, right? I don't know if you remember that conversation.
Mm-hmm.
So basically, it's like this. Everybody in the family knows I'm Jamal, aka Lift Every Voice. That's my platform. And I love to bring in law. I like to bring in sources. I like to bring in documents. So for everybody that wants to know where the term Indian not tax originated, I'm going to drop some documents so people can look up. Okay, so real fast, I need our people to basically get a hold of the Articles of Confederation if they don't already have it. Also, the Constitution, right? Article 1, right? And then, of course, we have the 14th Amendment. Now, when we talk about these documents, these are very important documents in terms of law, in terms of American law, or what is practiced as American law. And if we go to the Articles of Confederation, it refers to the Indians, quote unquote, right? They refer to the Indians that are not part of a state. Okay, that's very important, which is going to take us to the census when they started writing down Indians not taxed. So it's like this, right? So you went from the Articles of Confederation where they talked about that only Congress can, they're the ones that are appointed to regulate commerce between the Indians that are not part of a state. Okay, it's very important. So within that document is basically setting it up to where we at today. And Chief, the Supreme Chief, shout outs to him if he's in here, if he's still on here. He raised the question of what do we put, right? If you're an Indian, or you've discovered yourself, you've done your genealogy and everything, what do you put on the census? Well, check this out. In history, the directions, right, that were given to the census takers was always to not enumerate, just like it says in the Constitution, Article 1. Indians are not enumerated and not taxed. But the way the tax system worked was that if the so-called Indian broke away from their tribal relations, right? If they broke away from their tribal relations, then they have an opportunity to be a U.S. citizen or federal, right? Part of the federal government, or they fall under the jurisdiction of the federal government. But as long as they kept their tribal relationship, they were considered um, a sovereign nation, a sovereign entity. Okay, that's very important for our people to understand. So guess what, y'all? If anybody wants to do this, all you have to do is go to the census website itself. And you know what they have? They literally have the directions for all this. Well, not all of them, but most of them. The census is going back to 1790, the very first census. Okay. So on the very first census, you see that the directions are to the census takers is to not count. Okay. It's like mean they're not supposed to enumerate Indians not taxed. So Indian not taxed basically means Indians who are not part of a state. And Indians who are not part of a state are basically within their tribal, nation. So they're sovereign within that capacity. Okay. So that means in 1790, the very first census, Indians who were not part of a state weren't supposed to be taxed, who aren't taxed, because the only way you can be taxed is if you leave your tribal nation and join the federal government, and then they start taxing you. Now you can have an avenue to citizenship, but you can't. But like they couldn't get citizenship unless there was a treaty involved, or legislation was passed through Congress, because they were considered a separate nation. But see, the thing is, a separate nation that was under the care of the federal government. So it was like a quasi sovereign status. Now, here's what happened going forward. What they did, and if anybody wants to check me on this, if you go to the census website, it has all the directions. It says from 1790, and then up to from 1860 down to present day. But here's the thing. In around 1860 or so, the census direction was this. Indian was supposed to be slated under color. So on the census page, right, the census takers are supposed to fill in the name of the people, their age, their sex, and then they're supposed to put in color. So that box had a whole bunch of descriptions. They had white, black, mulatto, Chinese, and Indian. Okay? So they put all of these, right, descriptions in the color box. So that means they would put your name, your age, your sex, and then under the color, they'll figure out whether you're white, black, mulatto, Chinese, or Indian. So very early, that means 1800s, early 1800s, they were already putting Indians under a category of like, well, they used it as a way to describe color. But the interesting thing is, in law, white and black are status. You see, and you have Chinese, you have mulatto. So were they talking about the person's skin tone? Because nobody's skin tone is necessarily Indian, right? So they were literally putting Indian into a particular status category. And then guess what? They did this from 1790. You had the Indian not tax in the directions, and then in 1920 they stopped doing that. Because why? 1920s or 1924, Calvin Coolidge passed the law making all Indians, whether they're part of a tribal nation or part of a reservation, he made them all federal citizens under the 14th Amendment.
But you know what though? To go with that though, outside of that, the reason they stopped because they started classifying you as colored and Negro without against your will on like the Racial Integrity Acts, and they
Fact.
started doing that. Understand this too. When you look at the one I showed you, the enumeration to the U.S. Marshals, it tells you in column 6, put IND. But what they did was they burnt the census records. That all of the records that had IND on it, now people was lost. They only could say it by word of mouth. So what they did was they just started to put down colored or Negro on your birth certificate automatically. So like when you said so after you see it disappears and they come up with this they trying to work the Indians so they can kind of tax them in a way too, because once they want even on that what the fuck is that shit mom I was reading the other day, what is the name of the act, the Snyder Act, right?
Yeah.
Even on the Snyder Act it mentions something, it kind of deviates to them being taxed in some way.
See, but the way they get taxed though is very important in law. The way they did it is because since Indian nations are considered a separate sovereign entities, the only way they can be taxed is if they willingly decide to join the federal government. You understand what I mean? They have to break away from their, you know what I'm saying, their nation, and then join the federal government. Once they start getting taxed, now they become citizens, but they need a treaty and they need Congress. Like for instance, the Cherokee, they got their citizenship, one of the first to get their citizenship, but they did it through a treaty. That's because they broke away from their traditional tribal relations. But guess what? Everybody else that were considered Indian, they were not taxed because they kept their tribal relations. But still, they were considered, quasi sovereign. And I have a paper here. I won't have time to read it, but it talks about Indians being domestic wards of the federal government. Like literally, it said that.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, it called Indians domestic wards.
Yep.
But the point I'm trying to make is this: The federal government or the federal system has a way of classifying, and it really basically goes by status. So you have black, white, and then they added mulatto, which basically is black or colored, right? And then they had Chinese, and then they had Indian. So
What year? Oh, what year was that? What year was that? What year was that?
oh, if you want to see this, brother, pull up the census and or maybe just pull up, just put in census instructions 1860. It will come up right there at the top, brother. I guarantee you. You can show your screen right now, and it would be beautiful because the family could see it. It literally states that you can see everything I'm telling you right there, right there. And they also give you an example of what the census look like, so you can look at the columns. They literally categorize, people that are insane, blind,
Let me
crazy.
ask you a question. Do that census go up to the 1900s?
Yes, it does. They have all of it is there. Like,
All
come
right,
on,
all
bro.
right. So that one, I got that one. I got that one. I got that one. All right, that one is a read. That one is what they redid that one, because when you go back, right now, check this out. I got the same one you talking about. I know exactly what you talking about. I got total population, white, black. Then they got Indian. You don't start seeing Indian until after 1860, right? And then they got Chinese, and then
Mm-hmm.
they got all other races. Then you start seeing Hispanic, but you don't see Hispanics until like 18, to like 1930, 1940, right? So now look, when you go to National Archives and you look at the census, all the census are on there up till 1860. You don't see none past 1860. You don't see none past 1860, right?
You mean in terms of Indian, not tax?
No, 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 no. I'm talking about just the census period. When you start seeing the census, like the all right, you got to go to National Archives and look at the census there and check them out. Now the Indians not taxed. I know that's just something totally different. I got you. I'm just saying because some of the census I've seen, I didn't see them use black until like I never seen them put black on no census. Always seen free white person, free white woman, free white man, and then it say all other free persons, and then say free colored. Yeah, it
Okay.
don't even say slaves on the original one that I've
Okay.
seen. But I
Okay.
got a
So,
copy. I got the 1790 cent. I got the same one. I got the same one you talking about. I got
if you want to see black on there, you have to go to the 1860, 1870, and it's right there. The U.S. Census website literally they're showing the original instructions that were given to them by Congress, and they also have copies of that census right there. And you can see under the category of color, they have black. They have white, black, mulatto, Chinese, and Indian. I think those were the only categories right in that one particular column. So they could ask somebody their name, their age, and their sex, and then they would also find out whether or not they're white, black, mulatto, Chinese, or Indian. Right there, and they would either check it off, white. They'll put W, black, B, just like that. So I've actually seen an actual historical copy. And so what I want our people to understand is by 1920, Indian not taxed was basically taken out of the instructions. And now what ended up happening is 1924, President Calvin Coolidge, basically made all Indians, don't matter whether they're part of a reservation, whether they on their own, whether they're in their own families or whatever, they all became 14th Amendment citizens. And guess what? There's a New York tribe here around that time that sued the federal government for that. They actually went after the federal government and said, hey, they didn't agree with that because you basically, under the assumption, color of law, you just turned people into citizens of the
the
federal government.
Montauk. That's the Montauk Indians. The Montauk. They went to
Yeah.
court. The judge said like it was other people in the town that knew the chief was the chief, but when he came in there, the judge said that it wasn't none of no Montauk was present, and he said that wasn't no full-blooded Montauk was in it because the Montauk was black. You talking about
Right.
that case, the one of 19? I can't. It's 19 something. It's the earliest, like it's an early, like before the double digit, before 1910.
You're right. You're right. No, you're absolutely correct. And so our people we have to be aware of this history and how they shifted the classification, how they shifted our, sovereign capacity into one of domestic wards. Do you understand? Like we were dependent on them. So see, that's why I don't trip when my people call themselves Indians, indigenous, Moors, things like that, because as I'm looking and studying the documents, the laws, and how they were switching things up, I'm realizing that's how they were able to do what? Disenfranchise us. So unless you stand up and you declare that you don't fall under their jurisdiction, okay, then they're gonna assume, right? Since 1924, they're gonna assume that you are a 14th. If you say Indian, that means you're a 14th Amendment citizen of the federal government. Okay, so we have to be very clear on that. We have to be very clear on that's what Calvin Coolidge did. Okay, so if the census comes around and it has Indian on there, it's not the sovereign capacity or status, it's the 14th Amendment status. And it's interesting, some of the people that are part of the sovereign communities, what they say, right? They say that the 14th Amendment was basically created for so-called blacks or colors. They became citizens when the 14th Amendment right came into effect, because it came around during the Reconstruction, right? And so now you're talking about 1868. But the thing is, we have to understand our status is determined by whether or not we agree to be part of that. Because in the 14th Amendment, it's very clear. It says that there's two types of citizens. All right. And if you're considered white, you're not a 14th Amendment citizen. Okay? If you're considered white, you're not a 14th Amendment citizen. But we also have to add that Indians, so-called Indians or Moorish Americans or whatever, you also have to declare that you are not, because it's a willing thing. It's about you volunteering yourself into that category. And so that's why we were saying that when the census comes around, you really shouldn't be messing with that, because then you're going to be categorizing yourself other than a sovereign or a national or someone that that has their own nation. So that's really what I wanted to share. I would love to share the documents, and perhaps I'll be able to do a presentation showing all these things so that our family can be aware of what's going on. But again, everybody that wants to check it out, just type in directions, census, U.S. Census directions. It will take you to the U.S. Census site, and you can go back in time and see, how everybody's status was, classified, on
Hey,
that particular process.
hey,
Put
bro,
it in
not
the
to cut
chat.
you off, but yeah, before I forget, hey, peace, prosperity, to all American Aborigines. Troopers in the building. Hey, bro, you just sparked something that at the end of the day, right? I feel like we should be suing these people for these documentation, right?
Yes,
By
sir.
them counting us, by them naming us socially, because it's not legal. White, black, is caste system. We need to call them to the carpet about that. Like, cause like too many times we gotta explain black white shit. I don't want to have to explain that. Nobody's black, nobody's white. So even if they're creating these statuses and then going back and changing them on census reports and whatever that's illegal. So people be asking us, what should we do with the census? We should be suing them. It should be a class action lawsuit. Shout out to Dr. Claude Anderson for 98% of the so-called African Americans that are here. It should be a class action lawsuit for all of these. Like, we shouldn't even be having these type of conversations. When are we gonna start pressing these motherfuckers? At some point, you can't put white on a piece of paper. That is it is international crimes, y'all. This is an international crime that they're committing on us. And I don't understand
Chief,
why we
chief, 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 chief. All right, bro. All right. We, like some, like, man. You know, we got to get our own shit in order first, bro. Like, we know they already. I put that out there plenty of times. I just don't give nobody directions on what they should do, because I'm not
no, no,
nobody leader.
I hear all
I'm not
that.
nobody leader. I'm not giving nobody instructions and telling nobody to do nothing.
No. I'm
But
not
won't
giving it.
nobody come back to A1 and say, "Oh, he said we should do this." Nah, I don't trust.
No.
I
Listen,
don't
bro.
trust these. Listen, Chief. Listen.
Yeah.
That's another conversation for another day. Like, real talk, and I ain't trying to be funny or nothing, but like, come on, man. Like real talk. Like, you tell, like, my man just gave people a mouthful. Like, real talk. Like, because, like I said, that shit that people gotta get behind the scenes and get with, man. You start giving people, because, like I said, man, a lot of people ain't worthy of some of the shit that they be hearing, man. Like, you understand what I'm saying? Like, you just gave them a mouthful, like, really. And I'm saying a good information. I be trying not to even go in on that. When I tell you that the Supreme Court said it was unconstitutional for what they did to Indians, you motherfuckers gotta read between the lines. I ain't gotta tell you what the fuck that means and tell you what you should do. You understand what I'm saying, Chief?
Oh, for sure.
As far as, like, we know. I mean, like, but that's what I try not to do,
I'm
because
just saying,
that's
we
in the whole
talking,
nother.
bro. We having
Huh?
too many talks. So we gonna punch somebody in the nose, or
I'm
we
doing. No, I'm not. Listen, I'm not doing nothing to nobody, because I'm doing my shit. And if people is if really need to, if people really trying to be what they claim to be an Indian, then they will already know what time. They will already be doing what they have to do, as far as putting whoever on notice that they have to put on notice, and following whatever procedures they need to proceed with. But as far as, like, you know what I'm saying, like coming directly out saying that and telling people, because half these people ain't did the genealogy yet. And I ain't saying whoever did it, whoever haven't done it. Listen, everything I'm saying, whoever the motherfucking, yeah, whoever get hit, you know what they say? Only a hit
gonna
dog holler, or whatever. So whoever holler is the ones that got hit, who know what the fuck I'm talking about. You understand what I'm saying? So if you ain't got no type of evidence proving who you are,
Right.
you
that's
know what I'm
fact.
saying? If you ain't got no type of evidence proving who you are, because it's gonna have to come down to some type of evidence. And one of the best things people, well, not people, but I would do, me personally, I will find some of my people on the motherfucking census. I ain't gotta be on it, but I can say, look, my people's on the census, but I'm not gonna partake in this one right here. Like, I'm not marking off no. If you, like he said, if think about it, if you see Indian on there, what do you think that type of Indian is? Is you think that's an Indian not tax? Or you think that's an Indian that's a numerate? That's not, matter of fact. See, now they done gave you, now you done did the freestyle remix single on it. Because now they gave you the Calvin Coolidge, the Snyder Act Indian. So now you can live with them and be like it's some acting shit. Like, that ain't even no real shit.
You
Because
killing me,
ain't no
Edward.
motherfucking
Killing me with
national on
that.
nobody's census being enumerated and shit. Nobody, you somebody national, you want somebody, yeah. Let's wait for the census to come around so we can put you, like that's some Looney Tune cartoon shit. Like, that's some Looney Tune, Bugs Bunny, Daffy Duck, fucking Elmer the Fudd, what's the other motherfucker? Which way did we go? Which way did we go? Which way did we go? Which way? Yo, like, are you serious? And I don't be wanting to say nothing, but
Right.
the shit is hysterical to me. Like, so you're waiting to still enumerate yourself? Good job, yo. You learned a lot. Thank you. I don't want to, like I said, me personally, I wouldn't do it. I'm not saying that anybody else. You listen, people are damn grown-ups, man. Nobody got no baby bottle with no Pampers on. So you make your education decision. I'm not giving, I'm real talk. because I see how these phony ass people is in this community, and you know the ones that rock with me love y'all. Y'all know exactly who I'm talking about. But the ones who don't rock with me, who be doing that phony ass shit, like going back talking just to have something to talk about for nothing, when all I do is put information out there, just and I'm reading it, whatever, hooked on phonics shit, being called hooked on phonics just to put the information out, and motherfuckers be back chatting like jumping back and forth. Listen, you could have your favorite. I don't give a fuck. Just whatever you do, if you want to be this, the information is out there. You understand what I'm saying? Just do what you need to do. You know what I'm saying? Don't be backbiting. Don't be talking about motherfuckers. Like whatever I say directly to whoever I'm talking about. I've had no problems with individuals within this community or whatever. Always show people love, but I just didn't rock with people because I seen how people already was rolling. That's why I'm limited with who I bring into my chat room. You understand what I'm saying? I mean, like people do what they do. You know what I'm saying? And I try to do what I do. I got the brother Medicine Man on today. This is my brother right here. I haven't heard from this brother in like a minute. You know what I'm saying? When we be getting into a lot of these bills, we be getting into some good educational bills. You know, brother Chief Holiday, he know how we get down. And Lift Ever Voice just dropped some good information. And Chief just came up with it and just hooked and body slammed it. But like I said, at the end of the day,
Nah, man, I wasn't hooking and body slamming this information. I thought I was
no,
adding.
you ain't not his body. No. I'm just saying you finished it off.
Oh yeah, I was.
You ain't do nothing. I'm not saying you ain't nothing wrong with it. I'm just saying, but like advice, nah. Don't advise. I'm just saying, try not to advise. Try not because when it comes down to it, these people be like, man, Chief Holiday told me to do that. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, telling you.
I mean, you know, y'all know how I feel, man.
It's a
I
thin line
feel
between love and hate. Look, it's a thin line between love and hate for real. Like for
yeah,
real. Like I'm telling
Right,
you,
because a lot of these guys are bogus, and you know how they is, man.
thin line
yeah,
between love and hate,
but
man.
but I the reason why I'm saying everything that we're experiencing, right? We act like this it's because somebody wrote a Black's Law dictionary or somebody wrote a fucking book, somebody wrote anything on a piece of paper, and that makes us that doesn't mean anything. Like people are literally in this chat room right now. We can't even build together because people are in word spells. Like, oh, I don't like you because you say you're Indian. I don't like you because you say you're Moor, and we're going back and forth on dumb shit. I can't. I'm tired of that, y'all. I
Yeah.
really am.
And
We
that's
never gonna get to
me
them.
too.
We're never
Yeah.
gonna get to the people because we up here arguing over fucking word spells that the Europeans created.
Yeah.
Oh, real quick. Chief Holiday and A1, check this out, right? There's a case right now being litigated, and it's basically it's a tribe called the Creek tribe, and what they're doing is they're actually kicking so-called black folks out of the tribe, even though they were part of it from at least the late 1800s. You know, they were getting their federal checks and everything, but around the late 1970s, they were mysteriously kicked out,
Yeah.
and now you know that same group is trying to sue back into, right? They're trying to sue back into the roles, and the problem is it's like those tribal chiefs. They look like you know they don't look like us.
They
You know,
like Brad Pitt, man. Come on, man. Look, check it out. Like, look, but check it out real quick, and I'm gonna give it back to Medicine Man, right? Look, real quick on what you saying, right? Boom. Check this out. When you speak to these tribes, you got people who dare tell you are not Indians that are part of their tribes that collect motherfucking benefits every month, man. Like I
mhm.
just can't. I just can't. Like what? Huh? If listen to if listen, I got one myself, but Chief Calinago did one him too, one himself too, and he told you himself. He basically said, you are Afrocentric. Oh, okay, you can't be an Indian. We're Indians. You understand what I'm saying? We're Indians. You know,
Right.
and that's the bad. See, listen. That's the battle that these people go. I would just go down there, boom, emblem of America, boom. You see this? Emblem of America. This is my ancestors right here. That's it. These aren't these people you showing us. Bam. This is my ancestor right here. This is the proof. British Museum documented. You understand what I'm saying? That's what I'm saying. Like you have to have like listen, it's sad you have to prove something to somebody, but like I don't know. I don't know
No,
what
you
I don't know
absolutely
what to
right.
tell. I
And I'm
mean,
gonna wrap it up. And I'm gonna wrap it up real fast. And I want to thank you for trying to help the family. You know what I'm saying? Understanding their classification and status when they use terms like Indian or things like that. You have to be very careful that you don't put yourself into the 14th Amendment Indian category. But I want to thank you for that. And so so real fast, so they're still suing, and they're waiting to get a decision. And but the thing is, we as a people, we can keep studying. We could go to the website, the census website, look at the original documentation, and see the proof, okay, of all these things that that you talked about and that I also bring to the table. All right. So this is their system. Okay. We have to be very careful and just and not assuming and then imposing ourselves. We have to look at what they have down in black and white. So with that, I'm gonna relinquish the floor for the brother medicine man. I'm gonna go back to the comments and hopefully the information I
and
shared.
email me that document too if you can, my brother. I would definitely appreciate it. I know you got my email. Just email it to me. You get a
Oh,
chance.
by the way, can you just drop your email in the comments so I can get it right
I'm
now,
about to
bro?
put it right now. No problem. I got you, my brother. Thanks for coming through with that information, man.
Okay. Peace, family.
You ain't got to go nowhere. You can stay in the You can stay through. I just wanted to let him get
Right,
good a little bit more.
right.
You know. Did you got situated? You got situated with the share screen.
Oh no, that ain't gonna happen.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm having too many difficulties. But no, I was just basically me trying to share some information. I had a question in the chat, wanted to know a little bit more about the Alemanni tribes and who they were. And basically, they were the ancestral tribes of what we call the Indo-European or the Germanic tribes. And that basically was a group of tribes basically banded together originally. That's what the Alemanni were. But over time, they basically broke into sub tribes and became the Visigoths and the Suave and the Lombards and the Burgundians. After claiming some of these lands, like I stated earlier, they started naming themselves after those lands that they usurped. What a lot of people don't understand or realize is that the word Germany or the name title of the land basically origins are Germania, and that's a Roman title or Roman word that was given to that province, which became Germany.
What year was that? Do you know?
Yeah, this was like according to history, this was like during the early third century
Hmm.
of current era, AD.
See,
So this is basically, like I'm saying, this stuff is not ancient history at all. That's why when I say that they only been in Europe for like you know coming up on a couple of thousand years.
I don't even think it's a couple of
It's
thousand.
not.
I
It's
mean,
not.
you being real generous with
Yeah,
them. I'm just saying, like, because I'm. It's impossible that these people could have been living under their conditions for that motherfucker long, man. That means they would have been slaves the whole 2,000 years. Like, you understand what I'm saying?
right. I think,
It just I'm not even saying that this cuts your wisdom, but just think we the entrailment of the entire people. The Slavs include damn near all the white people except the Germans. And like I said, when you research it hard enough, you'll see that the Germans are Slavics too. You understand what I'm saying?
mm-hmm.
So it's like as far as the dates or whatever, like we know that they do a remix single every chance they get. You know what I'm saying? Especially by making the Greeks making all these statues, white statues, and then showing people like a lot of these statues ain't got a scratch on them. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
So, you know, I mean, as far as their history is concerned, but
Right.
I'm just saying, like,
Well, no, as far as them coming into Europe, yeah, you're right. It's a lot more recent than that. Now, you got to take into account as well the regions of what they were calling Hyperborea, or what is now, Siberia, which at one point was Tartary and Mongolia. Those were the regions of, basically the Mongols and the Tartars, or the ancient Indo-Europeans. So now, once they start moving, again from these regions, and the Caucasus regions as well. And according to the historical records, basically saying that they started leaving the steppes of Siberia and the Caucasus regions in the early, third to the fifth centuries. So that's as recent as as far as the history is concerned of them, their conquest or the invasions of Europe.
so would that imply that they came through the Barren Street?
No, no. Well, as far as coming to the
The
Americas,
people, like, all right, the people from Siberia, because you know that it's a damn good question. Like, where the fuck did they come from, and why would you settle in that ice? Like, and we over here chilling in the south, fishing and shit on boats and shit. Like, why would you settle in that cold ass region right there? Like, you know what I'm saying?
mhm.
Unless you had no other choice, for one, or you know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, you could not come further
I would
south.
like to go in on it at the medicine man elaborate. I would like to go in on it a little bit.
Sure.
Okay. So you basically saying that what was it? The point you trying to get A1?
The Siberians, matter of fact, because they look just like the Mexicans and all them other. They look
Well,
just like the Mexicans and the Mongoloid Indians. They all them motherfuckers look alike, yo.
but they're the same. They say the same DNA, the same ancestry. Now,
So they don't have. So let me ask you a real quick question, just pertaining to that, just while you on the subject. So
mhm.
so even the dark Mongoloids ain't got nothing to do with us, because there's dark Siberians too. That don't mean that they mix with black Indians here. You know what I'm saying? There's dark side. If you look at Siberia, you'll see dark Siberians. That don't mean that they mix with black Indians here.
Well,
You know
with
what I'm
that,
saying?
well, no, what that's basically you got. You said it. You hit the nail on the head when you said Siberians. Now, yes, you got to understand that before basically, according to scientists, around anywhere between 7 to 6,000 years ago, pale skin came about. So prior to that, everybody was fairly dark skinned across the face of the earth. So now again, it's getting to a timeline now. Whether you want to accept the theory that the pale skin, or the I guess the genetics from the gene that causes this pale skin or the recessiveness, was around 6,000 years ago. Was according to the scientists what they give that time frame. So prior to that, there's no recorded history of pale skin. And the instances that are recorded or referenced in history are cases of albinoism, or vitiligo, things of that nature. But not as far as the people that we know as you know phenotypically having pale skin. The Indo-Europeans or Caucasoid people that, of today. They wasn't looking like that. And according to their ancestors' writings, the Scavians, they said that they were the youngest nation on the earth. So they had just came, basically into existence. I don't know if anybody in the chat, anybody listening, who probably read The Making of the White Man, and it's written by author who kind of is giving you some histories of how the recording history of the people of the areas have recorded seeing these people. They say basically they came from nowhere. All of a sudden they disappeared and started coming into their lands. And so these are the accounts that were recorded. And so that lets you know then that there wasn't people that looked like them in these lands because they made note of basically describing the differences between them and the people that was coming in. And so now when you're looking at a lot of these films, this propaganda that they put out, and they show stuff like in Europe, and they show these, kings and all of this stuff. Now you gotta understand it's a time frame before all of this, basically came about, or these depictions became accurate to people that they were, basically conquering and replacing, and what they looked like and who they were. And this is, basically historical, and it's also confirmed by, the science, the anthropology, the archaeology. All of this, confirms who the people of the lands were eons before, the conquest of the Indo-Europeans from the steppes of Siberia. And keep in mind, it was also another migration from Africa. So you have according to the historical accounts, and even through the the Middle Ages, what they would call the medieval times, you have accounts of the Woodawoos. The Woodawoos from Africa, the forces of Africa, who was the hairy beast, which we would call like maybe a Sasquatch, or something like that, or a Chewbacca-looking creature, that basically inhabited Africa. And then when you look at the royal ancestry of the Visigoths and the Suave, you see these people depicted, the Woodawoos from Africa, as their ancestral fathers.
And
And
what? Oh, so what do these people look like, man? What would give us a description? Like, I mean, would we see one of these people walking down the street, or we see one of these people in a horror movie or something?
oh no, I mean the appearances that they are depicted in the medieval times, they basically have hair all over their bodies. There's a hairy beings, and male and females.
So,
And
like, what's they call them dogmen that they said it was an island
yeah,
of dogs.
basically it was actually in all
Right.
of the writings and the drawings and stuff. They have these people have depictions of them. They even have these people had kings, and they had their own little civilization, only religions and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? So they were not what we would call civilized as we know it, but they had civilization amongst themselves in their own way. Because they were from the forest. And you can look up depictions of them from the romances of Alexander, and it has an art from over in, I believe it's Italy, uh, from the medieval times, with depictions of the people that Alexander the Great was basically encountering as he was going through his travels, and they depicting the people standing there, hairy people from head to toe, hair, and so, and they are pale people. I mean, their faces are what we would call pale skin, but they just was hairy, everywhere else.
So we could be talking about, basically you talking about you're the Slavics, man. That's who you gotta be talking about, man. I mean, and I mean, we gotta give them their word back, man. The Slavics, man. Like,
Well,
I mean, for real, because the Germans came later. The Germans came later on, so we know that the Germans had to be Slavics too. So,
mhm.
and we know Slavics had to be, because when, come on, man, it's too many different stories that all matches up with people who being civilized and being, what I'm saying, being, that's the story that they tell us about us, but that's really their story.
Yeah, it is. It really is. I mean, once anybody that goes back and looks in history, you quickly see that, and especially, I mean, here's this is like, again, it goes back to common sense. If they themselves say that they haven't been in existence over, so I'm gonna be generous, 8,000 years. So if they ain't been on this earth for 8,000 years, then that basically common sense tells you, who was the people that basically, created all these civilizations, who came later. and according to their own ancestors, the youngest of all nations who came later and basically now are positioning themselves where they are. Basically,
That
off of
makes sense
all.
too, mother man.
So let me ask you a
That makes
question real
sense.
quick, and basically everybody can you could chime everybody say whatever. I mean, you say whatever, but however it go, just to this point, right? So, all right. If the European was here for 6,000 years, what the hell was he doing all this time? Because he ain't responsible for building none of these structures. He ain't responsible for none of the shit we see. We see that the fucking Europe was up until the 1700s, black people was in charge. So what the hell was the European doing all this time?
Well, see, here's the thing. It goes back to their own science, DNA. When you trace the ancestral uh, DNA of, say, your so-called Native American, your say Mexican, or say your typical South American, pale skin, or that looks more of a Indo-European because they have those genetics, or should we say the conquistador genes or whatever, So when you look and see these people and you see that their DNA traces back to Siberia or Eurasia, then that lets you know origin or a place where this group of people inhabited from, and as I guess as early as they have, been recorded being, on Earth. So now you at least got an area of, say, where they basically, as the writings say, just appeared from. So now you're looking at, say, like I said, 8,000. That's a generous. They say between 7,500, 6,000 years. The gene that causes pale skin basically came about in genetics, and somewhere around in the Baltic regions. So that basically gives you a pretty much of a origin or a place where it kind of spread from. Now, once you understand that they gave you a time frame or timeline, then you understand that, okay, well, who inhabited before this happened? So then when you start coming across ancient artifacts or little sculptures of, women that look like, sisters, and they date them 20,000 years ago in these specific places, or a little sculpture or figurine of, something look like a brother, you know what I'm saying? You're like, dang, and they dating this, 15, thousand years ago in these areas, who inhabited before this basically genetic, mutation, because that's what they call it, a genetic mutation that causes the pale skin. So now it gives you an idea of the area where they're basically all derived from. And those are basically what we would consider, Arctic regions, just, Siberia, which used to be, basically uh, what we would call Tartary, and still like Mongolia is still there today. But, once upon a time, some of that area used to be called Tartary. And those were, inhabited by the Tartars, which was another Indo-European, tribe. So these are histories that, we don't know about, and a lot of them don't know about. So when you ask them where they're from, they're quick to say somewhere in Europe, but no, where are you from before your people came in Europe? Because I see, according to history, they say that your people started coming in the third to the fifth centuries of this coming era. So before that, where y'all from? They don't know that. So this is some information that we take into account, and it kind of gives you an idea of who these people are over here. They were confined to these regions for a while until they start basically coming down out of these steps and start invading into Europe. And they give you a timeline for that and the time frame when that happened. So that lets you know that prior to that, they were basically in these areas concentrated, and they start basically invading into Europe and Asia around these time frames. Before that, they weren't in these areas. So the remains and the artifacts and the history shows you who was. And now you can see how and when they were replaced. So the people that are here in these Americas today and that have that DNA that traces back over there, that's the origin. That's their lands of origin. Plain and simple. That's their science. So then you got some of them, a lot of them, oh, they're indigenous to America. Or, they even claiming to be aboriginals now. Yet their DNA traces them back over here to Siberia. Then they're quick to tell us, oh, well, your DNA will trace you to Africa. Well, of course, because it's set up to be that way. But they don't tell you that most of these Africans over there their ancestors were Americans. You got writings that say that around 7,000 years ago, South Americans went over and people what is now Nigeria. And so when you see some of these, people over there that kind of favor us, then like the basketball player Giannis, I'm like, Giannis looks like he could be one of us. So you could see that, okay, well, that means then so some of his ancestors that left here from the Americas and went there. Well, it had to be that way because the agriculture, the history, the science, all of that, the horticulture, all that says it. People from the Americas went over to Africa and they took history and they took culture, and they took agriculture, and they took produce, crops, 600 of them. Because if 640 crops in Africa and 600 of those originate in Americas, then somebody had to bring them over there.
That's right.
Somebody had to know how to plant it, how to grow it, how to, basically when it's time to harvest it, when and where, what seasons, all that. Somebody had to know all the science of all that. That's science.
Mm-hmm.
So if they originated here, it only makes sense that the people here will have the science and took it over there.
And likewise in Spain and Portugal too.
Exactly.
And people, I know people don't believe that shit though, but yes, people left from the Americas and went over there too because, like I said, you can't match none of the architecture that you find in Spain and Portugal. You can't find that nowhere in Africa. The only other place you find that at is kind of like North Africa in some places, but you can't find that nowhere else in Africa. But you can find a lot of that architecture in South and Central America. A lot of that shit you could find similar architecture. We gotta admit the number system had to be invented here. Because if you saying that some of the structures here has to be older, with Romania being in debate, because a lot of people say that the pyramid in Romania is older than the pyramids here. I don't agree with that. I mean, I have to really do some more research on it to see what they're talking about. But for the most part, as far as I'm concerned, once I'm start seeing a number system, I don't see a number system created over there. So I wouldn't assume that they would have to be able to create something like that. I'm just saying, just logical thinking. I could be wrong. It could be a number system that haven't been discovered, or just have, what I'm saying, or they just haven't mentioned it, or something to that effect. But for the most part, see, the number, finding the number here in America is crucial, because that's something that they don't talk about. You understand what I'm saying? This is not something that's bought up. Like, yeah, they bought they found them. And if they do it, they mumble it. Like what I'm saying? Like they would tell you that Super Karoo is older than Egypt, but it's a mumble. Like, what do you, wait, say that again.
Right. The science is wrong.
That's right. I'm just saying that's one of the things where you will have to be like, wait a minute. Say that one more time. Because these niggas over there be worshiping this Egypt shit.
Yep, I know it.
Yeah, these niggas be worshiping that.
But see, what a lot of them don't realize is that Egypt started here. The original Egypt was in the Americas.
Exactly.
That's the second Egypt over there. This is what they recorded in these ancient writings, and even the writings from these Indo-European historians. You know, in the 1800s, this is what they was writing. This is what they were saying. You know, so I mean, basically, again, it goes back to common sense. You know, and it's like once you start just looking for yourself and your eyes start opening, it becomes easier to use your common sense. I mean, because your common sense kicks you in the ass by that time. Your common sense, like now, So it's basically us applying that urge or that thirst, that quench, that thirst in us to learn, to want to know. We got to look it for ourselves. That's why I tell people, don't take my word for it. Just look it up.
You
And
sound like you sound like Chief now. You sound like Chief. What the hell is Chief at? Where you go, Chief? Some holiday. You sound like Chief Holiday now.
Yeah.
Shit, where the hell did Chief Holiday go? Speaking of,
No, he probably
come on back in, Chief. Where the hell he go? Um, yeah, but that's pretty much.
Yeah, but I do that because and it's like I try to put out, especially when I do some research and I come across something that I didn't know, and I'm like, whoa, so this is going to be thought provoking. This is going to, be, challenge to some. So let me put this out, and hope that you will look it up yourself and look into it, and maybe find something that I didn't see, and we can expand and expound on it. The beautiful part about research and study. We studying to prove ourselves worthy. So at the end of the day, it's gonna come down to what you yourself apply or ascribe to, because you ain't gonna be able to have no cosign. And so it's like that's why I urge people to do it for yourself. You take this information that we share with you and build on it. Look into it. That's how you build on it. I heard him say such and so and so. I'm gonna look that up. He said something about this book. Let me rewind that. What book he said? Let me go look that book up. Read it. See what I'm saying. See what they've written. See what they recorded. What they documented. So then you can have a wider perspective. You will see. That this is nothing that we just coming up with. We ain't pulling this out our heads. This is stuff that they've been saying for 4 or 5 centuries now. So I mean, it's basically, to us, it's new. To them, it's funny to me because a lot of them know. A lot of them know who we are. A lot of them know what happened. They just don't say nothing. They just sit
Right.
back, but sometimes when brought up in a conversation, they admit it. And I'm sitting there like when my mouth dropped, like what? All the time, y'all, That's what I'm saying. It's just we don't know. Or a lot of us just don't want to know. That's what makes it even worse. So I'll go ahead
Right.
and
They waiting on mainstream science to help them out.
mm-hmm. Exactly. Exactly. That's what I'm saying. So it comes down to us. It's like I just got tired of people telling me their opinions, their theories, their hypotheses, because that's all it is. It's what they think. And then once I understood, you know, this is really what the revelation, I guess the revelation, should I say, that really kind of really opened my eyes. Once I understood their history, because that's what I urge people to do. Research them. They think they know all about us, or they quick to say this and that about us. Research them. Research their histories. Research far as back as you go, because that's what I do. And research all the old tales, all the old, the myths and all of that. All this is applicable, because it's based on some real truth, and you'll see different accounts in their histories, or different leaders, or you can see them that basically their culture and their tradition
You
and
got to show
how
me that.
Yeah, how they lived. You know, these were nomadic people. They didn't farm. You know, they weren't agricultural people. They were basically what we call pastoral. They had herds. You know, they lived a nomadic life from place to place. They set up camp here, chill here for a minute, go ahead, pick up, move on a few miles down here. Set up camp there for a while, move on down here. It was always on the move with their with basically with their herd. You know what I'm saying? So this is the lifestyle that they come from these plains of Siberia. You know, so and then you have another set of them that have ancestry from the African forest. You know, and that led them up into you. You know, so now once you understand, you know, basically some of the history, you kind of start putting it together. Like, okay, now I can see, you know, how things came about,
You're right.
and it was people that looked like that resembled us that had a lot to play in that. You know, because basically they became somewhat middlemen, you know, in the affairs, and ultimately, at the end of the day, everything basically, you know, pretty much, you know, smacked them, you know, basically reversed on them, you know, flipped. The script flipped, and now they're pretty much, you know, uh, basically in a situation where you have another group of people assuming their identity to this day. Same here with us. You know, so when you understand that the dark skinned, swarthy people that walk the face of this earth are the remnants of the earliest of man. When we understand this and understand that this was not one uh, occurrence that occurred or a happenstance that happened in one specific place, what they call Africa today, which when you do the history of it, you understand that this place hasn't been called Africa all the time. You know, actually, I can show you maps when the continent was called Libya. You know, so this is a recent, again, like I stated in Game of Thrones, when I stated in my last video, Claim of Thrones Part 2, I say that this whole Africa moniker or it being applicable to a specific location on that continent happened after the Carthage or the Punic Wars because there's not nowhere in history that's recorded of this name being placed for that land or location in that land to after the Carthage or the Punic Wars. You know, so now we got to understand that time frame. And then when it did happen, what was used to be Carthage in the area of now what is Tunisia, that was called Africa. The only place on the whole continent. That was called Africa. It wasn't until the European invasions and them basically slicing up the continent in the late 1800s, early 1900s, that they start applying it to the whole continent as Africa. So see how recent it has become. The whole continent has become Africa because it only started with only one location, one spot that used to be ancient Carthage called Africa. Now I can show you maps from the 1500s showing you this. You know, so once we understand that history, we see, you know, what's happened and how things come to be. And so now you're understanding that you know this land now is called Africa, but you know in history you know this land didn't exist until recently as that as being called that. You know, so now we have people just over in this continent, and they're calling themselves after these European colonies who, as recent as the late 1950s and 60s, have just got independence from the European oppressors. So now these are now countries that they're calling themselves now, which used to be European colonies. So once we understand what's really going on, and then you see, you know, how they try to, you know, tell us that oh, this is the motherland. Where? Where is it? Because I don't see anything. I was born in the '60s, so you telling me that there's some countries that just got independent, just became a country in Africa in the same decade I was born in? For real? And that's supposed to
Right.
be my motherland.
And that's the crazy because they don't let you. A lot of this stuff been renamed within the last, couple decades.
Yeah.
You feel me? So we really got to start paying attention to what's going on. We been made a voyage. If you really want more complete understanding, we got to go back as far as we can dealing with human presence and and altered the science where some of it was lost and some of it was gathered up and utilized. So particular time period where a migration happened and get into why the migration happened and other things like that.
Right. And use their science, as, basically, to as a point of reference as well, because it's, it's hard for them, to refute, what I'm saying, their findings. Basically, it's like you calling their bluff, so to speak. But again, earliest, when you look at all of the swarthy, dark skinned, so-called, melanations across the face of this earth, and everywhere, there wasn't one specific location that it all started and they spread out. No, because you have, just like you got indigenous trees and plants and animals to certain lands, you got in people that were indigenous to those lands as well. So now when we look at it, we understand that yes, the world was full of what we would call melanated people, dark-skinned, swarthy people on the face of the earth, but they all were from different lineages. That's where the separation comes in. So yes, we all have a common phenotype, a common characteristics, because that's all it was on the face of the earth up until, according to scientists, around 7,000 years ago, when the gene that causes pale skin happened to basically come into the existence.
Hey, let me ask you a question real quick,
Yeah.
right? All right, look. So we know under eugenics, right? Under Darwin and the rest of his cronies, right? Most of modern science that we deal with right now was created by them. And we know that these niggas' whole plan was to make black people look inferior to white people, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because this is when they get into the brain theory about the brain is smaller,
Yeah.
et cetera, right?
Mm-hmm.
So we know that most of the science that they teach us is pseudoscience to make us look like we was inferior. We never created nothing. We wasn't. None of these great civilizations was created by none of our people. And even when they come here to America, it was a wilderness, according to them. According to what we hear after Reconstruction, because like I got books that in the 1800s, these people wasn't talking like that. They was like, "Whoa, what's this we found? Oh,
Mm-hmm.
another structure here. Oh, we standing on one here." Like everywhere they was looking, it was a structure. So I just like to be like me now that I understand that, because mostly all the scientific terms that we use came from Darwin is under pseudoscience. You know what I'm saying? All the way down to the damn a lion being a lion and shit. Like, you know what I'm saying?
Right.
Like, I'm quite sure if a lion could talk, he'd be like, "Yo, oh, man, my man, I'm not no damn lion. What the fuck are you talking about?
Right.
Who told you that?" Like him, get him. Like he did, get him. Like you stick the lion on him and shit. The white dude,
Mm-hmm.
but he did, get him. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, I'm just saying, like, just to like, put in perspective, because like I find that interesting now, knowing what eugenics was about. And
Right.
we talk about all these people, Darwin, what's the Francis Galton, and
Mm-hmm.
the other two guys, because it's two other people, plus it's the Anglo-Saxon society that was all part of this shit, right? But and it goes all the way back to the American Colonization Society. All of them motherfuckers are
Yeah.
all. But what I was saying was, like, just as far as all of the history, they always going to try to make it. Like I said, like once you start really thinking about it, like, you know what I'm saying? Because like even like we said, the New Testament, like they say the New Testament was written, and they tell you that the Bible was written 2,500 years ago, right?
Right.
2,500 years ago ain't a long time.
No,
Colombia and the Mississippian society was thriving at that time. So that's not
no,
a long time ago. But like I'm just saying, just talking about that and just like just pity pat, we can play ping pong with this for a minute or whatever. Like I'm gonna go as far as to say that the Tanakh that they found, they had to find that somewhere in the Americas, right? And when these people came here, because they said Columbus was coming to conquer, reconquer Jerusalem, right? So
yep,
I think they found tablets and a bunch of like I'm gonna say scriptures or maybe just cultural stuff that they found. You know, because now they try to give us a little bit of shit like, oh, here, look at the back creek stone, a broken rock with a cup with 6 letters on it, or whatever. And then people, you know what I'm saying, they got shit that got whole shit that they deciphered and they didn't put down. Because what did they tell you? They said that they found the Ten Commandments here on some rock in the
yeah,
fucking
yeah.
what's
New Mexico, Lula, New Mexico.
exactly. Come on, man, stop playing with us, man. Like how is this older than the original one? So what do you like? And then I say like this shit. People say this, and if you study anything, the shit go right over your head. Like some of this stuff, you should be like, wait a minute, hold up, wait, you found what in America?
Right,
How,
right.
how is that
The only
possible?
place on earth.
Mm-hmm.
So I mean, which goes back to what I said earlier. A lot of, if you look at the scriptures, if you look at the Bible, and you set their religion to the side and just look at it with a different eye lens, with more common sense, and really, look at, some of the places that is referring to, the lineages and whatnot. This is histories. This is recorded histories that they basically have remote. They basically have now, of course, some fabrications been put in, and it's been romanticized, but it's a lot of histories that you can actually match up with locations in the Americas, from the book, in the Old Testaments, and and so once you start doing that, and really, start seeing, that okay, these, when they used to, to saying that, I'm quite sure a lot of you guys have heard it. They say the people of the book. That's an old Negro saying. Or so we say, what we classified Indians to Negroes, but that's an old saying that they were the people of the book. Now I come across some writings from some of the tribes that they had basically recorded, some accounts for some histories of, and one of them was this is in the natural and aboriginal history of Tennessee, for the first settlements of white by the white people in the year 1768. So in this book, basically it has some information of how, when they first come over and they were talking to some of the elders of the tribes, and they said yes, that was passed down that once upon a time that people had a great book, but it was taken from them, and the Great Spirit, was angry with the people, and so he basically, he cursed them for letting the book go. And so, if you look at it for what it's worth, that kind of goes back to what you said, A1, about that everything starting here and then spreading out. Because how, and this is just common sense, when you can watch some of these specials, they be trying their damnedest to match up places over there in the Eastern Hemisphere with locations that's in the scriptures, and they don't match up at all. And so then when you come over here, you're like, damn, you got these identical locations, just like it's described in the scripture to this day, still looking like that in these locations. So this kind of gives some to me some internal confirmation that lets me know that this is a history book. It is talking about these places over here. So it's like this is just recorded histories and accounts, and it only makes sense when you understand that when you stop looking at their theory, which they put so we can take our mind off our land we standing on, and they call it the outer Africa theory. That whole was the vision basically that was devised for us to basically take our attention off of our motherland here and focus on a false motherland, which is really not our motherland. You know, so for the majority anyway, really not our motherland. And once you understand that that's the game that's been played, and you understand that there's histories here in Americas that far predate accounts that they have in Africa by eons. I mean, look it up yourselves. You know, when you start looking at the histories of Africa and the tribes and stuff, they have some references. It goes back to the Egyptian times. You know, now you got to understand, okay, well, if Egypt was created in what they say, I think it was 3200 BC or something like that. If it was, that's when they give a timeline when the second Egypt was created. So if it was created then it lets you know that the first Egypt here in America was, centuries and millenniums before that. And the remnants are still here in Americas to show it. You know, when you read the scriptures, the Most High said, when you build your altar, look, when you this shows you, basically when they in the scriptures when it's talking about the Canaanites and how the children of Israel start turning against the Most High and adopting the Canaanite ways, and he specifically told the children of Israel, do not build an altar to me with steps on. So now when you're looking at all of these pyramids throughout the Americas with steps on them, you see what I'm saying? And then you're like, wait a minute. Why would he make reference of don't build them with steps? Because we in the mindset of looking over there in Egypt, because that one don't got no steps. Ain't no steps in none of those pyramids over there. But in the Bible, the Most High specifically tells the children of Israel, do not build an altar or any structures to me with steps on them. Now you got all of these structures throughout the Americas with steps on them. Damn near every pyramid built in the Americas has steps. That shows you right there how it correlates to the scriptures right there. And there's none in Africa that has steps. So, I mean, this common sense. Then when you say, oh, wait a minute, the pyramids over here are older than ones in Africa, then wouldn't that show you that there was a civilization here in the Americas that went over there with some of that technology and started building over there, a la Second Egypt? I mean, that's common sense. So that's why I tell people to start thinking for yourself and start researching for yourself. And you'll get out of that indoctrinated compulsory education. They done basically brainwashed us with some spoon fed us over and over and over again, year after year. So, this is something that we definitely have to take into account and take note of and apply it.
Yo, that's a fact. Hey,
Yes,
peace,
sir.
brother. Peace, brother Medicine Man. Hey, ask you a question.
Yeah.
Because I know you had blew my mind. You made a video back in the day. You talking about the Book of the Negroes predates the King James version, stuff like that, or whatever, right? But now that you're talking about step pyramid, it puts me in the mind and say, okay, well, we got a billion times more stuff than Europe.
Yeah.
A billion times more stuff than Africa, right? And they call this the New World, and that's the old world, but we got way more stuff than them, and they got their stuff. They built Europe up based off of the resources of the people and stuff in Americas, right? So just kind of, you can speak on that, because a lot of times we get the information, because people will say, well, that's so-and-so architecture. That's so-and-so architecture. And all the things that they're saying is foreign to America when it's actually American Aborigine architecture. Kind of speak on that, brother.
Yeah, and it's like the whole, I guess, ideology is a good way of putting it, of this being the new world. Keep in mind that it is new to them. So they who came here called it the new world because it was new to them. Now, people around the world, in different countries and nations, whatnot. That especially so we say the elders of some of these societies or some of these different nations, they know that the Americas is basically thrived in antiquity. That America has some of the oldest histories, that's unrecorded to man, and they know this. So and just things that are still being discovered is just continuously proves this. And so now we understanding how it's been a real focus and concentration to manipulate that. That's why they don't talk about the Americans. That's why they don't really, anytime you hear something quick about some discovery over here in Romania, over here in Africa, over here in China, you hear something about that real quick. But they don't broadcast, or they don't talk about stuff that's happening or being discovered. They stopped doing it in the 1800s because they was finding out too much stuff. And so and a lot of that was flipped into the Smithsonian, and the Smithsonian saying that they claim that most of the stuff they never had. So no one knows what happened to these artifacts and all of this history that they was uncovering and digging up and putting on display. And there's still pictures of a lot of it. I mean, if you look, research, you can look at some of the old artifacts, or you can look at old Indian artifacts or whatnot that was discovered here in the Americas, and they'll show you, some of the stuff that was uncovered, some of the stuff they was taking out of these mounds. Before they was destroying a lot of these mounds, they was basically excavating everything out of it. And so all of that knowledge and wealth and history, you see it in some of these museums on display somewhere across seas. You ain't gonna see it here in Americas, but you can go over there. I got a friend that traveled abroad. He said you go over to Britain and looking at in the British Museum, they got all kind of stuff of American Indians, and they got depictions of what we would call Negro people in their museum of the ancestors that they called American Indians. And this is what they're saying over here. So it's like we the only ones that's under the false misnomer of this being the new world, because it was new to the ancestors of the people who basically are in power today. It was new to them. It wasn't new to our ancestors who was already here, who have been here for eons. And so this kind of gives you ideas when you reading some of the histories that's been recorded, and some of the tales that's been documented from the antiquities, some of the codexes, and then you can kind of look at some of the stuff that's been written in the scriptures, and you can see how some of it is comparable. You're like, wait a minute, that sounds like some, and I've done did that. I went in the Popol Vuh and look. I'm like, wait a minute, because I read some in the scriptures. Like, wait a minute, and I look. I'm like, is this talking about that? You see what I'm saying? So it's like we have to just kind of be open-minded, because it's been, a major agenda to suppress a lot of this information, to suppress us from even thinking like this. They don't want us to think outside their box. And I'm telling you this as a former educator. I've been taught in public school systems for over 15 years. I can tell you what the curriculum is, and I can tell you, basically the problems I had, every February when they was making it quote unquote Black History Month, and how everything started with slavery, and how I was like, wait a minute, hold on, I'm going to the principal, I'm in office, I'm going, back and forth with them, telling them, look, I got histories that I done researched that I can show that it was Negroes here in Americas 9,000-10,000 years ago, kingdoms, civilizations. I can show you this, the artifacts from it. Oh no, that's not the curriculum. We're not gonna. If it's not approved through the curriculum, you can't be pushing it. And they said pushing. You can't be pushing it on the students. I'm not pushing, telling them the truth. So I mean, I'm literally in these meetings. Saying I'm really literally getting reprimanded for telling some of the students the truth, telling them about the Moshe civilizations, in Peru, and how they thrived in the Olmecs and the Aztecs before they became Aztecs. They were called the Anahuacans of that land because it was Anahuac before it was Mexico, and how that happened. And they don't want me to tell them that. And I'm saying, and I'm showing them, I got references. This is not, I'm just putting out my ass. I got historical references. I got collections of historical researchers who compiled this information. This is certified information. Nope, it's not in the curriculum. Oh, okay. You know what I'm saying? So that was my plight, that I had, especially my last 2 years of teaching when I really started doing a lot of research. I just said, forget it. I'm going to speak. And, so I got demoted from the classroom to the gym room. Which, I still was, doing my thing, but I just couldn't do it like I was in the classroom when I had the resources. So they threw me in there with the basketball, and the football, the soccer ball, and the floor hockey and whatnot. So that's how their way of suppressing me from being in a position to basically expose that and show resources. Ain't no computer in the gym room. See what I'm saying? Can't go on the computer and show them anything. Ain't no books in the gym room. You see what I'm saying? I can't show them nothing in the book, but I can show them how to shoot a jump shot, a wicked jump shot. You know what I'm saying? That's what they wanted me to do. So you got to understand what you dealing with, and basically how, just like I'm saying, and that's what I'm just sharing with you. The opposition that's out there against it, they don't want this out, which is what, like everyone was saying earlier. This is something that in small circles, behind the scenes, a lot of what we need to be doing as far as our research and studies, and what needs to be done. It's great for us to come on a platform like this and share information and knowledge and research that we've come across, and basically become sparks so other people can look into it. Because that's the whole idea. I want you to look into it. Don't believe me. Let's take what I say, look into it. Take it as if I'm lying. Try to prove me wrong. Look into it. That's what I challenge people to do. Do that. Then your ass gonna open up. You're like, whoa, he did say this. And then you might see something else that I didn't see. And then you can come back and say, hey, I looked into that, and hey, did you know so? I said, no, I didn't know that. No, I didn't learn. Now, each one teach one. That exchange, that energy, that vibration. That's what we be on.
That's a fact, brother. And when we talk about the whole mound, step pyramid, smooth pyramids, right? Here's how this works. You have to have a practice, right? So there has to be practice. The mound predates the step pyramid.
Yeah, it does.
Step pyramid predates the smooth pyramid. Okay. Not only the fact that we got all these step pyramids over here and all these mounds over here, right? Not only that, right? The fact that we got tens of thousands and you only have a couple hundred on the continent of Africa is a problem for y'all. And you don't have any in West Africa. You don't have none in Mauritania. You know what I'm saying? We just got to have these conversations. Why would somebody leave their homeland, come all the way to America, and build everything here? Why would you do that? Why is that?
Right.
Go ahead.
Exactly.
I just think.
Or the bigger question is, where are the remains and artifacts over there that predate the ones over here to show that you came from over here, there to here? You see, that's the question that ain't been asked. That's what I ask. When somebody say about these Olmec heads and stuff, I say, okay, if Africans came from Africa and came over here and built these Olmec heads, what are they over there in Africa? Now, I'm not talking about the one in Mexico loan over there to Ethiopia. I ain't talking about that one. You know what I'm saying? I'm talking about ones that predate that. That should be older than ones over here. There are none. So then that kills that myth, that theory that they try to put out.
I mean, that whole conversation, man. Shout out to Bro Sanchez, man. I haven't finished watching this debate with Unc, but first off, you can't debate somebody, right? Or we can't even have a rational conversation with people who are pushing theories and hypotheses as if they are facts and laws, right? Like, we got to have this conversation because these people, right? If you start thinking the way Darwin and the rest of the Europeans want you to think, you'll believe that wasn't nobody here to build all this stuff. It just got here, right? You see what I'm
Right.
saying? You have to account for this shit, and they're not accounting for it. So science, right? We are attaching ourselves to the bones in the ground, right? And
Mhm.
then you guys are attaching yourself to fake ass boats and forts. They call them slave dungeons over there. But that's the only thing that you're attaching yourself to in West Africa.
They
Where are your
call it
tombs? Where are
Fortnite.
your people? Yeah, I mean, it really is, y'all. It really is. I mean, it's an assault on our intelligence, on our honor, our ancestors. It's disrespectful when people are saying, "Oh, somebody else did all this over here. Your ancestors didn't do it." Oh, well, there had to be some monkey people that did it, or some aliens that did this. And come on, bro, it's always these disrespectful things that's happening. But we have the artifact, we have the bones to prove who we are on the ground that we're standing on. I think it's just absolutely bonkers, bonkers, y'all,
It
for
really
us to have these conversations with anybody to let people know who we are. So I wanted to ask you guys, A1, I hadn't the other night you had asked me about Claude Anderson, Dr. Claude Anderson and Vet Cardinal. I hadn't watched it yet, right? So Dr. Claude Anderson, medicine man, A1, AP, and brother Jamal, said he's 85 years old, by the way, right? Very accomplished, got doctorates and all this other stuff, right? So they can't say, well, he don't have the resume, right? He said that 98% of Black Americans were already here before anybody else got here.
Yeah.
Go ahead,
He
brother.
said that in that he said that in that. I didn't hear him say that. You
Yeah, he
No,
said
no,
that.
it's at the end of the video, right?
It's
Because you
on
might
his
have
own video.
I caught it because Wanagi, shout out to Wanagi. Wanagi played the clip on his show. And so I was like, oh shit, oh my God. He just said 98% of Black Americans were already here. Then he went on to say that we were Native Americans, right?
Yep.
He likes to say Native Black Americans, but we could take a Native off, we could take Black off. We just Americans, right? But
Right.
Dr. Claude Anderson let that cat out the bag. Y'all should have seen Charlamagne's face. I could imagine what Envy was looking at. But
Mhm.
that cat out the bag, y'all. We've
He
been
said
here.
it.
He said it. 98% of us, y'all. Now I don't
He
like
said it.
numbers. I don't like them. However, 98% of so-called African American ancestors were already here prior to anybody else coming here. That's a motherfucking fact. And they will
Well.
have to account for this.
and you said he played that at the end of the video. Wow,
Mhm.
I seen it, but I don't know. Maybe the one I seen didn't have it.
Well, like I said, check out Wanagi's channel. He
Yeah, but he did state that 98%. And when you want to go ahead and do the math on that, 98%
he said
to 100.
98% of African Americans were
Mhm.
already prior to that. Then he said that they enslaved the people when they came. I'm like, whoa,
Yeah.
what
Yeah.
did you say, Clark?
Oh, he knows. See, that's what I'm saying. A lot of these elders know the truth.
But he
Of
be
course.
switching up though. I ain't gonna front though. I heard him say different. I
Yeah.
think you know
He's
what? I
switching
think
it now.
now, but you know what? I'm not gonna lie. I heard one day he said that on Boyce Watkins' show when Boyce Watkins was interviewing him, and Boyce Watkins didn't want to go into it. Next, you know, you see Boyce Watkins in Kenya, going to Ghana. What's words? I swear to word, yo. I'm telling you, my dude.
Mhm.
I'm telling you. Look, he was on there. He told him it was already Black people here. The next thing you know, you see Boyce Watkins going to Ghana. I
Yep.
said, yo, is this shit? Like, what the fuck is going on, man? Like real talk. Like, but look, when they go over there, we're gonna be at the shipyard with motherfucking saying sayonara and all that. Like, have
Right.
a good time. don't forget the right. Like real talk, because some of people, family members gonna be going too, right? Look, you gonna be like, don't forget the right. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, you don't know how it is if
Yeah.
a small population go visit. But let if you was to go to Africa and do and excel like Africans be excelling here, they have something very treacherous for you over there. I'm telling you, just from just how they do each other over there, bruh.
Mm-hmm.
They do. You look at how Africans do each other. They do each other foul over there. Ain't
Yeah.
that nice over there? Like they telling you, like it's paradise over there.
No, it ain't like that.
Money grip. People get hurt for real. People get hurt much worse than what you see over here. Some gunshots. You know what I'm saying? Like real talk. Like I mean, but yeah, he at Ghana. He in Ghana with one of them African garbs on, like a Caesar African garb and shit. I'm like, yo, this nigga just told you last week we was from here. Now you going over there and shit. How do you look that man in his face after doing that?
Right. Right. Total hypocrite.
You
I
know,
mean, it goes back to like he has a doctorate as well, right? And he
Yeah.
was in his 40s, going on 50 or whatever, right? How the hell you don't know your grandma,
bro.
right? You know what I'm saying? Like, come on, y'all. Like, we got to stop this madness.
You got a doctrine compared to his shit. He ain't got. I mean, he got a doctrine of what somebody else written and say, yo,
Right.
if you do what I tell you, and no offense, like you know what I'm saying, like I'm still in school right now. I'm
Right.
working on the masters, but see, there's a fine line between reality and pseudo reality. You know what I'm saying? This shit right here we talking is reality. The stuff you learn in school is all under Darwin, which is pseudo reality. And within that pseudo reality is bits and pieces, but it's hidden by these pseudo names that they use to, you know what I'm saying, that they use to hide them and shit. Like, you know what I'm saying? That's where all these different terms and names and scientific terms and shit come from. Every damn thing you could possibly think of come from eugenics, man. Every goddamn thing. When you go into eugenics, I don't even feel like pulling up right now. But when
Mhm.
you go into eugenics, you go on a eugenics site, they got drop boxes in different categories, and it's going to lead you to other pseudoscientists that agree with them. Like I'm talking about, this shit is just endless. It's like
Yeah,
a
that's the
fucking
movement.
yes, yes, yes.
You know what
They're
though, bro?
recruiting
Like
people.
after they release stuff like the Mob for 21 and you know all 16 of the hidden colors, right? They're telling you that these people have tampered with religion, tampered with finances, tampered with school, right? Like everybody knows this. But I still wonder why these guys still push Darwinism, still push eugenics when they know that everything they're teaching and speaking about goes along with eugenics, bro, and it goes along with the caste system. I think it's bonkers, fam. I really do. At this point, I don't even think a lot of times that the people that are participating as agents of eugenics, I don't think that they know it at this point. Most people don't know that they support Planned Parenthood and that it's more from it used to be eugenics society. Now it's
Mm-hmm.
Planned Parenthood. Have killed over
Mm-hmm.
50 million. Nobody talks about that.
Yeah, see?
50 million of us, over 50 million of us,
Oh
y'all,
Mhm.
yeah.
and count.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, why are we not? Why are we not so-called you niggas like to boycott? Why y'all not boycotting Planned Parenthood? What you guys do, you guys support it with the Democrats. But when the Republicans, and you go even go run harder to the burning building because of the Republicans, if y'all hear a Republican say, nah, we boycotting motherfucking Planned Parenthood, you niggas be like, oh, well, we definitely got to do opposite of what the Republicans are doing. But guess what? The Democrats are the ones who are enslaving you, who are using you. So if we don't know nothing else about going into 2020, man, we got to change the game. We cannot keep doing the same shit. That's what got us in this position.
True.
Seriously. Like we can come here and tell y'all history every day. It don't matter if you still think like a slave. And most of us do. Let's just keep that funky. We are afraid of these people, man. We are afraid. We are afraid to talk too loud, tweet something. And then what makes it even worse when you see these football, basketball playing these big ass dudes and they are afraid to even tweet something because somebody got a battery back, somebody's paying them. You know what I'm
Mhm.
saying? So we
They
have our
own their property.
And then you gotta give your kids up and do a Dwayne Wade at the end of all that. At the end of all that, you already was already castrated your whole time you was a sports athlete and seen all these people get injustice and couldn't say nothing. And then at the end of the day, you gotta give up the ultimate sacrifice and call your son a she. You know what I'm saying? Like, call yourself a she.
I can't, man. I can't
Like,
get them out there.
Yo, that's
like
crazy though, man. That's crazy.
what you
Y'all
got
know
to
that
say
show
about
that
that,
come on,
Chief?
huh?
What you got to say about that one right there? I know
No,
you
no, I
seen
got
that.
you. I got you. I got where it came from. Y'all know that show. Y'all know the brother Don Cheadle. He has a show I think on Showtime. Forgot the name of it, right? Well, he plays a Jewish guy named Marty Khan. Okay, but they made him obviously he's not Jewish, right? They made him. They changed the character to Don Cheadle. Okay, so Don Cheadle ha- has an ex-wife who's pale, right? She's a pale skin, and they have a son. The son, right, is a cross-dressing, flaming, whatever, right?
Don
And,
Cheadle?
and Don Cheadle. No, this is on TV. This is just on Showtime. It's now I don't know if it's real life, but on Showtime, him and Glenn Thurman, right, who's his father, was the grandfather of the son. They have to tiptoe around this issue that the little boy is having. You see what I'm saying?
Oh wow.
And yeah, and like and questioning his sexuality and stuff like that, right? So these type of shows, y'all, are prerequisites. They're prerequisites, right, for this, right?
That's a setup.
It's a setup. That's all it is. It's a setup for us
Oh
to step.
man.
But it reminds me of Dwayne
Yeah.
Wade in this situation. See what I'm saying? But how about this though? Dwayne Wade said I seen him do an interview with the brother Steven Jackson and I forgot the other brother's name right now. It's gonna come to me in a minute, right? But they got a show called All That Smoke, right? So he was on there and he was interviewing. He was just basically saying that he was playing basketball all these years that he really wasn't there for his family. Now he has time because he's retired, right? To spend time with his family. So could that you guys think because he wasn't in his son's life like that?
My man, his son is only 12 years old. He got pictures of him with his son. His son and them used to be at the game, bro. That nigga raised that nigga like ain't nowhere in the world.
Yeah,
Look,
he got cussed down when they was.
look, listen, look. These niggas, yo, he have his. If you look back at the game, his son always with him. Remember, he had custody of his son.
Yep.
His wife went crazy.
Uh
Remember,
huh.
his wife went. Dwayne Wade wife went crazy. Or well, no, she didn't go crazy. They portrayed her
They
like she
just treated like she was crazy. Yeah.
exactly. My bad. Let me read. Let me come back to the Matrix. Yeah, they portrayed her like she was crazy, right? So he took custody of him. He had custody of him. The boy is only 11 years old. So that means he had them kids for like 10 years. So
Mhm.
all along, either Gabriel Union came in there and start prepping them. You know what I'm saying? Because there's nowhere in the world you gonna see your son doing all that. Like you gonna be like, nah, look, little bro, nah, we don't do that around here, man. Like, and he ain't just gonna go further. Like, oh, I noticed he like girl dolls. Get the fuck out of here, nigga. Like, you groomed him to do that. Like, nah, ain't
Yeah.
no kid going. Listen, I'm
You
saying,
not gonna wake up like that one day. You just gonna wake up.
bro, kids don't even know about sexuality like that. Like, they don't even know about that. Like, you know what I'm saying? Only like if you go take a kid shopping, a boy. He ain't gonna buy no girl clothes. Like, you know what I'm
No.
saying? You've been dressing him like a boy all this time. Like, oh, I noticed he like girl clothes. Nah, nigga. Somebody is in his ear saying, don't you? And like I said, to take a child to a gay parade is some real like it's like listen, I don't want to go to the gay parade. I don't want to go, period. But just as an adult, like if you would just like to be walking through there, because like in New York, real talk, in New York, if you don't know what day the gay parade is, and like let's say you and your girl, y'all chilling in the village or something, and y'all just start encountering a bunch of people and shit, you like, oh
Right. What the hell going on?
yo, that's how it
That's
is in
fact.
New York. I'm not gonna bullshit you. I'm
That's
not.
funny you say that. That's funny you say that, A1, because I actually used to do overnight at the Gap on 17th and 5th. I don't know if you know that area, right?
Yeah, yeah,
17th.
yeah, yeah.
So I don't know if they still got that same Gap location there, but I was working there overnight, doing some graveyard shift. And I actually not even I wasn't even aware because I would do from 10 to 7, right? From 10 at night to 7 in the morning. And so I was working, and then I didn't even know that day that they, the next day I was getting off, that they was gonna have their parades out
Yo.
there, bro.
It be on that Sunday. It be on a Sunday, yo.
Yeah, and I walked out. I'm like, what
Yo.
the hell? I couldn't
Mhm.
even cross the streets. My G, they was all out there butt naked, doing all types of wild.
Whoa.
I was like, oh
Bro,
yeah. I went
I
back
used
into
to
the
work on
store.
Houston. I used to work on 3 Houston. Like I used to work for a catering company right there, right?
Mm,
And on Sundays we used to do events. So we used to be in New York all the time. Like and just like one time, it was like but nah, this was probably like the second time, like because it was one time me and my girl was in New York on a Sunday and we ain't know, and we start walking because it's a bridge that they just reconstructed down there that you can walk on top of. It's
right,
the
right.
bridge. I forgot where it's at, but it's down there by like I can't. It's down there by the East Side Highway, man. It's down there right there by the East Side, but it's a little bridge and shit. It's a long trail you can walk or
You
whatever.
talking about Bleecker, right? You talking about Bleecker Street,
I think
right?
that is it. You know what I'm talking about. You talking about that big ass path that you got. But it'll take you like to the Jacob Jarvis and all through all there. If you walk
Yeah.
the right way, that shit right there, yo. We was on that shit, yo. We was on that shit. Yo, yeah, man, yeah, for real. Like I'm saying, like, and the shit just be like lewd. Like, yo, these people is demonic. Like, you like
Yes,
what?
and you said the right word because it seems like these celebrities, you know what I'm saying, is they're not pushing this agenda by accident. You know what I'm saying? When you look at it, a lot of the things they do connects them back to Babylon. You know what I mean? Like the Babylonian worship of what you call it. But what's that transvestite god they worship or whatnot? You know what I mean? So there's a lot of that going on in Hollywood, man. You look around, and they're turning children into different genders, which is ludicrous because, I mean, a child should at least be able to reach puberty before they could even make any type of decision. You know,
That's right.
you're not supposed to sexualize body. You know what I'm saying? That's under puberty. And
I mean,
also,
yo, man,
when did the anus
like,
become a sex organ?
That's
You see
right.
what I'm saying? Like they got us, you know
you
what I'm
say
saying, doing
when
things
you
that
say
make
become a
no type
sexual
of.
organ, brother?
Go ahead, bro. I'm
Hold
sorry.
on, what did you say became a sex organ, brother? No, no, no. What did you say became a sex organ, brother?
The anus, bro. Like, and I guess within my generation, I've seen like this
Oh,
whole thing where the anus is considered a sex organ, which is weird. Like, you feel me?
Yeah.
um, yo, I mean, man, listen, man, like it's like this right here, right? It's say for instance, you have a one child, right? Just one, and that child decides not to have children. Not even whatever the situation is. They just say, you know what, Dad, Mom, I decided, I don't want to have children. Whether it's a boy or girl, they just say, you know what, I'm cool. So as parents, right? How do you approach this? You know what I'm saying? Because you're saying, hey, listen, um, Hakeem or Shaniqua, right? You know what I'm saying? Pocahontas or whatever, right? Um, we need to live on in the future. If you don't have any children, right, we can't live on in the future. Our bloodline it stops right here with you. You understand what I'm saying? I think we have to start having these conversations with these babies. Like
Very true.
life
Very.
is not
I agree
valued
with
anymore.
you 100%.
We
That's
just talked
100%.
about Planned Parenthood. We fund Planned Parenthood. We support Planned Parenthood, aka the Eugenics Society. So we don't like each other. We don't like our babies. We don't. We don't. It doesn't even seem like we having any issues. You know what I'm saying with the kidnapping and the murders of our children. So we have to step up as men, y'all, and stop talking.
But
There's too
here's the
much.
thing, though. Here's the thing that I want the family to realize. You know, this is their culture. You know what I'm saying? It's the invaders. So we have to be careful because what they do, one of the weapons they use, is to try to call us phobes. To try to label us because we're not living their culture or we're not giving a pass to their culture. So we have to be very careful because that's a weapon in and of itself to try to silence this kind of conversation. You know what I'm saying? Because our forefathers, like you said, they were keen on, the future, the next generation. They always thought 7 generations down the line. But if you got a child that's getting transgendered at 4 years old, 6 years old, like, where we going? Huh? Where we gonna end up in another generation or two? You know? So it's very dangerous, but at the same time, let's be very careful with those that are listening from the other, well, from them that's gonna try to categorize because they using that as well. Like anybody in the media who so much as not go along with this, they'll try to, get after them. But we gotta understand that it's because that's what we need to be. That's what we need to be talking about. That's what we need to be thinking about and preparing our children. So it's a powerful topic you introduced right there, A1. I just had to chime in real fast.
Word, man. I mean, I'm pro-life, man. So that's all. That's all I gotta say. I'm pro-life, and so anybody, I don't knock anything anybody else do. That's you. I don't even have a problem with anything anybody else do. But I'm pro-life. So I think.
How do you be there? How do you be there on guard and watch this thing evolve? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, without saying nothing, and you just submit to it. Like, it's one thing to say, all right, well, damn, his father wasn't there, but it's another thing to say, damn, his father raised him and watched them go, and nobody like, yo, my dude, like, you ain't like.
No, you know what though? This years ago, right? I had a partner of mine, right? And he had a son and a daughter, right? They basically swapped roles. The little girl was a basketball player, good in basketball and stuff like that, or whatever. The little boy was a cheerleader. He was like 10, like he was already gone, y'all. He was already gone. Like you could tell. I'm looking at the dude like he's in the house with him and his wife. As far as I knew, he wasn't, you know what I'm saying, or whatever, you know what I mean? But you know what I'm saying? Like his daughter took after him and his son took after the mother, and it was crazy. So imagine this, right? They both say, hey, look, we don't want to have children because we with same sex. Their bloodline stopped right there, y'all. Like, I don't understand. That's the most selfish thing. You're here to produce other human beings. You're not here to go to Mars. You're not here to do anything else but to procreate life. And so for people not to value life and want to have, like, we need a baby boom generation, y'all. And that takes economics, y'all. That takes economics, and that's what we don't focus on enough in our community. We let other people come here in 30, 40 years. They up, we down. We got to change our fucking mind state to how we moving, y'all. I'm serious. And it's our fault. It's nobody burning crosses stopping us from doing shit. We stop each other.
Hey, real quick, Chief, real another topic, real. What about the young lady that got killed in Baltimore, the one that had the beauty supply store? Did you hear about that story? Or anybody
Hell
hear
no,
about
I
that
didn't
story?
hear.
It was a young girl in Baltimore that owned a beauty supply store, and some young heathens ran up in there. First, they robbed her and took like $3,000 worth of hair fake, hair from her, and then somebody came back and shot her in the head. And they said her daughter was there. It was some young kids. I mean, some adolescents or whatever. But yeah, I'm just saying, like, she was a young entrepreneur trying to do her thing. You know what I'm saying? Like they said, like, when it comes to the Chinese and shit, don't nobody do. The Chinese be whooping your ass. You know what I'm saying? They go in there, you go in there and do something. You go in there and act like you want to tuck something. They gonna hit you with a 20 piece. You're like, you know what I'm saying? And next thing you know, you gonna be on World Star, or you gonna be on somebody post on Facebook. But then you run up in somebody, you young run up in a young, and she was a young Aborigine, man. You know what I'm saying? She was a young entrepreneur. Somebody, like I said, the first time they ran up in there through jealousy, and that's what we do. We sit there and we're torture each other. That's why people don't come back and do shit in the community. They have to bring immigrants in there because you won't do shit. I mean, well, I ain't gonna try to say you should do nothing to anybody, but you damn sure shouldn't do nothing to your own people. You know what I'm saying?
You're
But
absolutely
Hey, bro.
correct. You're absolutely correct. Because there
th-
was a whole thing that happened down in Brooklyn out here where this old lady got beat by these Asians. You know what I mean? I don't know if you remember that situation, but they're
Oh yeah,
closed down.
yeah. I remember that.
Yeah, it was a big
Yeah, I'm Brooklyn. Fuck that.
Yeah.
yeah, we
Okay.
shut that place down though. This was
Can
in
I, can I,
Crown
can I
Heights.
speak on this though real fast before I forget this situation? This is my only thing that we have to understand, right? When we kill each other, right, or anybody kill us, right, the way the media handles the victims, the way the media handles and the court system and stuff like that handle Dylan Roof and handle, even us, right, it doesn't put value on that sister's life. You understand what I'm saying? If they would have ran up in an Asian or Arab or or Caucasian store and did exactly what they did to this sister, they would have ran. Like everybody know that that you're gonna get extra time. You're gonna get more time. You're gonna get treated like shit with
You gonna
your
get
sister
your
and
ass whooped first,
movement.
but you gonna get they first. You gonna get your ass whooped, then they gonna persecute you. You know what I'm
That's
saying?
right.
Prosecute your ass first. You
Dylan Roof
gonna be
like
a
from the
victim
Philly.
of a Chinese movie. You gonna be in one. You gonna be in one of them. You gonna be on one of them. Them skits they be doing on social media or whatever. You know what I'm saying? And people gonna be liking it, like, damn, she got fucked up. Like your own people being there and shit. Like, you know what I'm saying? And but that's what I'm saying. Like if there was penalties, but see the thing is like this, right? You can't police your own community because if you start policing your own community, they gonna try to come in there and do the same thing like they have always done, or put an agent in there and have him disrupt something like, look, they doing foul play, or have him accuse you of some allegations. You see how they just got Cosby, like, so they can do anything. Like if they get him shit, god damn. Like I mean, and then won't even give him all right. Well, we know this shit. We did you learn your lesson yet? They ain't even going like. You know what I'm saying? They ain't give him the benefit of the doubt. They like, nah, he will keep him in the whole 10 years.
That's facts. That's facts. And that's the
Ain't
thing,
nobody
what
learned that lesson
we're talking
from this,
about
bro.
is
It's
like
crazy.
we need a code. That's basically what it is. Our
Yeah,
community, we need a code.
yeah,
And day by day, what I'm noticing is that our sisters, their value is getting less and less.
yeah.
Especially with these other nations. You know what I'm saying? So they can treat our sisters any type of way.
Yo, hey, look, check this out. Real talk. I don't even watch. Listen, I ain't gonna front. I love football. I'm play football. I watch football, right? I mean, I don't watch. I'm not a fan like that. Like a nigga who be a diehard. I could do research. I could read a book while the TV's on or whatever. But I'm not like I be having the volume down. I don't be all into the shit like that, right? But what I'm starting to notice is when I do watch it, every motherfucking commercial is a black woman and a fucking white man, and they be sneaking them in. First, they show the commercial with just the woman or just the man at first, and then they try to sneak the kid in. Or in other cases, where it just be the woman, and then they sneak the whole family, and you be like, "What the fuck is going?" Yo, every fucking commercial, bro. Like
Yeah, man.
every commercial.
That
I'm
stuff
like,
got that stuff got me heated for a while. Back in a few years back, it's like all these commercials have like a specific intent. And this whole swirling, you know what I'm saying? This swirling movement with our sisters, and they got them in these little, scenarios where they actually show you the kids now.
yup, yup,
So they're purposely putting it in our face as
yup.
brothers, like
Heavy,
yo,
heavy, 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 heavy.
they're
It's
really
heavy
trying
mind
to
control.
tempt us to try to, like, you know what I'm saying, react. But that's the truth though. It's like there's and it's weird. Like, okay, you treat our sisters like dirt, but then you have them in commercials, you know what I'm saying, swirling with you. I don't get that.
They
That's the
are you,
thing
and you
that make
know
no
what they
sense.
fall for too, bro. I'm gonna tell you like this too. Look, with black women, right? All the white dude gotta do is be hip or say something. Say he gotta say all he gotta do is act hip or say something slick or whatever. And then sometimes he just gotta be a white dude. He ain't gotta even be like that. See, they just be wanting a time and shit, like, you know what I'm saying? Just a motherfucking time. But in some cases, motherfucker say something hip, or like that dude, what DJ Kid, what was that dude that got all them women talking about they gave him AIDS and shit?
Yeah,
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 I
yeah.
think that's a lie.
Oh
I
yeah.
think that's a lie, bro.
Hey bro, but look,
That nigga
but
couldn't
look,
sleep with two.
bro.
of
Look,
brother.
listen.
Go
If
ahead.
it is true, right? He got pictures with all these prominent people, bro. Like prior to him doing that, like yeah, he a DJ, but he got pictures with Hillary Clinton and all of these other people, man. You never know, man. And you know, there's some other things that surrounding him or whatever though. But that nigga might have been. He might have been put out there to do some shit. You never know, man. I'm just telling you. I'm not saying it is. The real story,
But
right?
it's
Might
true. But
the
you're
real
saying it's
story
true, though.
might be true. The real story, what they telling you, might actually be true. But
No,
guess
But
but
what?
I mean, but there's
talking
a lot of
about
our
the
brothers,
real.
man. Like I just say, man, like, our sisters been holding us down through thick and thin, and if nobody else would be treating them bad if they didn't see us treating them bad. Let's just be clear about that. And I say it doesn't matter who it is. We need to put our foot in the air off
Oh
top.
yeah.
We need to take our respect back for our sisters. That's all I'm saying. Because you can't fuck with nobody in my family. It's a problem. Seriously, like the stuff that happened to the sisters, and I think it was in Pennsylvania, where they got beat up by those Arab clerks and that whatchamacallit. And then what brothers do, and we heard the big YouTubers say, "Oh, those bitches, they shouldn't have went back in." What? I don't give a fuck what's going on. I don't care if you dead wrong, sis. I'm on your side. I'm thumping a mud hole in anybody's ass that fuck with you. That's what we doing right now. 2020, keep your motherfucking hands, keep your mouth, keep your whatever off our sisters and our babies. That's what it is. I don't care. I don't like everybody that don't agree with that. You a coward. 'Cause everybody else
I'm
protect they
saying it
even
should always been that. That should never been a case to where somebody is in
ever.
agreement to somebody putting their hands on somebody. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know what I'm saying? Especially in any of these situations where it's dealing with some type of commerce or anything like that. Nah, that ain't never the protocol. Nobody ever want to see any of them situations occur or escalate or get to the point to where somebody is being physically harmed. You know what I'm saying? But at the end of the day, the shit happens. And at the end of the day, right, you know, these niggas be out there picking in the store. They be picking this. But you know, but look, the one brother who did do something, niggas was clowning him like, man, I would have did nothing for that hood rat. Yo, I was looking in the chat room, niggas like, yo, I
I
wouldn't
don't
have
give a
did
fuck if
nothing
you
for
was a
that hood
streetwalker, homeless.
rat.
I don't give no fucks, bro. I don't give no fucks about none of that. As a matter of fact, I seen this sister whooping her boyfriend's ass one time, right? Because you know he was a pale skin, and I'm looking at him like, yeah, in the public, she whooping at the grocery store. I'm looking at him like, I wish you would. Like, it ain't my business, but I don't give a fuck. I don't give no fucks. Hey, man, sweet baby Jesus, I don't give no fucks. But guess what though? If the cop, if in Dallas, Texas, right, if that would have been a male Aborigine cop that went into uh, uh, somebody looked like Amber Geiger, right? Blonde hair, blue eye, and blew her away. Okay. Do y'all think he'd have got 10 years? Do y'all think the media and the court system would have treated that brother cop like
Look what the Egyptian or the Somalian cop got. But you know what though? Man, when it come that nigga, he came all the way here from Somalia to be a cop. Look, man. like, look, man, this is what happens, man, when you think cause you know, like real talk. I know cops that real talk. Like, I know black cops that just do their job, that just be getting paid. They don't be really trying to really beast or be on none of that bullshit or whatever. Then I know cops who really be out there on some Bruce Willis Die Hard type shit. Then I know, you know what I'm saying? Then there be other situations, right? But for the most part, for you to come here and buy into whatever they told you about whatever you thought was right, and then think that you, and then he shot the lady, lady ran up on her like, yo, help. Yo, she ran up on him and was like, ran up on him asking for help, and he shot her. Like, he must have been scared. Yo, he, he must have been scared, chief.
I would have been like, I was scared. I watched it to watch Django or something. I don't know. I was thinking crazy.
But here's the thing though, you gotta understand, like these cops deal with a lot of their population, and you know the biggest problem with them right now is this opioid thing. You know, so when they on that opioid and they start wilding out, these cops can't control them. You know what I mean? They
Yeah.
have to use kid gloves when they deal with that population. With us, we could be minding our own business. You know what I'm
That
saying? They
part.
let shots off, but
But
that
that
Somali
brother,
dude,
you
he
know
didn't
what
know the
though? Yeah.
protocol.
He could have been working at a motherfucking Petco, or he could have been working at Walmart. he ain't had to take that duty like he ain't had to take that duty after the oppression. You know what I'm saying? Just people in general like thinking he gonna make a change, and now he's a now he's in, you know what I'm saying? He's the victim. He's a victim of himself, thinking he gonna get off. Even the Chinese cop got off. The Chinese cop got off, and he straight murdered the kid
I
in
mean, look
Brooklyn.
what
Like,
about what happened to the cop with Philando Castile? He got shot on camera. Ain't nothing happened to him. Did they even charge this cop? Like, come
Nah,
on.
he got off. He got off.
That's what I'm saying, bro. Come on, y'all.
Yeah,
Like, this is too much, man.
yeah. The
And then we
Chinese
wonder
cop
why
who
we
shot
feel
a
so.
cop girly out in Brooklyn, out here. Yeah, he
he
got
got
off. They
off,
took.
bro. He got
I mean, he
off.
never got on. They never even charged him
That
last
nigga
time I.
lives somewhere. He got a store. He lives somewhere. He got a store. I'm telling you, like he ain't nothing. Like, and that's the thing. Like, and that's like he did some fucked up shit. Like you listen, if you come to a community to be a cop and you gotta have your gun out because you scared of the neighborhood you in, then you damn sure shouldn't be a cop. And then you kill somebody and then they come out and protest and say, well, damn, well, you let all the white cops get off, so let him get off. This is what they did. And I'm like, what? Like, you serious? Like, the
Man,
shit was some funny I'm like, wow.
Darren Wilson never even got charged either.
Oh?
Darren Wilson.
Oh, yeah. I mean, yeah, of
Like,
course.
this is real. Broad daylight in front of everybody. Come on, y'all. Like, it's just, like we gotta like. There's no value. Like at some point, right? You know what I'm saying? And this is what once again though. This is actually because we know like last year. I don't know about 2019, but 2018, they said that more right pale people got unarmed pale people got shot by the pigs, right? Than copper colored people. Let's be clear on that.
Yeah, no,
We
that's
never
true.
hear
That's
about that.
true.
We
Because
never, never,
I
never,
used to do
never,
a
never
show
hear
on
about
Periscope, and I would show the numbers every month. There's an average of about 50 or so that get shot.
it. Now,
You know,
now,
50.
now, the flip side of that, right? Real fast, brother Jamal. The flip side of that, right? There was so many. I forgot how many cops were killed, right? Literally, I can't make this up. Everybody that killed a cop was a hillbilly. Okay, everybody, everybody, bro. Like, now it wasn't like maybe one. You know how you might find one brother up in there or something like that. We just not, and they make it seem like we just such the worst motherfuckers ever. All of us selling drugs, all of us leaving our women. You know what I'm saying? We not take care of our families, and these are the narratives that they're painting, and our people believe them, y'all, and that's a problem. We hate each other, and that's the whole concept that we have to stop doing. Y'all. We got to stop hating each other, and we have to start loving on each other. So when it's something like this happening, we gotta go hard, y'all. Like if it's judges that's not doing it right, we get their asses off the bench. If there's mayors that's not working with us to stop this shit, we get their ass out of office.
Mm. And
That's
you
the
know
one
what,
thing, y'all. We gotta start
Chief?
managing, bro.
I don't mean to
Yeah,
cut you off, bro. I have to get this in real fast.
it's fine.
Family, we need to be on our legal game because as Chief said it, Supreme Chief said it. These courts, they're gonna be right there. You know what I'm saying? Filled with all of the judges that's been appointed by Trump. Okay, I don't know if it's him that's appointing them or his, administration, people behind the scenes, but he's gotten it locked, meaning all the district courts, Supreme Courts. I think he's already got three up there, two or three up there, and he may be able to get some more in. So the courts are going to be heavily stacked against us with judges that's not going to look to us favorably. So we better get our ducks in a row in the coming years because we're going to have a lot of these judges inside these courtrooms that's going to try to railroad us more than they already have. But I think if we do our due diligence and we study law, we get ourselves ready, then we have a chance. But if we're just blind and we just going in there, we don't know what's going on. These judges are going to railroad us. So I just wanted to put that out there.
Hey, Medicine, man, you still with us?
Yeah, I'm still here.
All right, man. I'm just saying you can finish us out, man. I mean, we got about another 20, 30 minutes before I close it down. So if you want to just build before we close it down, definitely leave your channel, leave your information if anybody need it, and tell them where they can find you at before you close it out.
Okay, cool. Yeah, Periscope page at gmail.com. PeriscoPepage Periscope page at gmail.com. Anybody can hit me up. You just got to remember it is the holidays a little bit, so I'm getting back to everybody within like 48 hours. But if it's the holidays, it'll be like a week or something like that. But whatever questions you have, I'll definitely try to respond to you. If I
You know
don't
what
get
you
to
could
you
do?
right
Put it
away,
in the chat room. Just put it in the chat room too, so they can get it though.
okay.
Mhm.
At some point, I'm gonna have to do that because I'm on the StreamYard on a different browser. I have to go back to YouTube to do that.
Now you can
But
put it on the stream yard. If you're on the stream yard, you can put it right on the. All you got to do is just put it on the I think the live comments, and you'll
right,
see.
but that one doesn't offer me a box to like write comments. Only in the private area.
Oh,
So
okay. All right, I got you.
yeah, but I appreciate you allowing me to actually even be on here to share thoughts with the family. I try to keep everything based off of stuff that I can prove, evidence that I can show. Earlier, I talked about the U.S. Census. It's a big topic. So definitely our people should check out the U.S. Census directions from 1790 all the way up to now. That way they can get an understanding of our designation and status in terms of the federal government. Um, I mean, we just covered so many good topics,
Hey,
man.
hey, hey, my dude. Hey, let my man finish out my guest I had on there. You could come back in if we get some more time. I just wanted him to finish it out because he was building and we just like kind of like cut it.
Okay,
Oh,
So
you know what? Where do we leave off at?
but
no, I'm just saying. I'm sorry, but um,
No, he can join in on. I mean, we can kind of
nah,
like,
you was. I don't know where we left off at, but I was saying like before we leave, you can definitely like he gonna be on. You ain't got no problem. You could definitely switch that shit at the end. I just wanted him to finish off or anything like leave his channel and leave his information and everything before we get out of here. Like we got about another 30 minutes, so you'll be chiming back in or whatever. But I just want like he's a guest tonight or whatever, and we don't get this brother on too much or whatever. But yeah, but as far as the legal advice though, you definitely come through. That's definitely some good information about the Indians not taxed. And that's additional information. We need that additionally because that Snyder Act is something that's crucial. Because people be putting that in my chat, like, look at this, and I read it, and the shit is foolishness. It's the same thing as you. It's the same thing as being an African American with a feather, though. They just recognize you with a feather. They just recognize you with a feather in your head. Like you're African American Tonto. Or like motherfucker like in what's the gang color the Warriors and shit. But nonetheless though, but before we get out of here, go ahead, my brother Medicine Man. Definitely go ahead expound before we get out of here though.
all right, but what we want to take it?
I mean, you could go ahead and just build, man. Build. I follow you. I follow you because I know we was building. We was actually building. We building pretty much on what we was talking about yesterday. But
Yeah.
you can just go a little further, man, real quick, man. We got about another 30 minutes.
Okay. Well, we was talking about the I guess what we talking about the origins of Christianity and how it's reached to American shores, and this just to touch back on that, um, and it goes back to when I I'm telling people about the histories, and how a lot of this is also recorded in the scriptures, in the Old Testaments, so then there's histories of I believe his name was Theodorus, and he came over. Theodorus Silvanus, and he came over and he fought with Solomon the Builder, here in Americas, and they basically established what they were calling Kalalus, which was Hebrew or Israelite colony here in Americas, according to this history that I came across. And then I wanted to do a special on it, but I don't know if I'll be able to get this information clear. It's called from America Unearthed, but they got a segment on America Unearthed where they go over the spores that was found, in the Arizona desert, and how they tested it, and the whole story behind Charlemagne coming over here in 800 AD, and is also inscribed on some of the artifacts that they found, and it basically has inscriptions on the artifacts as well. And so they did dating on it, and tested the area it was found in, and it did all these different type of testing and analysis.
Hold up.
And
You said who? You said Charlemagne.
Charlemagne,
All right. Okay. So what empire was Charlemagne under?
that was basically Charlemagne was a part of the Roman Empire, but he was the facet of what they would call the Franks or the Merovingians, and that was over. Those are the ones who basically were over in what was originally Gaul that became France, and they call themselves the French today. But now you got to understand that some of these people that we're speaking of, uh, prior to it being, usurped, or prior to it becoming what it is today, aren't, the people that we're looking at today. So when we talking about, the Holy Roman Empire and these people in particular that was key, figures in these histories, they were swarthy, melanated people, at best, saying, and of course, the revision of history tells different now. But when you look at the histories, has been written and recorded and documented, and then some accounts of even some descriptions of the people and whatnot. So you take all that into consideration, and you use your own common sense, and you come with your own conclusion. But these histories basically go over the fact that it was a Israelite Hebrew colony called Kalalas in the Americas. And this was, according to, these accounts, and this is an America on Earth. And they tell, the spiel about how Charlemagne and a group, of the knights, they came over here to the Americas, and they started a colony. And basically, that whole spiel on that. Then there's other literature, basically talking about some of the European nobles coming over here, and also, taking, settlements here and building, colonies and whatnot, which is comparable to that tale as well. So now we're understanding that, okay, well, if all of this was going on, let's say 800 AD, 700 AD, somewhere around there. You know, this is during the time. Okay, well, if we take into account that Europe was also being under uh, basically conquest by the Indo-European tribes that was coming in from the third to fifth centuries. So some of these people flushed out and left, and basically abandoned these areas because of this surge of people that was coming in, and that basically in what they were doing, coming in basically with their savage warlike ways. So we can imagine what how it was going down. Well, you get a good idea when you watch you know these epics like Game of Thrones or these different movies that they put out. They showed basically the character and the nature of these people and what they were doing back then and how they got into the position they are now. So now when you're taking all that and understanding how all that came into pretty much uh, had a pretty much a role in the way things have materialized to now. Then you understand. Well, I tell people you got to understand, how and why, to understand, why, things are in place the way they are now. And a lot of the stuff, is basically, again, things that some people that look like us help usher in or help assist in, and basically they were just, In some cases, they were double crossed, and and now a lot of them have been delegated to roles similar to what we are here in America. So this is a worldwide um, what they would call migration. I say invasion. It was a worldwide invasion of these people from these different regions, taking over these civilizations around the world that were already, in place, already intact. They already had structures, societies, buildings, lodgings, you name it. They already had these things in place already. So I keep telling people to key on the history of their history, because their history is very telling. When you understand that they themselves record their histories as the youngest of nations, the youngest of all nations is what their ancestors record themselves as. And you understand that when they came into Europe and Asia, they were illiterate. They could not read or write. They had no alphabet. They had no written language. This is recorded from the scholars, from the times, say like the Herodotus. These scholars during the time when they were coming in, this is what they were recording. And other historians have also chimed in and basically, co-signed and added their, confirmation as well. So we understanding that these are people that had no written language, no alphabet. They couldn't read or write because they knew none of this. So they were coming into these civilized lands that was in Europe and Asia. These civilizations, and so once they basically started, taking over some of these areas, and then some of them start branching out and coming over to this side of the world. This is new to them. This is why they call it the New World, because it's new to them. It's not new to the people that was here already here, or to
Fact.
other ancient civilizations around the world that knew of the antiquities of the Americas. It's not that new to them. I mean, you got to count and in by the monks in China recordings of them coming to the Americas before Christopher Columbus. So these are things that I'm really publicized, as much, in academia or even in the media. You won't hear about this stuff, as much because they want to harp on Christopher Columbus and that whole fiasco. When there's plenty of evidence showing that there were other people from other, countries, regions around the world that was coming to America. This was a trading capital. This was the commerce. It was the pretty much the place to be, the markets and everything, that they had here in America. I mean, this is from the descriptions that these conquistadors were describing when they came here. How they wrote how grand the buildings was, how they had canals and they had floating gardens, all of this stuff. That was, they was just like mystified. You should read the writings that they was writing, reporting back to England, to Europe, how they just
Yep.
basically
He
described.
he was actually comparing some of the stuff to what they found over there in Grenada, to the silk markets and the
Exactly,
markets in Grenada.
exactly. Exactly. So it's a lot of that, saying this already recorded. So that lets you know that they had all that going on over here already. So it wasn't empty. It wasn't people savages running around naked. So there was civilized people living, and then you can see some of the depictions, of some of these people from say early
Re-
colonial times.
Real quick,
Yeah,
when you read the definition of America being the earliest depiction, it tells you the accounts of the great structures. It start giving you the details to the stuff they found over here, basically in that book. It tells you they found forts, the canals,
yeah,
everything. You know what I'm saying? But it tell that the definition of it tells you everything. I just wanted to just put that out there.
yeah,
Yo, hey, I gotta say this real fast, right? American Aboriginal Brave just put something very interesting in the chat room, bro. He said, I ran into a roadblock because the state of North Carolina burned all slavery records. God damn.
yeah,
I'm done.
yeah. Oh, a lot of that's going on, and that's what I tell people too. Be mindful when you're looking into your genealogy, when you're looking into your family records. You go some in some instances you will run into like here in the state of Tennessee. Don't you know that Tennessee didn't even become they weren't even a state when the first census was issued in 1790. They became a state in 1796. So the 1790 they have no census. 1800, 1810, and 1820 those were lost or destroyed. So the only workable census records in the state of Tennessee is from 1830, the same year the Trail of Tears occurred. So that's why I'm saying you got to look at it, kind of piece the pieces together yourself. If you understand the circumstances and what was going on, what was the situation, it kind of makes more sense. But you'll run across a lot of that because they already knew that one day these people are gonna realize that they've been reclassified. We got to burn all these records because the records show who the ancestors were and who they were and what they were called and who owned what. That's really what it was. That's why it's so hard for a lot of us to try to reclaim some of the land that our ancestors had because those records and deeds have been burned, destroyed. All we got is just the stories that have been passed down from generation to generation.
You know what though? In a lot of cases, the reason why they don't have it because we never kept deeds and stuff like that. That stuff was that white people kept because we never had no reason to really like, you know what I'm saying, to have like people, whoever land, they was part of a nation. So like if that nation fell, then the people of that nation would have felt like the
Right.
whole area. But in some cases, you don't see that. You still see families living in certain areas where
Mm-hmm.
they have farms at, you know what I'm saying? So it had to be some type of protection coming from somebody, you know what I'm saying? It was us,
Right.
you know what I'm saying, or we had like some type of military or some type of like police force or whatever, you know what I'm saying? But that's what I see. I see the same thing. A lot of the history is just like is just upside down.
It
Hey,
is.
real quick though, another thing that these people did because they did it to my community, like the city would expand and annex our lands, y'all, into the city.
Yep.
So they did
Or
this in the 1900s. It wasn't like it did it in the because they wasn't here before Reconstruction and all of that. Yeah, man,
or
this is very
through
interesting.
eminent domain.
Infinite domain. That's a fact. Or just like I said, they were just annexing and just taking over.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, well, now you guys got to be a part of this city, right? You're annexed into the city. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Um, and some people are still on well water. Some people have went ahead and said, okay, well, we're gonna go ahead and start getting the city's water, for instance. You know what I'm saying? Once again, we're going back to resources. We
Mm-hmm.
own resources because we had our own wells, we had our own food. You know what I'm saying? We didn't have grocery stores, we didn't have these certain things. So yeah, man, like I said, man, we got to get back to being self-sufficient. We got to get back to the resources. We got to get back to building, y'all. And they told us the wrong history. So because they told us the wrong history, it does. You know what I'm saying? You don't feel any urgency to build anything here. Y'all understand what I'm saying? We're not
Right.
building motherfucking thing in America because we think we some lost Africans. And that's a problem, y'all. It is a real
Mm-hmm.
y'all. Sure, brother.
That's real. And just to touch on what A1 had said earlier about a lot of us not knowing in the deeds and the records and whatnot. Well, just to point out a glaring fact, who was in control of the deeds? You know what I'm saying? And so when you understand that a lot of the times uh, these deeds were taken over by what became these states. You know what I'm saying? And so these territories and everything was either auctioned off, to a lot of these so-called tenant farmers who were, European people who had came over, struck a deal with the landowners to maybe, go ahead and utilize a portion of the land. And so now they became tenant farmers. So now when, the deeds and all of the paperwork, had basically been, changed over, a lot of these tenant farmers assume a lot of these properties, and that's something that that's not really publicized a lot or discussed a lot. That's how a lot of them got some of these lands, and how they're being able to pass it down to their generations now. And they, you always hear them. They're real big on owning some land. Well, because they come from a culture where they own no land. So now when they get to Americans, this is the big deal with them. They own land. Yeah, I own such and such acres of land. That's a big deal with them. I mean, me going around and basically doing my travels and everything, I'm a talking to person, so I strike up conversations with them. Especially some of the farmers and some of the people I see in agriculture. I mean, you don't know how many cotton fields I passed, how many corn fields I passed, how many rice fields, pea fields, it's all these different, I'm talking about miles and miles of it. Ain't nothing, coming through Tennessee, I mean, you can see miles and miles of cotton fields, miles and miles of cornfields, depending on the seasons. You know what I'm saying? So sometimes I strike up a conversation with some of them in a rest area or stop, or whatever. And oh yeah, I'll stay back yonder. Yeah. I got about 10 acres back there. Yeah, 10. I got about 6 acres. That's my farmland back there. And this is they talking. And then I'm like, damn. You know, and I'm sitting there thinking, how do you own land? How did you get this land? You see what I'm saying? It's like you a second or third generation immigrant, and you own land now, and I own nothing, and this is the land of my ancestors. You see how that works?
What's a lot of that going around these
Yeah.
days? It's a lot of that going around these days.
Yep.
Dr.
Hmm.
Martin Luther King talked about the Homestead Act and them giving them millions,
Yes.
millions of acres just to step foot in here. Hey, once again, I got to go back to Dr. Claude Anderson, who was around during the Martin Luther King days, around during Malcolm X and all that. He was like, yo, as soon as they stepped foot in here, they was getting acres. So yeah, that's what that means. Like once again, if this government has had these type of things and they've given these type of things away, and they're still doing it, by the way, we when are we gonna get our minds right to start getting these type of not even handouts? These are giving us our money back. You understand what I'm saying? Um, I just don't get it, y'all. I don't know why we oh I do know because I do know we got gatekeepers that working with them. They look like us, but they're actually them. You know what I'm saying? They're working to keep us down. So these are the things that got to change within our community. Y'all. We got to stop allowing gatekeepers to actually exist. They shouldn't exist in our community. So that's just my only take on that, bro. You got
Mm-mm-mm.
Yeah. But that's I understand. That's a lot of that shit going on. Imagine somebody just got here from this country a couple of months ago and it got land, and you own nothing.
Right.
So there's a lot of different scenarios to it. It ain't just that one. It's a lot of them. I see it every day. The same people that don't want them to put a gate up around the country, when soon as they move to your neighborhood, they put a gate up though,
Yep. So do.
right?
And a trespassing sign.
Ain't that some shit? Like real talk, some real funny style type shit. Like wait a minute, I thought you don't want no gate up, but you got a motherfucking gate up around your house.
Mm-hmm.
Like you know what I'm saying? Like same motherfuckers, and they build like a fort. Like they don't even want you. They don't. You know what I'm saying? Raise
High
it.
yo,
Raise,
and
y'all know
everything.
how they was taking those people, the invaders laying back in South Africa. I see that happening one day, y'all. I really do. I see that happening. Like they're gonna have to. Hey, well, we know we gave you guys all this stuff back, but you're gonna have to give it back. You know what I'm saying? I really see this happening because even in Australia, shout out to Sister Miss Mohawk. She sent me a video yesterday. Right, they're getting land back. They sued and successfully won. This is like since the '90s, so I guess it really doesn't matter, even if you win in court and still whatever. But they won their case to get lands back from the colonial people who came into Australia. You
Mm.
understand what I'm saying? So we got to think about that. But here's the problem, though, right? Even if they gave you 1,000,000 acres, right? You, me, anybody, they could still put you in a position where you can't do nothing with this land. You understand what I'm saying? So there's a lot going on, man, with like basically farmers, a lot of these farmers that got land. They were hurting, so they started giving them subsidies to make sure that they okay. Okay, well, don't worry about it. We got you. Oh, it's a famine or it's a drought this year. Oh, we got you. Don't worry about it. So they've been taking care of these people, giving them loans, giving them grants, giving them all the training that they need to become mechanized, right? To take over this agriculture base or what we have. You know what I'm saying? They took it over. So this is what it's about, man. So we gotta get our minds right now. We really do. It's getting worse. And like once again, I like to go back to this, what Dr. Claude Anderson said. He said that we own one half of a whatever percent after slavery or whatever, and it's still the same right now today. Shame on us, man. Like nobody when they said, oh, you guys can go eat white ice now. Nobody told you to go. Like you had to go do that. You
Right.
know what I'm saying? We start having the same type of camaraderie that Asians do, right? I like to talk about them because they've came up in the last 30 fucking years, y'all.
Yeah, because you know what? They didn't send all the jobs over to their country. That's why they had some undermine. Listen, the same science that Asians got is the same science that we created. Before Asians had a motherfucking car, black Americans had a car. His name was C.R. Patterson. So understand that. And like I said, we created the gear shift, the motor, etc. So like I said, it wasn't just that. Like it's a lot of it is through oppression, whether it's through people just submitting or people fighting back and people just not having no win. However it go, a lot of our science that we built, they took it or you sold it or whatever. Like I said, the light bulb, all that shit, all the energy devices that we had, whatever devices that we had that was already here, that they try to equate to Nikola Tesla building some shit, which he ain't do. You know what I'm saying? Which he got the science from us. They just give it to him because he, you know what I'm saying? But however it go, yeah, I mean, it's a lot, man. We could talk about it forever. But the main thing is, you know what I'm saying, knowing exactly, like, as far as I'm concerned, you know what I'm saying, what I do. I'm just, happy to at least be this far to know where I'm coming from because like the medicine man said, shit, he said 30 years ago, shit 10, 15 years ago, I thought I was an African, you know what
Mhm.
I'm saying? And and they did a good job at pushing it through the black medallions and you know what I'm saying, everything. They did a great job of pushing it through rappers talk. I'm just saying, like, even that
Word.
shit was a psyops too, the rappers that
Yep.
was talking about it, you know what I'm saying? That was levels of psyops, man.
Facts.
You know what I'm saying? Black
You know what? I would like to talk to like X Clan, I've actually had the cipher with Brother Jay before, but I didn't. You know what I mean? Like we was it was about hip hop, right, as opposed to whatever. But I would love to have a conversation with some of these brothers and see what they cause like they pushed the African stuff hard back in them days.
Joe
Like
did.
like we were
that,
wearing medallions. Y'all
Brand
remember this?
new.
I know you know, brother.
because you know what though?
Medicine Man.
That made a person feel like they was like they had some type of culture. Like I said, that's
Culture.
why it's called culture freedom, because like you don't have no culture, and the culture that you have that's really yours, you don't even accept it. Like, come on, man. We creating instruments. Why we the motherfuckers over here? If they tell you the guitar was created in Europe, why we mastered it? Why, you know what I'm saying? Why all this shit we mastered? Because we the inventors of it, but we just been rocked to sleep. Like I said, you don't want to know. Listen, look, every other black person from wherever culture they come from, and we all have different cultural traits because, even though dreads is more familiar or locks is more familiar in like the Caribbean. We wore it here, and we got like we got similar cultures and everything. But a lot of people look towards the American culture that we have here all around the world. Even like just haircuts, man. I
Yep.
see people over there in Africa with MC Hammer cuts now with the three lines on the side and shit. Like, yo, like now, I'm talking about now, like they thinking that's cool. Like, I mean, it look cool on them, but it ain't no shit that I'm gonna do. But that's some cameo shit though. That's what Cameo was rocking from the door. He had that's a Cameo cut, bro.
Late 80s, 90s,
Yup,
yeah. Back, bro. The
yup,
Gumbies and all that.
yup,
I
yup.
mean, yo, man, this shit
Like
getting weird,
candy.
y'all. Getting weirder and weirder every day. Like,
Yup.
I just can't believe how dumb motherfuckers is at this point. Like, seriously, let's just be clear. At the end of the day, at the end of the day, everything has been exposed. Like nobody should have been surprised what Dr. Claude Anderson said the other day. Like he's had black so-called Indians come up there that act dumb.
Yup.
Like, come on, like we gotta stop being like every
But
time
Charlemagne's an agent though, because Charlemagne was a Roman. He was part of the Roman emperor. He was part of the Romans. So you had to pull that to his attention. You know that the Catholics is the ones that was the Romans. The Catholics are the Romans, man.
Mhm.
They
Yeah,
are the
I mean,
Romans.
yeah.
we just gotta be clear, man. Like, yo, bro, it was just people
And
of
he said
color that was
Charlemagne.
working, fighting against each other. So
I mean, it doesn't matter though. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if one was responsible for doing one thing to another, and that shit you're still being held to that. You know what I'm saying? You still got that foot to your neck, bro. It doesn't even matter. Just a new person just came and just took place. You know what I'm saying?
nigga,
And that
I feel like we put people we put people's foot on our neck. You know what I mean? Like I really do. I'm at this point right now, bro. Like I don't believe them. I don't believe you. I don't believe that these people are this powerful. I really don't. But they got all of us so convinced that they are. I promise they are. They made the movies. They put the movies out, and they be like, look at Brad Pitt running down here killing people, and they're Tom Cruise is Last Samurai, and Tom Cruise and not Tom Cruise, motherfucking Kevin Costner is Hannibal. You know what I mean? And they're gonna do this, and what we're gonna do? Nothing. Because we don't make the movies. We don't put anything out. All we do is bitch, moan, and complain, and all they do is make fucking Harriet Tubman and slave movies, and we just be like, we should never forget. I can't wait to February to celebrate
but
Black
Chief, real quick,
History.
to our point of view, right? We know that 200 years ago, 300 years ago, a nigga like Tom Cruise and Brad Pitt would have been in the cage. They would have been labeled a Slavic. So that shit that they doing now look real slick and impressive. But we know in reality, you know what I'm saying, what it really is about. You know what I'm saying? So once you got knowledge, that's why I say know thyself.
Hmm.
Know thyself. If you don't know thyself, you'll look at a nigga like Brad Pitt and them, and then you'll be like, oh shit, they got everything. And even some of these lame women and men that be swirling and shit with each other. You know what I'm saying? They be looking at these people like, and like I said, they running the program. I'm telling you, I see this shit. I see it every day. Like, you know what I'm saying? Even when my daughter be watching TV, I be seeing like little shit they be throwing in, little white black couples or whatever. And like I said, look, man, you could sleep with you could sleep with whatever you want to sleep with at the end of the day. But come on, don't like why not a Chinese lady and a white woman or some other shit? Like, you know, why you keep putting it everyone like it's obvious, bro. The fix is in. Like some things is just like like some things you just be like, well, nah. This is like this on purpose, man.
You're right, man. Know thyself, master thyself.
That's right.
Very
Master
important.
thyself.
Yeah,
That's right.
you gotta do both because that way you protect yourself from the illusion. Because that's what they putting out in front of us. We making decisions based off illusions, man. You
Mm-hmm.
know, and that's the thing. Our young generation, they're looking at these celebrities and they're emulating what they're doing, not knowing that that's our culture that they hijack. You know what I'm saying? Look, they just hijack hip hop right in front of our face. You know,
Yep.
Oh, did.
they hijack soul, they hijack jazz, they hijack. I mean, rock and roll. Like we could go on and on, and then we got hijacked again. You know what I'm saying? Hip hop, we're still here, but they stole it right in front of us. So yeah, know thyself and master thyself. That's my thing. Man.
Dig that.
No doubt. That's what it is. But that's what I'm trying to tell you. If you don't know thyself, then you'll think that when you see gods of Egypt, or whatever, and see these people running around, you know what I'm saying, running around like they really Egyptians and shit, you would think that shit was real. You know what I'm saying? I'm telling you, and that's the thing. Like prior to the shit you see now, people haven't done nothing, man. Haven't done nothing.
Facts.
Your whole history straight out of a comic book. How my man said in the movies and shit. You come straight out of a comic book, and that shit is for real.
Facts. That's facts. And if we go into these theaters and we just sit there and soak it up, and we don't do the type of stuff that brother Medicine Man had done, you know what I'm saying? Chief Holiday, and of course you A1, where we interface with reality, you know what I'm saying, without intermediaries, without a third party telling us this and that. We went to the raw information. You know what I'm saying? Like you pulling out stuff about, Montezuma. Like I had no idea. Like you waking me up on a lot of stuff. You feel me?
No doubt.
And that's because you went and looked at it, directly, and which is what I'm trying to learn how to do. That's why I'm looking at the census information directly. You know what I'm saying? I don't need a third party, you know what I'm saying, to give me some biased perspective. Because that's what we get. We get a lot of biased perspective that's prejudice,
Hmm.
and we never come back to ourselves and look at, reality on our own. Like if I saw my brother, you know what I'm saying, he's saying something, okay, he's claiming this and that. I have to go by a third party and say, oh, can you prove that? Show me something that says you actually what you say you are. That's like I need a third party to know who my brother is. This type of stuff. So yeah, man, knowing thyself. I'm glad you said that, man. That's the most powerful thing you tell somebody, man. Our people,
Hmm.
we need knowledge yourself and we need mastery yourself.
Yeah. Know thyself. If you don't know thyself, then what's going to happen? What's the results? You know what I'm saying? What they say, Hosea, what I forgot what verse that is. People perish from lack of knowledge. And knowledge is not knowing thyself. It said a tree with no root. I mean, a man with no history like a tree with no root. You know what I'm saying? And that's just the truth of the matter.
Facts, and I always like to add mastery itself because it's so important. The only movement that I know that had like a martial arts aspect to it was the five percenters. You ever heard of the 52?
Yeah,
A1?
52 block. Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah. I
and
seen that shit. Yeah, that shit tough.
yeah, man. And I'm like, our people we need to get into these sciences where we master our minds and our body. Like we know how to fight. You know what I'm saying? Like if you run into me, I'll be able to knock out like a few dudes if I'm, with the 52. You know what I
Hmm.
mean? A lot of people don't even know that. This is something that really originated out of Brooklyn. I want to say Brooklyn because there's the other boroughs that say different, but I want to say Brooklyn. But we need to spend time meditating and learn these martial arts skills where we master ourselves instead of, sitting there and soaking up all of the commercials that's telling us lies, the news that's telling us lies. Like where can we look, man, where we not being told lies? You know what I'm saying? Like everywhere you look, they set it up so we only thing we soaking up is lies. But the only place you can't be soaked up is within, where you mastering some type of meditation, or you mastering some martial art, you practicing I mean, they won't be able to beat you, man. You have knowledge yourself and mastery yourself. You know what I'm saying? You practice your 52 or whatever martial arts you got, you're gonna be unstoppable.
No doubt, man. With that being said, man, I'm about to get up out of here. Um, Brother Medicine, man, leave your information for everybody. For those who don't have the information, don't know where to find you at.
Oh yeah, they can just check me out on my channel, just on YouTube. Just look up Medicine Man. You see my picture, just like you see it now. And check out some of the research that I put together and put my own little twist to it. Yeah, but I appreciate coming on, being on the panel tonight, and I appreciate all those that stayed in the chat and listened and chimed in. I've been checking out some of the comments, and real good build. Something I think that was real beneficial for us to leave out of this decade with going into this new decade, this new era, this new year. So we have more to build on. So I appreciate everybody standing, with us because we've been on for a minute. I look at the man, it's been 5 hours.
Yeah, hell yeah. I just
Yeah.
realized it.
Yeah, so much love.
No doubt. Indeed. Shout out to everybody came through. AP, wherever he fell off to. AP probably went to sleep. Shout out to Chief Holiday. Shout out to Lift Every Voice. Shout out to the brother guest, one and only, brother Medicine Man. Like the brother said, check him out on his channel. He put together some real good information pertaining a lot of this history that we all trying to soak back up. But for the most part, shout out to everybody in the chat room. Shout out to all Aborigines, North and South, adjoining islands, the ones sent over to Europe and other places abroad. Shout out to you guys as well. What you saying, Chief?
I was just speaking. Yo, thanks for having me too, man.
Indeed.
Yeah, hey, Medicine Man, we're gonna be up in Chicago, All Star Week. I
Oh
definitely
yeah?
want to, yeah, man, break bread or something,
Okay.
man. I'll reach out to you.
Yeah, do that.
Yeah. So it's gonna be crazy up there that week, man. So we pushing peace and prosperity, man. That's the concept, man, this year, man. For our people, man. Peace and prosperity, man. And we feel like, knowing who you are, is the prerequisite of peace. You know what I'm saying?
Yes, yes, foremost.
Absolutely. So that's what we come up there for, man. So slow down. I'm definitely gonna link up. I'll let
Dig that.
Indeed. So with that being said, man, we out of here, yo. Peace.
One love.
Yo, thanks for